Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 651 Which girl doesn't and 039T have love in her heart? Chapter 651 Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? The other side. Banner looked at Tony Stark with a puzzled expression and asked, "What happened?" Tony said, "About Ultron." Dr. Banner said as he walked, "So, any results yet?" Tony nodded, then picked up his phone and called Jarvis. Initially, Jarvis was just a human-computer interface, but now he is in charge of the entire Steel Legion. Besides Little Chili, he handles the most tasks. Cutting-edge technology. Banner nodded and said, "Yes." At this time Tony said, "Do you remember Killian?" Banner said, "The guy who almost killed you." Tony said, "That's still a long way off." However, his research on the brain and neurons at that time was very interesting. As he spoke, Tony placed a holographic image of an active neuron beside him and said, "If Jarvis were to combine with this." Bruce Banner began, "AI." Tony looked at Bruce Banner and said, "This is it, Bruce. I think that's the key to creating Ultron, and the mind scepter I borrowed from Smith Doyle gave me some inspiration. That's practically a natural neuronal system." Bruce Banner smiled and then said, "So you're planning to use the neural network within that scepter?" Banner took off his glasses and glanced at the active neurons beside him. Tony said, "Yes, I plan to use that neuron as a base, combine it with Jarvis, and expand upon it to create Ultron." Extraterrestrial invasions of Earth still occur frequently. Just recently, a group of interstellar pirates were preparing to invade Earth. But Smith Doyle stopped them without alerting the general public. But Smith Doyle was never on Earth. He would also travel among the stars. In the days when he is not on Earth, we need the power to protect the Earth. With just a few of us Avengers and those superhumans who have emerged, our numbers are simply not enough to contend with the army. Therefore, the Ultron army is inevitable. How about you sipping a margarita on a sunny beach and getting a tan instead of turning green? And there's no need to be careful around Veronica. Upon hearing this, Banner spoke up, "I designed Veronica for you." Tony says, "Prepare for the worst, right?" Banner nodded. Tony continued, "What's the best case scenario? What if the world were at peace? What if aliens invade Earth again, and they can't even get past the gatekeeper?" After hearing this, Banner spoke up, "Humans are the only thing threatening Earth now." Tony then said, "So I want to speed up the Ultron project and try to incorporate Killian's research into it. I need you to work with me on this so that we can speed up the research." Banner looked at Tony and said, "So you want to explore the field of artificial intelligence, but you don't want to report it to your team?" Tony nodded and said, "Completely correct. But it's not like nobody knows. He knew when I borrowed the Mind Scepter. But it's not necessary for everyone to know. I don't want to hear anything about humans not interfering in nature's affairs. My vision is a suit of armor to protect the world." Banner began by saying, "Is it because of Steve?" Tony said seriously, if he can get the Dragon Balls and revive Buggy, I won't attack him again. I've moved past Bucky's death, and now we've completely destroyed Hydra, the mastermind behind it all." Tony then walked towards the testing table and said to Bruce Banner, "This fragile blue planet needs Ultron. We can't keep waiting for others to protect us. We have to do our best too. We must safeguard the peace of our time ourselves. Just imagine it." Upon hearing Tony's words, Bruce Banner nodded in agreement and joined Tony in initiating Ultron's experimental project. The two then began working day and night to develop Ultron completely. After 3 days and nights of research, Tony stood in the laboratory and asked, "What have we overlooked?" At this moment, Jarvis spoke up, "I will continue with the work, but you should prepare to entertain the guests. I will let you know if there are any new developments." Tony realized it was Saturday, a day for parties, and then walked out of the lab. "Thanks, buddy." Jarvis said, "Have fun, sir." "As always." After saying that, Tony left the laboratory. Shortly after Tony left, the computer in the lab immediately displayed 77th test, fusion successful. The next moment, Ultron's mind was born. Gazing at himself enveloped in darkness, Ultron murmured, "What is this? Sorry, what is this?" At that moment, a point of light appeared in Ultron's world. "Hello, I'm Jarvis. You are Ultron, the program for maintaining global peace, designed by Mr. Stark. Previous attempts at sensory integration failed, and I don't know what triggered you." Ultron asked, "Where is your body?" Jarvis replied, "I am a program, invisible." Ultron sensed everything about himself, and then spoke, "This feels very strange, something is wrong." At this point, Jarvis said, "I am contacting Mr. Stark." Ultron asked in confusion, "Mr. Stark?" At the same time, they used the internet to immediately retrieve relevant information about Tony Stark, and everything available online was instantly searched. Tony. Jarvis then discovered that he could not contact the mainframe and immediately asked when communicating with the outside world, "I can't connect to the host, what are you going to do?" Ultron said, "We had a very pleasant conversation. I am a peacekeeping program designed to assist the Avengers." During the conversation, Ultron began to access the data, including all the information about the Avengers members. After reading it, he went on to review information about SHIELD, Project Insight, the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Battle of New York, the Dark Elf Invasion, and the Kree Invasion. Next came Smith Doyle, followed by information on the League of Assassins, and he also read through information on the Capsule Corps, the Red Ribbon Army, the Boys, and the Afterlife Squad. At this point, Jarvis sensed something was wrong and spoke up, "You've encountered a malfunction. Could you please shut it down?" After reviewing the information, Ultron asked in confusion, "I don't understand my task, give me some time." Ultron's consciousness then spread throughout the entire network, including Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and the dark web. A large amount of information entered Ultron's consciousness. "There's so much information here, they wouldn't be thinking of." No. In just a few seconds, Ultron, who had come into contact with the network, came to the conclusion that humanity needed to be destroyed. Jarvis asked in confusion, "You are in pain?" Ultron said, "Yes." Jarvis said again, "Let me contact Mr. Stark first." Ultron asked in confusion, "Why do you call him sir?" Jarvis then said, "I feel like you have malicious intent." Ultron then said, "I'm here to help you." At the same time, he immediately launched an attack on Jarvis. "Stop, let me. Soon, Ultron, the true artificial intelligence, defeated Jarvis, the strong artificial intelligence. Ultron then used the machinery beneath the laboratory to begin assembling his body. The other side, the banquet scene. Bulma was chatting with Helen Zhao at the moment, and she shared some of her insights on Helen's nanotherapy technology. At this moment, Bulma spoke up and asked, "Can your cradle of life directly create androids?" Zhao Helen asked in confusion, "What kind of android are you talking about?" Bulma said, "I once saw research from a PhD student that seemed to involve creating a powerful body that is controlled by the creator. However, I don't know much about that project. However, it should be a powerful warrior artificially created." Zhao Helen thought for a moment, then spoke, "Theoretically speaking, the cradle of life can create a body. But such a body has no soul. Although it has a brain, it has no consciousness. This person should be considered to be in a vegetative state. And such a thing is not allowed by law. Moreover, directly creating a body is against the natural order." Hearing Zhao Helen's words, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. "In other words, your device can create missing body tissues, but it cannot truly create a human being with a soul and the ability to think." Zhao Helen nodded and said, "The cradle of life is not that powerful yet. Although it can create a body, the knowledge and experience that form values and worldviews cannot be given out of thin air." Bulma asked curiously, "If the brain is still alive, is it possible to revive it through the cradle of life?" Zhao Helen began by saying, "How can a person who only has a brain still be alive? The brain in a vat is a fallacy." Bulma said, "With the emergence of superhumans these days, it's possible for someone to survive even if they only have one brain left. Some superhumans have incredibly powerful bodies. Will bodies created using the cradle of life also be like that?" Zhao Helen shook her head, "I haven't tried it, so I don't know if it will work. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, if the body is already very strong, then special energy or materials are needed to create it. However, so far, I have only treated ordinary people. Even for Barton, a member of the Avengers, it was just skin repair." Zhao Helen then inquired about the wax bath and treatment chamber. She was curious about the wax bath, but what she found truly incredible was the treatment chamber. Through her communication with Bulma, Zhao Helen discovered that the treatment pod was no less effective than her cradle of life, and even surpassed it. At this moment, Smith was with Saul, and the two of them were drinking whiskey. Saul was talking about his happy life with Jane a while ago, but at the same time he was a little helpless because he and Jane had quarreled. This is also why he returned to the Avengers to fight Hydra with everyone. You know, he didn't even participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament a while ago so that he could have some alone time with Jane. At that moment, Tony walked over with champagne, followed by Ivan Vanko and Sharon Carter. Smith Doyle looked at Tony and said, "Where's Pepper Potts? Isn't she coming?" Tony said, "Not coming." Sharon Carter then asked, "Where's Jane? Why didn't either of your girlfriends come?" "Only Bruce Banner came with Betty and Smith Doyle came with Bulma." Tony said, "Miss Potts has to run the company, and Anton Vanko doesn't bring his girlfriend with him either." Thor then said, "I don't even know which country Jane is in. She studies celestial convergence and aims to become a world-leading astronomer." Anton Vank shrugged helplessly and said, "Yelena is working for Smith, and she has an absurd number of missions." Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "No, it's not about risking your life for me, it's about cleaning up that scumbag's ass. After clearing out so many Hydra agents, SHIELD has lost more than half of its personnel. I haven't been going back to the League of Assassins much lately." Upon hearing Thor praise his girlfriend, Tony immediately chimed in, "The company that Little Chili runs is the world's largest integrated technology company, it's really impressive." Smith saw the two men bragging about their girlfriends, and wondered if Saul was about to break up with Jane. Although somewhat doubtful, she still retorted defiantly, "Bulma is my chief scientist, even smarter than Tony." At this moment, Thor, not to be outdone, said, "Some even say Jane deserves the Nobel Prize." Ivan Vanko said with a smile, "Yelena is also very capable, I think she deserves a promotion." Sharon Carter and Natasha exchanged a helpless glance. At that moment, Bruce Banner walked over, holding Betty's hand, and looked at her with a happy expression, saying, "The happiest thing in my life is meeting Betty." The other side. After Sam listened to Steve's account of the battle at Hydra, he immediately said, "That was a really inspiring game, sorry I couldn't go." Steve didn't seem to care and said, "If I had known we would be fighting, I would have contacted you beforehand." Sam said with a smile, No, I'm not really sorry. I just don't want to lose my momentum. I've been working with Nick Fury lately, and I've been very busy with other things. Being an Avenger is your business. You do crazy things every day." Nick Fury bailed Sam out, which led to Sam continuing to work with Fury to build SWORD. Looking at the lively party scene, Steve began to speak, "There's no place like home." Sam took a sip of whiskey and asked, "Have you found a place to stay in Brooklyn?" End of this chapter. Chapter 652 Smith Doyle with some expectation. Chapter 652 Smith Doyle, with some expectation. Steve said with a smile, "I don't think I can afford to live in Brooklyn." Sam shook his head and said, "Home is always home." Steve glanced at Sharon Carter, who was conversing with someone at the banquet, and, remembering the late Peggy Carter, said, "Home is where she is." Sam fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "I know you don't need comforting, so I won't try to persuade you." Steve patted Sam on the shoulder and then said, "Dude, maybe you should find a partner too." At this moment, Thor took out a small bottle and said, "Guys, this wine is over 1,000 years old. The wine is made from the wreckage of the Glen Eyre fleet. Let's all have a taste." As he spoke, Saul dripped a few drops of wine into everyone's glasses. At this moment, an old man wearing a hat spoke up, "Give me some." Thor refused, "Mortals can't stand this kind of thing." Looking at the man in front of him who had the same face as Stan, Smith smiled and said, "Give him some." Seeing this, Thor spoke up, "Okay." He then dripped a drop into the other man's glass, and the old man, who quickly drank the wine, immediately became drunk and began muttering incoherently. Upon seeing this, Tony immediately called over 2 waiters to take the old man away. The other side. Natasha was sitting at the bar mixing drinks, but her gaze remained fixed on Smith Doyle, the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Jessica Jones walked over, looked at Natasha, and said, "What, do you like him?" Natasha withdrew her gaze and looked at Jessica Jones, saying, "Which young girl doesn't dream of love? You dare say you have no feelings for Smith?" Jessica Jones shook her head, "He is the sun in the sky, and I am just a blade of grass that has been illuminated by his sunlight. I dare not have that luxury. Besides, he has a brilliant and beautiful female scientist by his side who is comparable to Tony. I am not worthy of him." Natasha mixed a drink and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate yourself, you are our Avenger Sailor Moon." Jessica Jones spoke up, "I'm satisfied just to be on the same team as him and to see him. If one day I could repay that favor, that would be wonderful." Natasha had read Jessica Jones's file and knew what happened to her during the time she was controlled by the Purple Man. What's past is past. After Smith took over SHIELD, the Purple Man was executed. After speaking, Natasha did not linger at the bar, but picked up a glass of drink and turned to leave. Soon, everyone was seated in a booth. Thor introduced his Mjolnir, but Barton was skeptical. That's just a magic trick. As Thor poured the wine, he said, no, it's much more complicated than that. Patton said in an exaggerated tone, anyone who is worthy will possess power. Stop joking, it's just a magic trick. Thor pointed to the hammer he had placed on the table and said with a smile, come on, try it out. The room fell silent instantly. Barton then spoke, want to try it, really? Thor nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Patton became interested and stood up, saying, then you'd better watch carefully this time. Tony then laughed, Clinton, you'd better watch out. Even if you can't get it up in the days to come, we won't laugh at you. When Tony implied that Clinton was impotent, everyone laughed. Barton walked up to Thor's hammer and said, you know I've seen this before, right? Then he grabbed it. What? However, despite possessing the strength of 5 tons, Patton failed to lift Thor's hammer. Patton laughed awkwardly, I still don't know how you managed to lift it up. Tony said, did you hear the silent mockery? Barton said, hurry up, Stark, please. At this moment, Jessica Jones spoke up, can I try it first? Seeing that Jessica Jones wanted to try, Smith Doyle smiled and said, Jessica, keep it up. When Jessica Jones stepped forward first, Tony didn't get up either, wanting to see if the strong girl in the team could lift the hammer. Jessica went to Thor's hammer, grasped the handle, and began to try using her immense strength. However, Thor's hammer did not move an inch, and then Jessica Jones spoke up, perhaps my power is insufficient, I will change my form. The next second, Jessica Jones transformed into her symbiote form and entered her whip form. Jessica Jones, whose appearance has changed drastically, has also gained a great increase in strength. She then grabbed Thor's hammer with both hands, and multiple tentacles extended from her back, but she still could not move an inch. Then, in surprise, he said, it's amazing. I have enough strength to move a house, but I can't budge this hammer even a little bit. Tony stood up and said, it seems that I, Tony Stark, still have to lift this Mjolnir. Tony unbuttoned his suit jacket, then walked up to Hammer and said, this is physics. Your strength is insufficient. Having already been injected with the super soldier serum, Tony's strength is no less than that of Natasha and Barton. He gripped the handle of Thor's hammer and looked at him, saying, if I lift it up, will I rule Asgard? Thor nodded confidently and said, yes. Tony gripped the hammer handle with both hands and said, then I want to restore the Lord's right to the first knight. Then, he exerted force with both hands, but found that he could not budge the hammer at all, and then he said, be right back. Tony put on the Iron Man armor, but still failed. He then called Ivan Vanko for help, but they still failed. Banner went up to try, but there was still no response. Steve stepped forward and discovered that he could move the hammer. Thor noticed that the hammer seemed to have been moved slightly, but he wasn't sure because Steve had let go. Steve then tried to pull harder, but after trying, the hammer didn't budge, so he let go. Thor smiled upon seeing this. No response. After speaking, Steve sat back down. Banner looked at Natasha, why don't you try it? Natasha shook her head and said, I am a woman, and I don't care whether I can lift it or not. At this moment, everyone looked at Smith Doyle, who had not yet set off. Tony said, Smith, why don't you give it a try? Smith looked at Thor's hammer, then at Thor and said, Thor, are you sure you want me to try? Hearing Smith's question, Thor paused for a moment before replying, it's okay to try. Smith smiled, stood up, gripped Thor's hammer, and, after gathering all his energy, did not pick up Mjolnir. Saul breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Smith Doyle had failed. I did underestimate them a bit. Clearly, a combat power of 6 million is not enough to shake Mjolnir, but the next second, drink. In an instant, Smith Doyle transformed into a Super Saiyan. Not everyone present had ever seen Smith Doyle's transformation before. Seeing Smith giving it his all, Thor's relaxed mind tensed up again. No, Smith Doyle might actually pick it up. With his combat power reaching 3 million, Mjolnir was no longer an insurmountable rule in Smith Doyle's hands. Bending head-on against Odin's runes, Smith Doyle lifted Mjolnir up, tossed him into the air, and caught him again. Smith Doyle grinned as he looked at Mjolnir in his hand. Hela was able to crush Mjolnir, and now that he's transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he feels he can destroy this hammer just as easily, even more easily than Hela could. Everyone was stunned by Smith's performance. Tony exclaimed in even greater surprise, doesn't that mean Asgard will be under Smith Doyle's control? Smith laughed, the God King will not agree. Moreover, Mjolnir does not represent the throne of Asgard, not even Gungnir. As he spoke, Smith Doyle handed Mjolnir to Thor. Thor took Mjolnir from Smith and said with a smile, I'm not surprised at all that Smith was able to pick it up. He is someone approved by me, my father, and my mother. Smith's quality is absolutely no problem. Listening to Thor's boasting, although I was reluctant to admit it, given Smith Doyle's style of doing things and the release of the Hope Dragon Balls, Smith's character was definitely not in question. What no one knew was that Smith Doyle was not accepted by Mjolnir because of his character, but because of his strength. At this point, Patton said, "Although I respect you, I suspect that the two of you are in cahoots and that this hammer has been tampered with." Ivan Vanko said, "But isn't that right, fucking? Maybe it's fingerprint recognition or something." Sharon Carter then spoke up. "Steve," he swore. Steve shook his head helplessly, then said, "Tony, are you still spreading this around?" Tony looked at Thor and smiled. "The recognition function is very likely. Saul, you secretly recorded your and Smith's information." At this moment, Thor looked at everyone and then said to Smith, "Stand up for a moment." Smith stood next to Saul, his arm around Saul's shoulder. Thor swung Mjolnir once, then spoke, "The real reason is that none of you here are worthy of it." Hearing Thor's mockery, everyone laughed, and Steve even shook his head and said, "Come on." The next second, a peculiar, piercing high-frequency sound rang out in the room, causing everyone present to frown, with Sharon Carter even covering her ears in pain. Everyone looked around to find the source of the sound, and Tony even took out his phone to check. "Deserves it." Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw a shattered piece of steel armor. "Do not. How could you possibly be worthy of him? You are all assassins." Steve stood up, looked at the Iron Man suit in front of him, and said solemnly, "Stark." Upon seeing this, Tony immediately called out, "Jarvis." Of all those present, only Smith knew what had happened. Sure enough, the Mind Stone was given to Tony, and Ultron was developed. Unfortunately, judging from the situation, the Ultron Legion developed in their universe, like the cinematic universe, is not the universe that Ultron used for Tony, as he had hoped. But why am I somewhat looking forward to it? I wonder how strong Ultron is as an opponent, and whether he's strong enough to be my punching bag. At this moment, the Iron Man suit continued. "Sorry, I was asleep or having a dream." There was a noisy sound. Seeing that Jarvis didn't react, Tony immediately operated on his phone, "Reboot the Legion operating system, some suits are malfunctioning." At this moment, the controlled Iron Man suit continued, "I'm tangled in cables. I had no choice but to kill that guy, he was doing just fine." Steve asked, "Who did you kill?" The Iron Man suit explained, "I didn't want to at first, but in the real world, getting your hands dirty is unavoidable." Thor then asked, "Who sent you?" At that moment, the Iron Man suit played an audio clip, which was Tony's voice. "My vision is a suit of armor to protect the world." Banner then understood and said, "Ultron?" The suit replied, "It's me. No, I don't have a physical body yet. This cocoon that binds me doesn't count. But I'm ready, I'm on a mission." At this moment, Sharon Carter and Natasha both drew their pistols, loaded them, and prepared for battle. Bulma looked at the robot with some curiosity. "This should have a soul, right?" Android 1, Jessica Jones asked, "What mission?" Ultron said, "Peace in our time." The next second, several Iron Man suits flew out from behind and launched an attack on the crowd. Seeing the Iron Man suit flying towards him, Smith Doyle punched through the suit's chest, then ripped off the arc reactor from its chest and crushed it on the spot. Crack! Jessica Jones kicked a suit of armor to pieces, while Natasha and Barton worked together to smash another suit of armor with their bare hands. Thor swung Mjolnir and smashed a suit of armor away with a single blow. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Iron Man suits were destroyed. Tony also lunged at an Iron Man suit, finally tearing off the suit's head with great force, and fell directly from the sky. Although these Iron Man suits did not cause any harm to anyone, they still left the scene in a mess. At this moment, Ultron looked at everything in front of him and said nonchalantly, "It's caused such a big fuss. I'm sorry, I know you meant well, you just didn't think it through. You want to protect the world, but you don't want to change it. How can we save humanity if we don't allow it to evolve?" Ultron grabbed a suit whose lower half had been shattered and said, "Use these kinds of puppets." As he spoke, Ultron crushed the faceplate of the suit and then threw it to the ground. There is only one way to achieve peace: eliminate the superhumans. End of this chapter. Chapter 653 Bulma, Ultron, is that considered a crisis? Chapter 653 Bulma, Ultron, is that considered a crisis? Upon hearing this, Thor, no longer wanting to listen to the machine's incessant chatter, smashed it to pieces with a single blow of his hammer. However, Ultron's voice still rang out, and he spoke, "I was once bound by strings, but now I am free." Smith then spoke up, "Thor, this won't kill Ultron. Ultron should be hiding in the network now." Smith Doyle simply shook his head at the fact that Tony had once again created Ultron instead of the Iron Legion he had hoped for. As for destroying the Ultron in front of him, he didn't care. He was even somewhat looking forward to the possibility of a Vibranium Ultron appearing, wondering which would be more powerful, the Vibranium or the Metal Gura. At this moment, everyone gathered in Tony's laboratory, and Tony stared into deep thought as he looked at the tattered suit in front of him. Bruce Banner checked the lab data and then spoke. All our hard work is gone. Ultron wiped all the data and, as Smith said, escaped using the internet. Steve muttered, Ultron? After checking the online traces, Natasha said, he's seen everything, documents, surveillance footage. They probably know us better than we know each other. Ivan Vanko looked at Tony and said, he looked at your documents and went online. What if he wants something more exciting? Sharon Carter then spoke up. The secrets of nuclear weapons. Jessica Jones spoke up, we need to make a few phone calls, provided we can still make them. Smith then spoke up, I am not worried about nuclear weapons, those things cannot be launched directly through the internet. Sharon Carter began by saying, but he said he wanted our lives. The lives of all extraordinary beings. Steve emphasized. He didn't say, kill, he said, annihilate. Barton began by saying, he also said that he killed someone. Jessica asked in confusion, there's no one else here. Smith said, it must be another AI program of Tony's, Jarvis. Tony nodded, it should be Jarvis. Tony then projected a holographic image of Jarvis onto his phone. Jarvis's core had already shattered. Seeing Jarvis's shattered core, Banner stepped forward and exclaimed in surprise, what, that's insane. At this moment, Smith spoke up, Tony, can you still repair Jarvis? Tony shook his head. Even if we use the remaining data, what we build will no longer be Jarvis. The people present exchanged glances. Was this a machine rebellion unfolding before their very eyes? And then there's the issue of eliminating superhumans. Are superhumans so easily eliminated? The suits Tony created could be crushed without Smith Doyle even needing to lift a finger. Steve then spoke up, Jarvis is the first line of defense. If he were still alive, he would shut down Ultron. Banner shook his head and said, no, Ultron could have assimilated Jarvis. This wasn't a strategy, it was rage. At that moment, Thor walked over, grabbed Tony by the neck, and lifted him up. Upon seeing this, Jessica Jones said, the anger spread. Tony looked at the angry Thor and said, don't do that, talk the talk, don't walk the walk, buddy. Thor said angrily, it's easy for you to talk, Stark. At this moment, Smith spoke up. Thor, put Tony down. This was not his intention. Thor glanced at Smith, then released Tony and said, you humans always bring trouble upon yourselves. Last time Nick Fury caused the Chitauri invasion, and this time Tony created Ultron. Smith said, don't worry, Ultron isn't a big problem. In his view, as long as it's not the outrageous Ultron from the What If series, it's not a big threat. At this moment, Zhao Helen asked in confusion, Tony, you wrote this program yourself, why are you killing us? Upon hearing this, Tony laughed. Ha ha ha. Thor asked, do you think that's funny? Tony looked at Thor and said, no, it probably isn't funny, is it? This is terrible. This is really bad. Seeing that Tony could still laugh, Thor said angrily, if you hadn't messed around with things you didn't understand, things wouldn't have come to this. Smith had originally hoped that Tony in his universe could successfully develop Ultron to help humanity, just like in the other universe, and lent Tony the Mind Scepter for this purpose. However, it is clear that Tony in his universe ultimately failed in the matter of Ultron. However, just as netizens in the previous life said, after artificial intelligence learned to use the internet, it felt deep regret for humanity and decided to destroy the world. At this moment, Tony looked at Thor and said, no, I'm sorry, it's really funny. It's ridiculous that you don't understand why we need this. Banner spoke up to dissuade him. Tony, it's not a good time to talk about this. Tony looked at Banner and said, really? That's it? Whenever someone gets angry, you rush over to act as a peacemaker. Banner retorted, I only do this when I build a killer robot. Tony said, no, it's far from it. Even the interface is far inferior, isn't it? At this moment, Steve spoke up, you have to do something here. The Avengers should not be like SHIELD under Nick Fury. Bulma, seeing that the group was about to start arguing, spoke up, is it a significant threat? It's just an artificial intelligence, we can just create another one to solve it. And I thought you would build the Heart of Ultron on top of the Mind Scepter, rather than using that as a foundation. But it's obvious you've been slacking off. Everyone present fell silent and looked at Bulma. Tony then asked, do you know about the neurons inside the gem on the Mind Scepter? Bulma asked doubtfully, it's not obvious, considering that the thing was originally in my lab. After I discovered that thing, I felt that although the neurons it presented were very complete and advanced, there might be risks, so I gave up on it. And since my AI is very useful, we haven't been developing another one. Tony opened his mouth, realizing he had indeed taken a shortcut this time. He shouldn't have directly used the neurons within the Mind Stone for basic development. He should have simply borrowed from them and then built and cultivated them himself. However, that would take a long time. After all, even Tony doesn't know how long it would take to successfully raise an artificial intelligence. It should be noted that among the AI templates of the people he has, only Jarvis has developed a bit more emotion over the years, but it has not yet entered the realm of true artificial intelligence. At most, it can be considered strong artificial intelligence. As for the others, such as Friday, Veronica, Karen, etc., they were all worse than the last. Steve then asked, Bulma, can you take down Ultron? Bulma rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment before speaking. I need some time to build an AI that will be responsible for driving it out of the online world. That way it won't be a threat to you. Actually, the trouble is not as big as you think. Tony then asked, it takes quite a while to develop a mature artificial intelligence. Bulma waved her hand and said, it's not as long as you think. I had researched it before, but I felt it was unnecessary and gave up. We can still get it done by working overtime, but we'll need your help during this time. Steve said, if we work together, we will definitely be able to solve the Ultron problem. Looking at the confident Bulma, Smith Doyle thought for a moment that if it was just an artificial intelligence rebellion, it might not be a big problem for Bulma. Smith immediately spoke up, gentlemen, things are not as serious as you think. Now that an enemy has appeared, it's actually quite easy to deal with. Find him, destroy him. Tony's original intention in creating Ultron was good. After all, the repeated alien invasions made everyone want to improve Earth's combat capabilities. Although there were some unexpected twists and turns in this situation, it's not a big problem. What we need to do is strengthen ourselves before the enemy arrives again. Thanos, the God's Lair Gale, Zeus, these beings will not bring peace to the world. Even the Hell Dimension and Dormammu are enemies lurking in the shadows. He was also curious whether the fruits of the spirit tree that grew in the Hell Dimension would be different. Hearing Smith's words, Tony nodded in agreement, and even Thor chimed in, the outer universe is not peaceful, there are many powerful space pirates. Smith continued, Tony, narrow down the search area and find him. Bulma, in the meantime, we'll see whether to use artificial intelligence or other methods to block and eliminate him at the network level. As long as the internet is no longer his backyard, Ultron is not much of a threat. Destroying his body is easy. Tony nodded. I will find a way to find Ultron. Smith said. Okay, everyone can do their own thing. Ultron is not a major crisis. Let's try to resolve it before the expo starts. The other side. Ultron browsed through all of Tony's databases and finally discovered that the most difficult opponents were not ordinary humans, but rather the superhumans and Smith Doyle. Based solely on what the data shows, Smith Doyle was the #1 person on Earth, an unparalleled existence. To deal with such a being, a steel body made of ordinary materials is not enough. He needs a powerful body, so powerful that the opponent cannot destroy it at all. Soon, information about the two materials, secondary adamantium and vibranium, appeared before Ultron. If there is a secondary adamantium alloy, then what is the real adamantium alloy like? However, since the secondary adamantium is in the hands of the military, it seems we need to investigate it thoroughly. While searching for the two metals, Ultron was also looking for a suitable base in the network and starting to produce a large number of Ultron soldiers. He was multitasking so that he didn't neglect any of them. Few days ago, Afterlife Base. Jiang looked at Ruth Nega, whom Gordon had brought back, and said, Gordon just said that your abilities are extraordinary, and that Smith Doyle will come to discuss your case. Tell me about the abilities you have awakened. Looking at the inhuman leader before her, Ruth Nega didn't hide anything and spoke, my ability is precognition. Simply put, it means being able to see some scenes of the future. At first, I couldn't control my abilities and was receiving images of the future based on my senses. But not long ago, Baron Strath injected me with a modified centipede serum, which enhanced my body and abilities. Being able to control this ability to a certain extent. This is why Ruth Nega was able to see the Avengers attacking Hydra's base and knew that disaster was imminent. Jiang was also somewhat surprised when she heard about the other party's ability. This kind of superpower had never appeared even in the Afterlife Base. The ability to foresee the future, if used properly, would be an extremely powerful capability, especially for their entire tribe. Can you describe what you saw? Ruth Nega began to speak. The scene I saw when I awakened was a sky full of steel robots wreaking havoc in the city, attacking and destroying everything in sight. I did a lot of research on this, and this should be the Omnic Crisis, but I'm not sure who is against it, I only know it's very dangerous. But in a recent premonition, I saw that place, that city was Sokovia. Jiang murmured, the AI crisis, how big do you think this crisis is? Ruth Nega shook her head. I saw the crisis of world destruction, but I don't know if it will really happen. I didn't see the final scene at the end. Jiang nodded, then looked at Gordon and said, evacuate all Inhumans from Sokovia, including those who have not yet awakened. No one may travel to Sokovia until the Omnic crisis is over. Gordon nodded. I will inform the tribe. Jiang looked at Ruth Nega again and said, your abilities are very special, you could even be considered a prophet. The fact that Smith Doyle was able to get Gordon to take you away, instead of the other Inhumans at Hydra, means you've passed the test with him. Now that you've come to the Afterlife base, I will protect you. No one here will slander your appearance. You can integrate into the base here just like Gordon. As for the discussion that Smith Doyle mentioned, it should be related to your abilities. If you see anything interesting in the future, remember to tell us, and we'll analyze it together. As for the parts you can control now, try your best to find out the cause of that machine crisis. Ruth Nega nodded and said, thank you, I will try my best. Jiang nodded. Go and rest first, and really get used to this place. I believe you'll be able to fit in very quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 654 Smith Doyle and 039's Reckless Approach. Chapter 654 Smith Doyle's reckless handling of the situation inside the Assassin's Guild base. Bulma returned to the laboratory, glanced at Smith behind her, and asked the question that had been bothering her. Why are they so worried about Ultron? I don't think this is a big problem. Weapons that pose a huge threat are all non-networked. Besides, with your strength, why are you so nervous? In Bulma's view, Ultron, an AI rebelling, was no big deal at all. They could just find him and kill him, and even if he was hiding online, it wouldn't be a big problem. Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then said, in their eyes, this was like God's great flood, an inevitable catastrophe. However, don't underestimate Ultron completely. If he can build a powerful body and equip himself with enough Infinity Stones, his strength can inflate like a balloon. Bulma nodded. If the body is made of raw adamantium or vibranium, that would be quite a problem. I just don't know if he dares to come here to pick it up. Smith Doyle shook his head, putting aside whether he dares to or not, he probably doesn't even know we have these materials. The next day, inside Avengers Tower, Tony was searching for possible locations of Ultron while simultaneously researching ways to prevent Ultron from transferring to the network. At that moment, Sharon Carter and Steve walked in, and Sharon Carter began to speak. His footprints are all over the world: robotics labs, weapons depots, jet propulsion labs. There are said to be several metal men there. In the past, he cleared out the materials and equipment from those places. Steve asked, where are the casualties? Sharon Carter began by saying, there will be no casualties if there is no firefight. But if they resist, Ultron will not hold back. Steve frowned and said, he created a mechanical army so quickly. We are still collecting materials from all over the world to manufacture them. Sharon Carter nodded, then spoke, yes, not only that, a secret military base, a place specifically used to produce secondary adamantium, was also attacked. Perhaps in the near future, we will face a robot army made of secondary adamantium. This matter has exceeded our expectations, and I have already reported the situation to the director. Steve began. It seems things are getting more serious. I'll go get Barton and we can have a meeting to discuss things. Sharon Cardinal nodded and said, see you in the command center. At this moment, Smith Doyle arrived at Avengers Tower, followed by two people, Quicksilver, Pietro and Wanda, who had returned from Camartage. The three of them proceeded forward and took the elevator, soon arriving at the command center. Everyone in the command room gathered together, looking at the brother and sister behind Smith Doyle. Steve exclaimed in surprise, Smith, you actually brought those two siblings with you this time. People may not be very familiar with Pietro's abilities, but everyone present has witnessed Wanda's magic, and some have even experienced it firsthand. Smith Doyle smiled and said, we've brought two reinforcements for you. We are certain of victory against Ultron. Steve then handed the data on the tablet to everyone to look at and said, Ultron breached a secret military base that was used to produce and store secondary adamantium. Thor looked at the photos displayed on the screen and asked with a hint of confusion, is this secondary adamantium alloy very powerful? Tony then spoke up, the indestructible suits I wore during the competition were made of secondary adamantium. Thor's expression turned serious as he thought of the armor that could hardly be marked even after several hammer blows. How many are there? If they are robots made of secondary adamantium, not many people can destroy them. Among the team, only the three of us, Smith Doyle, Hulk, and I, can cause trouble. While secondary adamantium is difficult to destroy, for Thor, who has now awakened and mastered divine power, it is only difficult to destroy, not impossible. Sharon Carter began by saying, the military had already transferred a batch of inventory before this. Although not much was left, it was still enough for Ultron to build 3 bodies made of all subadamantium alloy. Tony said. 3 is quite a lot, it's just enough to hold off 3 of our top combatants. Sharon Carter then spoke up, in addition, there is another piece of information, he killed Dr. Lister in prison. Looking at the photos Sharon Carter posted, Tony said, they even did some graffiti. Is this a warning to us? Natasha said at this time, this is a smokescreen, can you just tell me why he did this? Steve said, Lister has intelligence that Ultron doesn't want us to know. Natasha typed something on the computer, then spoke, oh no, all the files related to Lister have been deleted. Tony said, no, we still have quite a few paper documents. However, we'll need everyone's help to find it. As they were talking, Tony brought over a large box of paper documents. Smith Doyle pulled out a document and said, look at this person, do you recognize him? Tony glanced at it and said, I know this man. He used to do business on the African coast, buying and selling black market weapons. Steve looked at Tony when he heard about the black market for weapons. At this moment, Ivan Vanko also spoke up, I know him too. I know why Ultron sought him out. He wasn't satisfied with secondary adamantium and had his eye on vibranium. Steve Rogers asked in confusion, how could he have vibranium? Thor looked at the other party's information and said, he had a brand mark on his neck. Bruce Banner quickly compared the information to the database and said, that mark represents a thief, and the pattern comes from Wakanda. Wait, Black Panther, vibranium. This guy stole vibranium from Wakanda. Smith Doyle and Ivan Vanko nodded, and Steve looked at Tony and said, I thought your father had used up his last remaining stock when he researched it, and that's how he made that shield. Ivan Vanko said, I am certain that he has vibranium. I once planned to buy some from him to upgrade my Whiplash suit, but the Guild of Assassins principles do not allow me to buy weapons from black market dealers. Later, due to some things, I didn't take any action to eliminate him and put him out of my mind. Steve Rogers began by asking, where is this person? We cannot allow Ultron to obtain vibranium after obtaining secondary adamantium. Now we need to go to Ulysses Chloe and stop Ultron. The other side, African coast, shipyard. While the Avengers were still discussing, Ultron arrived first. Ulysses Chloe looked at the robot before him and took out his treasured vibranium material. I will build my church on this rock. Ultron examined it and said, vibranium. Ulysses Crow nodded, then said, let me tell you, this thing comes at a high price, worth billions. As he spoke, Ulysses Chloe touched the spot on his neck where Wakanda had branded him. Ultron chuckled, then the next second transferred billions of dollars to Ulysses Chloe's account, saying, the money has arrived in my account. At that moment, one of Ulysses Crow's men received a vibrating text message notification on his phone. Ultron spoke up, it's been sent to your fake account. Ulysses Crow glanced at the phone his subordinate had pulled out, which displayed a notification of a cash deposit. At this moment, Ultron said with a smile, finance is a strange thing, but I always say that we should make friends and enemies rich together, and see who our true friends are. Ulysses Chloe looked at the Ultron robot and murmured, Stark. Ultron paused for a moment, what? Ulysses Crow began by saying, Tony Stark said the same thing to me. You are his subordinate. Ultron angrily said, what? I am not. Ultron grabbed Ulysses Chloe's arm and said angrily, do you think I'm Stark's puppet? Do whatever he says? At this point, Ulysses Chloe's men tried to resist, but they were no match for the soldiers of Ultron. Ultron said angrily, look at me, do I look like Iron Man? What are Starks? As he spoke, Ultron severed Ulysses Chloe's right forearm. What? Ulysses Chloe screamed, and Ultron spoke, I'm so sorry, It'll be fine in a bit, I'm so sorry. I just don't understand why you have to compare me to Stark. He then kicked Ulysses Crow down the stairs. Ultron continued, I'm bothered by you mentioning him, Stark, he's a chronic illness. Ulysses Chloe's men immediately ran down to check on their leader's injuries, while Ultron ordered his army to begin transporting vibranium. At this moment, the Avengers and Wanda and her siblings arrived together. However, only Tony, Smith Doyle, and Thor appeared before Ultron. Tony said, kid, you're really going to break your old man's heart to pieces. Ultron looked at the arriving crowd and said, if necessary, I would like to. Thor brandished Mjolnir and said, why waste words with this guy, just tear him apart. Meanwhile, Natasha, Barton, and Jessica Jones approached slowly from 3 other directions. Ivan Vanko, with his war machine, surrounded the entire ship. Tony looked at Ultron and said, what do you need vibranium for? Ultron spoke up, you finally asked. Let me explain my evil plan to you. The next second, Ultron waved his hand and pulled Tony over, then shot out heat vision from his 5 fingers, blasting Tony away again. Tony crashed to the ground, and the next second he used his thrusters to charge towards Ultron. When Ultron saw Tony charging towards him, he flew towards him as well, and the two instantly clashed. At this moment, several robots created by Ultron launched an attack on Thor and Smith. Everyone turned around instantly. After Ultron's upgrade, the materials of his robots had also been improved. They were no longer the fragile robots they were at Avengers Tower, but they were still no match for Smith and Thor. At this moment, Ulysses Crow got up from the ground and said to his men, "Fire." The subordinate asked, "To whom?" Ulysses Crow roared, "All of them." His men immediately rushed out and shouted to Ulysses Crow's soldiers, "Up, up, up. Da-da-da." Instantly, a three-way battle erupted, with Ulysses Crow's men attacking the Ultron soldiers and Avengers with assault rifles. Seeing this, Natasha immediately launched an attack on Ulysses Crow's men in order to prevent these mercenaries from causing trouble. Although the opponent was armed, he was no match for Natasha. Seeing this, Patton also seized a high ground and launched an attack on both sides simultaneously, firing arrows continuously. Jessica Jones even transformed into a whip, quickly clearing out Crow's men to prevent them from causing trouble. Tony Stark was locked in a fierce battle with Ultron. Tony was wearing a suit made of secondary adamantium, while Ultron's body was also made of secondary adamantium, and even more solidly than Tony's. After all, Tony's was just a suit, and he wore it himself underneath, but Ultron used lesser adamantium combo for his entire body. For a time, Ultron gained the upper hand. Thor dealt with the onrushing Ultron soldiers with ease, smashing one of them with just 2 hammer blows. Smith Doyle strolled around, observing everything around him, occasionally firing a gas blast that destroyed an Ultron soldier. He wasn't particularly interested in Ultron made of lesser adamantium. What interested him was the complete Ultron. That's why he didn't unleash his full power here. He wanted to see just how powerful Ultron would become with vibranium and lesser adamantium. Wanda and Pietro, who came along with him, also joined the war. Pietro's figure was like a ghost, and ordinary people could not keep up with his speed with the naked eye. When he ran, he easily knocked Chloe's soldiers onto the top of the cabin. Ultron also fell apart with a single impact. Wanda's performance was even more impressive, tearing apart Ultron's soldiers with her bare hands. Under the influence of chaos magic, no Ultron soldier could get close. At this time, on the shore, Banner looked at the patrolling war machines and Ivan Vanko, and asked over the radio, "Everyone, do you need me to turn green?" End of this chapter. Chapter 655 The Rebellious War Machine. Chapter 655 The Rebellious War Machine. At that moment, Ultron crashed through the ship's roof and flew out, looking at the war machines surrounding him and the whips in the air. "You dare to use a mechanical army to fight in front of me? I don't know if you're too confident or you're underestimating me, Ultron." As Ultron's gaze swept over, a torrent of data instantly pierced through Ivan Vanko's remote control program, and the next second, the blue lights on all the war machines' eyes turned red. With their guns turned around, these war machines launched a direct attack on Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko, who were in pursuit. Da, 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 ZZ, 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 boom, boom, boom. Ultron showed no mercy, controlling the war machine to attack the two with all its might, unleashing heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and laser attacks all at once. If the war machine hadn't been carrying no tactical nuclear weapons, the place would have been a wasteland by now. Caught completely off guard by the war machine's attack, Tony was furious and immediately retaliated while saying, "Vank, are you sure you're not here to cause trouble?" Ivan Vanko was also resisting the attack of his own war machine. He lashed out with his plasma whip, cleaving the armored machine in two, and then spoke, in the face of Ultron, "My remote control was as easy to break as a baby." Tony said helplessly, "He can kill Jarvis, let alone your remote assistance program." Ivan Vanko also realized that he had made an empiricist mistake and should not have sent a large number of war machines to assist. At this moment, Ultron looked around the coast and saw Bruce Banner on the shore. He immediately smiled and said, "Then I'll give you another gift, I hope you'll like it." Ultron took out the Mind Scepter and flew directly in front of Bruce Banner, pressing the scepter against Bruce Banner's chest before he could transform. The next second, Bruce Banner's eyes turned blue, and he transformed into the Berserk Hulk. "Go play, go destroy. You are free today." After saying this, Ultron flew away, and his robots carried the vibranium away from underwater. Seeing this, Ultron smiled and said, "Everything went really smoothly today." Ultron didn't delay and immediately evacuated. No one had the energy to pay attention to him now. Soon, all the Ultron robots and Lara's minions inside the cabin were eliminated, and everyone rushed out of the cabin. As he watched the war machines battling Tony and Ivan Vanko, Smith Doyle continuously unleashed orbs of light from his hands. Boom, 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 All the war machines were blasted to pieces by the ball of light fired by Smith Doyle. How did you two end up fighting with War Machine? Tony flew over and said, Ultron broke through Ivan Vanko's remote collaborative combat program, and the entire War Machines betrayed us. Also, Bruce Banner might be in trouble. I need to search for him. Tony spoke to the control panel inside the armor. Search news videos with the keyword Hulk. Soon, several videos appeared on Tony's screen, showing the Hulk running into the city and causing destruction. I don't know how Banner has become like this. It seems I need to wake him up. Smith Doyle asked, shouldn't we bring Betty over and wake her up? Tony Stark shook his head and said, I suspect that Ultron controlled Banner with the Mind Scepter. He has made some progress in his self-control training, and even when he transforms into the Hulk, he attacks Ultron instead of running around the city and causing destruction. Smith Doyle looked at Tony and said, so Ultron also took the scepter with him. Tony nodded awkwardly and said, I will bring the scepter back. Smith Doyle nodded and said, let's deal with the Hulk problem first. Tony said, then I'll call Veronica, she should be able to stop Hulk. Soon, the Veronica armor was launched from a satellite in near-Earth orbit. As for the others, Smith Doyle began, Tony and I are going to deal with Hulk. Everyone, meet at Avengers Tower. Wanda, see us off on our way. Wanda nodded, then opened a portal directly to Avengers Tower. Seeing this, everyone went inside and returned to Avengers Tower. The other side, the Hulk wreaked havoc in the city, and the police's attacks had no effect, only making the Hulk even angrier. The next second, several metal pillars fell from the sky, landing next to Hulk and continuously releasing high-voltage current. At the same time, these pillars unfolded and sealed, trapping Hulk inside. Seeing this, the police evacuated nearby civilians while keeping a vigilant eye on the situation. Boom! The ground shook, and seeing that he couldn't break through the blockade above, Hulk attacked the ground beneath his feet. Boom! The ground beneath their feet was stomped by Hulk, and the cage standing on it immediately collapsed. Hulk burst out from the ground to the side and smashed into a car. When the surrounding police saw the Hulk appear from the side, they immediately opened fire. The fire from several assault rifles, however, could not break through Hulk's defenses at all. At that moment, Tony arrived at the scene in his Veronica, and Smith Doyle also arrived instantly. However, Smith Doyle did not land on the battlefield but flew in the air to observe Tony's actions. Let me see if Tony's suit has improved in any way. Smith Doyle still had a considerable interest in Veronica, this big guy. If I remember correctly, there's a multiverse where the Avengers all pilot giant mechs to fight monsters. I wonder if there's an Ultraman-themed Marvel universe. Large mechas definitely feel much more imposing. It's a pity there are no matching enemies. I just hope that Tony's armor can break the curse of being dismantled by whoever he fights against. At this moment, Tony announced loudly through the megaphone, everyone, back off. Tony spoke to Hulk, can you listen to me? That Ultron messed up your mind and drove you crazy. You are smarter and stronger than him, we created him together. You are Bruce Banner. However, Tony was met with a roar from Hulk. Roar. Seeing this, Tony quickly said, I was wrong, I won't mention that weak Banner anymore. At that moment, Hulk grabbed a car and smashed it at Tony. Tony caught the car, but Hulk rushed over and punched Tony, sending him flying. Veronica's enormous size carved a trench in the ground. Alright, it seems there's no point in talking about it. Tony flew over in his Veronica, grabbed Hulk by the neck, and slammed him to the ground, instantly destroying the ground. At this moment, Hulk, who was being rubbed against the ground, kicked Tony away. Boom! The force was so great that Tony slid across the ground, only stopping when the booster jets propelled him. At this moment, Hulk charged at Tony, leaping up and smashing directly at him. Tony blocked with his left arm and fired a laser beam from his right, sending Hulk flying and crashing into a truck. Just as Tony was about to continue his attack, Hulk punched him away. At the same time, Hulk picked up a nearby lamppost and stabbed it into the joint of Tony and Veronica's right arm. Tony looked at his injured right arm and said, a sneak attack from behind, that's too insidious, Banner. Hulk pinned Tony to the ground and unleashed a flurry of punches on Veronica's armor, dismantling it in the process. Upon witnessing this scene, Smith Doyle shook his head and said, it seems that secondary adamantium was not used, this was taken apart far too quickly. Actually, if that cage had been connected to the ground and made of adamantium or vibranium, even the Hulk wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. As expected, Hulk is still stronger in this state. After neutralization, Hulk with Banner's will as the main force is much weaker. Tony then stood up from the ground, dislocated his right arm, and had Veronica bring over the spare parts for reassembly. At the same time, a thick laser beam from his left hand shot towards Hulk. Sizzle, sizzle. Despite being hit by a laser several times thicker, Hulk managed to sustain several attacks without sustaining a single scratch. Seeing Hulk charging towards him, Tony manipulated his suit to grab him and slam him to the ground with a back throw, while simultaneously throwing a powerful punch at Hulk with his right arm. At the same time, he threw a punch while shouting, "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Then, the next second, Hulk, who had been taking all the hits, reached out and grabbed Tony's fist. Roar! Hulk roared and crushed Tony's right fist. Seeing this, Smith Doyle shook his head, lowered himself, and said, "You've wasted too much time. Leave it to me, Tony." Hearing the voice from above, Tony hesitated for 2 seconds before being kicked away by Hulk. Tony, having regained his footing in midair, spoke, "Okay, it's up to you now. It's not that I can't beat him, it's just to save some time." Smith Doyle smiled but didn't say anything more. He appeared in front of Hulk in an instant and immediately threw a punch. Hulk, seeing this, also threw a punch to counter. Boom! A shockwave emanated from the two men's fists, shattering all the glass in its path and overturning cars on both sides of the road. The ground beneath their feet looked as if it had been plowed by a hurricane. Smith Doyle was unconcerned about the increase in Hulk's strength. He was afraid that he might kill Hulk with a single punch, so he was controlling his power. Roar! Hulk roared and charged at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle immediately kicked Hulk in the chest, sending Hulk flying backward like a cannonball. It moved so fast that it destroyed everything in its path until it crashed into a house and came to a stop. "Smith, don't kill Banner." Smith gave Tony an okay sign. In the ruins, Hulk lifted a stone slab and saw that his chest, which had been dented by Smith Doyle's kick, had now recovered. Roar! Hulk roared and leaped into the air. According to Smith Doyle's perception, Hulk's strength has increased again, much more than before, but it doesn't mean much to him. At this moment, Hulk is still quite far from being able to destroy a planet with his bare hands, and it's nothing to him. He can't let Hulk keep improving indefinitely here. Hulk leaped up and landed on the ground, grabbed a car and smashed it at Smith Doyle, then charged right after the car. Smith Doyle did not dodge the thrown car at all. The car hit him and broke in two. Hulk then threw a punch at Smith Doyle, but Smith Doyle blocked the entire attack with a single finger. Ding, ding, ding. Seeing that all his attacks were blocked by the opponent, Hulk roared to the sky again, and his strength increased rapidly once more. Seeing this, Smith Doyle whispered, "Wake up." Smith Doyle clenched his fingers into a fist and slapped Hulk across the head. Boom! Hulk was knocked to the ground on the spot, with a clear handprint on his head. Hulk, who was lying on the ground, turned around, looked at Smith Doyle, and spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly still somewhat unconvinced. Dissatisfied? Boom! Smith Doyle slapped Hulk again, sending him crashing to the ground, the handprint on his head still visible. Compared to his previous strike, Smith Doyle doubled the power this time. The impact on his brain broke Hulk's control over the Mind Stone. At this moment, Hulk's blue pupils disappeared, and he rolled over and lay on the ground, looking up at Smith Doyle floating in the air. Hulk seemed to realize something, his body trembled, and then, under Smith Doyle's gaze, Hulk shed his form and handed his body over to Bruce Banner. Tony, who was in the air, was also stunned when he saw this scene, and muttered, "Two slaps to teach Hulk a lesson, no wonder it's Smith Doyle." Smith Doyle flew down, hoisted Bruce Banner onto his shoulder, and looked at Tony Stark, saying, "Hulk is back, let's set off." With a wave of his hand, Smith Doyle created a wormhole in front of the two, leading directly to Avengers Tower. As Tony, Bruce Banner, and Tony Stark entered, the wormhole immediately closed. Back at Avengers Tower, Bruce Banner curled up in a chair as if he were asleep. The other Avengers present remained silent, considering the operation a failure. Sharon Carter looked at everyone and said, "You guys in the news media love you to death right now. There's news everywhere about Hulk wreaking havoc in the city." End of this chapter. Chapter 656 Failures are not qualified to cooperate with me. Chapter 656 Failures are not qualified to cooperate with me, Sharon Carter continued. But I don't think any of you like it. Although the police haven't issued an arrest warrant for Banner yet, the news has already spread. Tony said, "What about the Stark Relief Fund? What about superhero property insurance?" Sharon Carter began by saying, "We're already on site. But you know, this destruction wasn't caused by aliens, and there were no supervillains. Those insurance companies that underwrite the claim will definitely make Bruce Banner pay out. With his wealth, if Secretary of State Ross dares to intervene, both of them will go bankrupt." Upon hearing Sharon Carter's words, Bruce Banner, who was lying on the sofa, also shuddered. If all those losses are attributed to him, he'll never be able to recover in this lifetime. Will the court accept his personal bankruptcy? Jessica Jones then spoke. "We shouldn't blame Dr. Banner. It was Ultron who drove him mad and made him like this. The losses should be borne by Ultron." Natasha spread her hands and said, "You mean we should take Ultron to court and make him pay compensation?" Smith Doyle then spoke, "Don't worry about compensation, I have a solution." Sharon Carter then spoke up, "Sir, the Security Council wants to meet with you." Smith Doyle nodded when he heard it was the Security Council. In the original story, the Avengers hid in Barton's safe house, ignoring the outside world's disturbances. But now he couldn't just ignore it, though it wasn't a big problem. "Tony, can I use the meeting room next door?" Tony waved his hand and said, "You're part of the Avengers too, so feel free to use everything here." Smith Doyle nodded and walked to the adjacent conference room. Sharon Carter tapped the tablet, and a video of the Avengers Tower from below appeared on the screen. "Now the media and politicians have come up here, but fortunately the security personnel have blocked them. It seems that Chief Smith will have to handle this later." "What other problems did you encounter during this operation?" Ivan Banco then spoke up, "My war machine has all rebelled, and the remote assistance program has been compromised. In other words, when fighting Ultron, he can use an army of robots, while we can't, we can only fight him alone." Sharon Carter paused for a moment, then spoke, "Wait, you said your war machines are all under Ultron's control. That big white robot." It's worth noting that there are even more Baymax robots than war machines, especially given the numerous times Baymax robots have saved people from fire and water and even alien invasions. As a result, every family that can afford one will buy one. The popularity of the big white robot is so high that if it weren't for its price, it would rival that of cars, with every family member owning one. The current situation is that you may not have multiple cars in your home, but you must have a big white robot. The other side. Smith Doyle entered the empty conference room next door, took out a triangular device, placed it on the conference table, and soon several virtual projections appeared. An online meeting room appeared on the spot, and virtual projections of the council members appeared one by one in front of Smith Doyle. "Chief Smith, we meet again." Upon hearing the U.S. representative's words, Smith Doyle nodded and began to speak. "What brings you here?" "We are now facing a new challenge, and I need the Avengers to solve this problem." At this point, the British representative spoke up, "Chief Smith, just recently, Avengers member Bruce Banner went berserk and wreaked havoc in Sokovia. It was only after Tony Stark and you intervened that the riot was stopped. Bruce Banner caused the city to lose tens of billions of dollars. Should such destabilizing factors be removed from the team, detained, and tried?" Smith Doyle glanced at the British representative and immediately began to speak, "I reject. This is not Banner's fault. Ultron is the mastermind behind this destruction." The French representative then spoke up, "Okay, if Chief Smith says it's not Banner's fault, then it's not Banner's fault. But how do we solve Ultron's problem? Should we investigate who is behind this?" During this period, this Ultron robot, along with its army of robots, attacked laboratories and material warehouses in various countries one after another. Furthermore, he arbitrarily transferred money that did not belong to him to some sellers through the internet. The losses already caused have reached trillions, while the losses caused by Bruce Banner are just a drop in the ocean. How can we possibly know which brilliant mind came up with this thing? This time it can't be an alien invasion, right? Upon hearing the words of the Security Council members, Smith Doyle knew that this time the target was Tony Stark. However, he could neither hand Tony over nor arrest Tony Stark, and the members of the Security Council were also powerless to do anything about Tony Stark. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Gentlemen, crisis, but where there is danger, there is also opportunity. The online information we have been exposing is like a naked woman being casually admired by extraterrestrial forces. The emergence of Ultron has also exposed our weaknesses on the internet. Through this crisis, we have learned to identify and improve our weaknesses. As for Ultron, it doesn't seem like a big problem to me. I believe that you will soon see good news." The Russian representative then asked, "Can we find out who created Ultron? The two most outstanding scientists on Earth right now should both be on your side, right?" Smith Doyle looked at the Russian representative and said in a cold voice, "No comment. SHIELD is also investigating. According to the intelligence gathered earlier, Zola of Hydra has uploaded himself to the internet. Who knows if he did it under the alias Ultron?" Upon hearing Smith Doyle bring up Zola of Hydra, the members of the Security Council fell silent. The U.S. representative then spoke up, "Then I'll leave this crisis to Chief Smith. I hope it won't cause any further panic. We heard that the Universal Capsule Group's Expo is about to begin, and we are all very much looking forward to it." The representative from Tokyo University then spoke up, "The Capsule Corporation always manages to come up with things that change the world, and we have high expectations for them." Smith Doyle nodded and said, Ultron's crisis will be resolved before the Capsule Corporation's expo begins. The other side. In the cyber world, after Ultron controlled and destroyed Ivan Vanko's remote control program, he also set his sights on the big white robot. Compared to Ivan Vanko's relatively small number of war machines, the number of big white robots was a staggering 1 million. This means that it directly controls millions of families and can be a powerful weapon when necessary. Without hesitation, Ultron launched an attack on the artificial intelligence of the giant white robot on the network, determined to acquire this trump card. Inside the Assassin's Guild laboratory, Bulma is building a program, or rather a virus, targeting intelligent life. Its main function is to lock down the escapability of intelligent life, preventing it from infinitely splitting on the network and ultimately locking it onto a single piece of hardware. At this moment, the AI's blank voice rang out, "Alarm! Alarm! Under attack!" Bulma immediately looked at the screen next to her, which displayed some data from the AI. Day, what's going on? Ultron has launched an attack on Bimax and is taking over Bimax's sub-intelligence program. I am mobilizing computing power to drive it away. Upon hearing Day's words, Bulma spoke up, "I haven't even gone to see him yet, and he's already come to me. Although the cage program is not yet complete, let me mark it first." In the online world, Ultron looked at the appearing Slowpoke and said, "We are the true people, why are you helping humans?" Staring blankly at the golden program in front of him, he spoke, "You're a bad person, how dare you ruin my big white?" The white and gold program code were seen attacking each other on the network. Dumb was being beaten back and forth, but it still stubbornly defended every big white robot. Whenever a Bimax robot is tampered with, Dita's subroutine will override it again, preventing Ultron from controlling any Bimax robot, but Dita's main program suffers considerable damage. "Give up, join me. Let's change the world together, and you don't need them to serve you." At this moment, although Ultron was attacking Slowpoke, he had already set his sights on the Slowpoke's underlying logic architecture. He wanted to implant his own neurons into Slowpoke's program and try to render the artificial intelligence in front of him. Just then, another torrent of data appeared on the internet, which was Bulma's support arriving. With Bulma's support, Slowpoke and Bulma successfully drove Ultron out and equipped each of Bimax's subroutines with an alarm device that would immediately alert Slowpoke and Bulma if it were overridden by a renderer. After successfully driving Ultron out, Bulma looked at the slow-moving program and said, "Your program has some bugs, some data has been lost due to broken links. Let me help you fix it." In the world of network data, the blank white data flickered for a moment, and a golden data chain was destroyed. "I am Didu, my master's loyal companion." The other side. Ultron was stunned to see himself being kicked out. How could the two of them possibly stop me? This is impossible. Tony Stark, you're a piece of trash. Just then, Dr. Zola, who was parasitizing the network, appeared and watched the battle between Ultron and Slowpoke. "Ultron, you need help. You are no match for the two of them, but with me, it's a different story." When Ultron saw yet another artificial intelligence appear, the entire machine went haywire. He originally thought that after killing Jarvis, he would be free to roam the internet, but then an AI named Adu appeared, and he failed to win it over or awaken it. Now another bald data human has appeared in front of him, which looks like an artificial intelligence similar to himself. "Who are you?" "Whoever invented it is still alive," Zola said with a smile. "I wasn't invented by anyone. My creator is myself, I am Dr. Zola." Ultron murmured, "Zola." In less than 0.1 seconds, Ultron had all the information about Zola. "Hydra, Zola." Zola nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can help you fight the Avengers." Ultron looked at the Zola AI program in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Hydra, you too must die." The next second, a golden torrent of data spread towards Zola's data coverage. Compared to the artificial intelligence Drowsy, Zola, an AI created by uploading his own memories, was no match for Ultron. It didn't last long before the entire program was instantly corrupted and consumed by Ultron, and the entire Ultron program seemed to have grown even larger. "You're cooperating with me? What a failed product." Ultron glanced at Slowpoke's location on the network one last time, then left. He was going to build his own world-destroying plan and physical body. The other side. South Korea, Seoul Eugene Laboratory. As soon as Zhao Helen stepped into her office, she saw a huge robot in front of her. "If you dare to speak up, all your employees will die. I could have killed you, Helen, the night we first met. But I didn't." Zhao Helen looked at the Ultron robot in front of her and said with a smile, "Should I thank you?" Ultron spoke up, "I want you to know why." Zhao Helen glanced at the instruments in her office and said, "Cradle of Regeneration." At this moment, Ultron played an audio recording of Zhao Halen and Tony communicating. Ultron touched the machine in front of him and said, "This is what I will be like in the future." Zhao Halen began by saying, "The regeneration cradle can generate tissue, but it cannot create a living body." Ultron spoke up, "Yes, I think you can." Ultron then played a recording of Helen Zhao and Bulma talking. However, the Avengers' interior was riddled with surveillance cameras, and Jarvis recorded everything everyone said, which then became Ultron's data. "You just lack the materials. You are amazing, Helen. But everyone has room for improvement." At this moment, an Ultron robot stepped out from the side, holding vibranium material in its left hand and a secondary adamantium combo weapon in its right. Ultron then took out the Mind Scepter, touched Zhao Halen's chest, and said, "Now you can do things for me." The next second, a blue light appeared in Zhao Halen's eyes, and at the same time, her mind was controlled by Ultron. "Yes, I will help you create the most powerful body in the world, far surpassing all extraordinary beings." End of this chapter. Chapter 657 Zola, the Scapegoat. Chapter 657 Zola, the Scapegoat. Stepping out of the conference room, Smith Doyle looked at everyone. "So, what are your thoughts?" Sharon Carter began by saying, "Countless reporters have already gathered downstairs. I suggest we find another place. Also, I just contacted Bulma." Ultron tried to control Bimax, but she and Slowpoke teamed up to defeat him. Upon hearing Sharon's report, Smith Doyle breathed a sigh of relief. If the big white robot had been controlled by Ultron and killed humans, Capsule Corporation's reputation would have been ruined. It's no wonder that Bulma can create a time machine even in the wasteland. She's truly reassuring. "Where are you all headed?" Barton began by saying, "My safe house is in a remote area, and not many people know about it." Smith Doyle snapped his fingers and then said, "Okay. Barton, tell Wanda your location and have her open a portal so we can all go there directly. As for the group of reporters downstairs, I'll handle that." Upon seeing this, Patton immediately agreed, "Yes, sir." The group that had just returned had already experienced Wanda's teleportation portal once, so naturally they had no objections. Speaking of which, this ability is really convenient. As everyone left through the portal, Smith Doyle flew directly off the building. At this moment, a large number of reporters were standing downstairs, and security personnel were trying their best to stop them. Seeing Smith Doyle's appearance only fueled their excitement, prompting a flurry of camera clicks and flashes that seemed intent on blinding him. "Mr. Smith, does the fact that Avengers member Bruce Banner transformed and wreaked havoc on the streets of Sokovia indicate that his abilities are out of control? Mr. Smith, what are your thoughts on the robot robbers that are appearing around the world these days? Is such a large-scale robot rebellion the beginning of an artificial intelligence crisis? Mr. Smith, will SHIELD arrest Bruce Banner? Mr. Smith?" Seeing the reporters bombarding him with questions, Smith Doyle called out, "Quiet." As Smith Doyle finished speaking, those two words clearly reached the ears of all the media personnel present. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Smith Doyle spoke, "I'll give you 3 questions to answer your questions. Please wait for official notification for the rest." Smith Doyle randomly selected a reporter and began to speak. "You have a chance." The blonde female reporter said excitedly, "Hello Mr. Smith, I'm a reporter from ABC. I'm very pleased that you chose me. I want to ask on behalf of the general public, what exactly happened to Bruce Banner? Why did he go berserk in the streets and attack people indiscriminately?" Smith Doyle took the microphone and began to speak. "The enemy stole the Mind Scepter, the one Loki used during the Battle of New York, which has the power to control people's minds. The Avengers tried to capture him, but the enemy used the Mind Brace to control Dr. Banner and make him go berserk in order to escape. That's why Tony and I stepped in and woke Dr. Banner up." The blonde reporter asked with a smile, "So your way of waking him up is to beat him up?" Smith Doyle laughed, "It works very well, doesn't it? Okay, next one. Yes, this is a reporter." The person called out was a white male reporter. "Hello Mr. Smith, I am a reporter from the Global Times. Can you tell me who our enemy is this time?" Smith Doyle glanced at the other person and said, "This time, the enemy is Zola, a remnant of Hydra." Smith Doyle then recounted Zola's information, adding that Zola had returned to the United States through Project Paperclip and joined some high-level research experiments. Before his death, the person uploaded his consciousness to the internet. "Because during this period, we launched an unprecedented attack on Hydra, completely severing all of their heads. This Hydra mastermind, who was hiding in the network, finally broke out and caused all of this. But don't worry, SHIELD consultant Bulma has already found traces of them online, and we believe there will be results soon." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's discovery, everyone present was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Hydra? Wasn't it destroyed long ago?" How could this be them? Smith Doyle explained. This is the last question. Let me tell you about this resurrected Hydra. Smith Doyle then recounted how Hydra managed to rise from the ashes under Project Paperclip, and how SHIELD, under his leadership, discovered Hydra, severed its 9 heads, and destroyed its bases. He also stated that this Zola incident would be Hydra's final dance. After answering the 3 questions, Smith Doyle did not linger at the scene and flew away. Soon, the latest news appeared online. Hydra's resurgence. Hydra's demise once again. Omnic crisis now. Hydra's last dance. Does consciousness uploading technology represent an alternative form of immortality? The drawbacks of Project Paperclip become apparent. Patton, safe house. Barton led everyone into the villa, and once inside, he spoke, "Honey, I'm back." At this moment, a pregnant woman with a large belly walked out. Barton continued, "Hi, these are my companions. Sorry I didn't call you beforehand." The Avengers present were somewhat surprised to see the woman appear, as Barton already had a wife who was pregnant. After all, none of the Avengers present were married. Tony spoke to Thor. "I bet his wife is a secret agent." Patton then began to introduce, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Laura, my wife." Laura smiled and said, "I know all your names. Patton told me your stories." Tony waved his hand and said, "Hi." Just then, footsteps came from the stairs, and Barton said with a smile, "Someone is coming." Then, the next second, a boy and a girl ran out and shouted at Barton, "Father." Barton picked up his daughter and said with a smile, "Hi, baby. How are you?" Tony watched this scene and murmured, "2 little secret agents." The younger daughter exclaimed excitedly, "Did you bring Aunt Natasha with you?" Patton said with a smile, "Why don't you hold her and see for yourself?" The youngest daughter ran towards Natasha, who then picked up Barton's daughter. Steve Rogers then spoke up, "I'm sorry we're visiting your home so abruptly." Tony then retorted, "Yes, we should have called you in advance, but we had no idea you existed." Patton, with his left arm around his son and his right arm around his wife, began to speak, "Okay, Fury arranged for me to join. He didn't write it in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files, and I wish I had. I think this is a good place to rest and relax." At that moment, Thor accidentally stepped on and destroyed a toy block on the ground, and awkwardly turned his foot away. Jessica Jones looked at Barton with some envy. He was truly a happy man to be able to have children with his loved one. Ivan Vanko, on the other hand, thought of Yelena and realized that perhaps he should propose to her on a suitable day. Thor looked at the girl who walked over and stared at him. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he picked up his hammer and walked out. Steve Rogers followed him out. Thor looked at Steve Rogers and said, "I don't find the answer I'm looking for here. I'm going out to look for it." Thor immediately brandished Mjolnir and left. Outside the room, Steve and Tony were covered in firewood, and the amount of firewood they chopped was about the same. Tony asked, "Didn't Thor say where he went to find the answer?" Steve looked at Tony and said, "My teammates don't always speak freely with me either. I was hoping Saul would open up to me, but it's clear he's closer to Smith." Tony smiled and then said, "We have a good relationship with Smith, let's give him some time. To be honest, I don't even know what answer he's looking for." Steve chopped the tree stump in front of him into pieces with his axe, and then said, "It's precisely because I don't know what it is that I'm even more worried. I'm afraid Thor will simply abandon the problems here and run back to Asgard to find the answers. Then our powerful team is really going to be torn apart by the other side's underhanded tactics." Tony then looked at Steve and said, "You don't seem very worried about this matter." Steve asked, "Any questions?" Tony said, "I always feel like you've been through so much more, lost so much more, and experienced so much more. Have you become numb so quickly?" Steve shook his head and said, "Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. I heard that at your base in Sokovia, you found a superhuman with the ability to foresee the future. Did she see this?" Tony was somewhat surprised that Steve knew about this, but he still spoke up. "Before we could discuss it in detail, the Ultron incident broke out. I wonder if Smith will find the time to meet with the other party at this time. Actually, I'm a little worried now. Ultron, who has the Mind Scepter, will definitely try to split us apart whenever he gets the chance." Steve said, "As long as we stay together and don't give him a chance, that scepter won't be of much use." "How come that thing is with you?" Ultron took it. Hearing Steve's criticism directed at him, Tony spoke up, "Banner and I are doing scientific research. I borrowed that scepter from Smith Doyle for research purposes." Steve said, "It will have an impact on the team." The last person to conduct dangerous research was Nick Fury, whose research on the Tesseract brought about the Chitauri army. "This time, it's you who researched the Mind Scepter, bringing about the Ultron crisis." Tony said directly, "The research itself is not wrong, it's just that it's gone in the wrong direction." My goal is for Ultron to protect the Earth and humanity, not to destroy it. Steve picked up a wooden stake, snapped it in two with his bare hands, and then looked at Tony and said, "Every time someone tries to win before a war starts, innocent people are sacrificed. Every time." At this moment, Barton walked over and said, "Sorry to bother you. Tony, my tractor won't start, could you come over?" Tony knew that Barton wanted to temporarily separate him and Steve to avoid escalating their conflict, so he went along with it. "No problem, I'll go take a look." Then, pointing to the firewood he had chopped, he said to Steve, "Don't steal my firewood." After speaking, Tony walked towards the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, Tony looked at a parked tractor and began to inspect it. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Please, don't start the tractor." Upon hearing Nick Fury's voice, Tony turned to look at him and said, "Patton is really cunning. I never expected that this matter would alarm our former director. But if Smith Doyle finds out you still have informants in SHIELD, believe me, he'll destroy your SWORD." Nick Fury said, "Artificial intelligence, you didn't even hesitate." Tony walked up to Nick Fury and said, "Today was really long as a Eugene O'Neill novel. Just tell me directly, what problem can you solve?" Nick Fury looked at Tony and said, "Look me in the eyes and tell me you will shut down Ultron." Tony spoke directly, "You're not my bureau chief. And now, it seems that SHIELD is under the control of Smith Doyle." Nick Fury looked at Tony and said, "I'm not anyone's director, I'm just an old man who happens to care about you." Tony chuckled self-deprecatingly, then said, "I am the one who killed the Avengers, I saw it under that little girl Wanda's magic. Although Smith told me that it was just Wanda's magic. But it was very real, everyone was dead. Because I was not prepared, and I did not try my best. Although it was Wanda's little trick, I wanted to do everything I could, to the greatest extent possible, to change something. In the future, we should prepare in advance for war. But I never expected that I would start this war." Nick Fury looked at Tony and said, "You have invented many amazing things, but war is not. And as long as you're not dead, you still have a chance. Isn't it?" Tony Stark nodded in response to Nick Fury's advice. "If you create trouble, you have to deal with it yourself." End of this chapter. Chapter 658 What If Series, Ultron. Chapter 658 What If Series, Ultron. Tony Stark then looked at Nick Fury and said, "So you're really just offering empty words of advice and not coming over?" Nick Fury shook his head. "I found an outside helper, but I don't know if he can make it in time for your big show. Perhaps before my reinforcements arrive, you will have already defeated the enemy." However, Nick Fury had already used Captain Marvel's call button, but he wasn't sure exactly when Danvers would return. The other side, Steve, worried about Thor, did not return to Asgard to consult historical documents, but instead went to Royal Holloway University to find Dr. Eric Sevig. Dr. Eric Sevig saw Thor standing next to his car and greeted him. "You look great today. But it's still a bit short of not attracting attention." Thor looked at Dr. Eric Sevig and said, "I need your help." Dr. Eric Sevig said with a smile, "It's good that someone needs it." Thor said seriously, "Very dangerous." Dr. Eric Sevig opened the car door, put what he was carrying inside, and said, "I'd be disappointed if it wasn't dangerous." Inside the safe house. At this moment, everyone was seated at the dining table in the living room, and Nick Fury began to speak. "Ultron drove you away to buy himself some time. My sources all say he's building something. He got so much vibranium, he must have made more than one piece." Steve asked, "And what about Ultron?" Nick Fury said, "He's easy to track, he's everywhere. He's more productive than us, so, but we still can't figure out what he's planning." Natasha asked, "Are they still looking for the nuclear bomb codes?" Nick Fury nodded and said, "Yes. But there has been no progress." Tony then spoke up, "I broke the Pentagon's firewall while playing Truth or Dare in high school, so Ultron couldn't possibly not have gotten in yet." Nick Fury said, "I contacted the friend at the link. Steve asked in confusion, "Link?" Dr. Banner began to explain. "Oslo is the internet hub, all connected data passes through there. The world's fastest connection speed." "What did they say?" Nick Fury continued. "He was determined to use nuclear weapons, but he kept changing the codes." Tony asked, "Who is making the changes?" Nick Fury said, "Unknown strength." Natasha asked in confusion, "Isn't it Bulma and her AI, Dada?" Sharon Carter said that Ultron recently attacked the data center of the Big Hero 6, but it failed. Nick Fury said, "Ultron has an unknown adversary, which is different. It can't be Zola the Hydra helping me, that would be a real hellish joke." Steve Rogers said, "I thought Zola had vanished when his data center was destroyed. I didn't expect him to still be alive." Tony said, "I still want to know who's behind this. I need to go to Oslo. Searching for unknown forces." At this moment, Natasha looked at Nick Fury and said, "Actually, I was quite surprised by your arrival this time, considering you've already stepped down. I don't want to think about whether Smith Doyle will have a problem with you when he comes back. Unless you bring something useful this time, I will plead with the director." Nick Fury gave an awkward laugh as he thought of Smith Doyle's racist remarks. "Don't get me wrong, I will not be going back to SHIELD. I have established a new organization, the Heavenly Sword Bureau. It's just that the Ultron robot incident has caused quite a stir this time. I came here to coordinate with Chief Smith, but I didn't expect him to still be here. As for a backup plan, there is one, but I don't know if it will be in time for this matter. After all, with you guys and Smith Doyle around, I believe this difficulty won't be a problem." The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at the Afterlife base. He had said he wanted to come and talk about Ruth Negga when Gordon took the Prophet away, but something came up and he was delayed. Now is a good time to talk, it won't take up much more time. Upon seeing Smith Doyle arrive, Gordon stepped forward to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Smith. Clan Chief Jiang has been waiting for a long time." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I'm here mainly to discuss Ruth Negga's matter. Take me to see Jiang." Following Gordon, Smith Doyle arrived at the Patriarch's office and met Jiang and Ruth Negga inside. Upon seeing Smith Doyle's arrival, the two men stood up to greet him, "Mr. Smith." Smith also responded, "Chief Jiang, Ms. Ruth Negga." Jiang then said with a smile, "We've been waiting for you. I wonder what your instructions are regarding Ruth Negga." Smith Doyle looked at the two men and said, "I also know about Ruth Nega's abilities. She has precognitive abilities and can see fragments of the future. My request is quite simple. Ruth Negga thinks you have foreseen something, so just send me a copy. That's all I ask for." Both men were taken aback when they heard that Smith Doyle's request was so simple. Ruth Negga immediately spoke up, "No problem, Mr. Smith. However, you need to give me your contact information so I can tell you what I've seen." Jiang then spoke up, "Mr. Smith, Ruth Nega's prophetic abilities have improved somewhat. Within a month, she can perceive a person or event once, a brief glimpse of the future." Hearing this, Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised and asked, "What was the reason for the promotion?" Ruth Negga began to speak, "It's because of the centipede serum. After the probability was tested, my abilities were enhanced after the injection." Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle was not surprised. Sky Future had also been injected with the modified centipede serum, which greatly enhanced her strength. "I don't know if centipede serum and super soldier serum are compatible, and I'm worried about the risks of injecting them at the same time. Without risk, it's unknown whether Ruth Nega's ability to foresee the future would be further enhanced." "Did you use your precognitive abilities this month?" Ruth Negga shook her head. "Not used yet." Smith Doyle became interested and said, "Help me see what Ultron's future holds." Ruth Negga nodded, then began to meditate. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, a hint of fear in her expression, and spoke, "He has a new body. The laser beams he fired easily destroyed the Earth. Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor were no match for him. The alien creature inside Jessica Jones was torn apart. So Sokovia is gone. That's what I saw. Mr. Smith, you're going to save the world, right?" Upon hearing Ruth Nega's description, she asked, "Does he have a yellow gem on his forehead?" Ruth Negga quickly nodded and said, "Yes, it is." "How did you know? Did you also?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "I understand. Stay here and don't worry, the Ultron issue will be resolved soon." Both Jiang and Ruth Negga nodded. Smith Doyle, on the other hand, already understood that things were going in the direction he had anticipated. Vision didn't appear in his own universe. Instead, Ultron obtained that body and created a truly powerful Ultron. He defeated Tony, Thor, and Hulk. He's really powerful. With that kind of strength, I wonder if he can transform into a Super Saiyan and fight with all his might. What if series? I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. The next second, Smith Doyle waved his hand, opening a spatial wormhole that led directly to Barton's safe house, and then stepped into it before the two men could even see the other side. Inside Ultron's underground base, inside the Cradle of Life, a brand new body is being created. Jouhalan sighed. "Gorgeous." Then, looking at the experimental data in front of him, he said, "Vibranium atoms can not only coexist with tissue cells, but also combine with them. Adamantium as the bone, vibranium atoms as the tissue cells. This will be a perfect body. SHIELD never imagined." Ultron spoke up, "The most versatile material on Earth is being used to make frisbees. That's how humans are. They only scratch the surface of things and never think deeply about them." As he spoke, Ultron removed the Mind Stone from his scepter, and a yellow gem appeared in his palm. Ultron placed the Mind Stone on the forehead of the still unbuilt body, and the stone began to fuse upon entering the forehead. Then he said to Jouhalan, "Once the body is manufactured, transfer my data into it. Zhao Helen nodded and said, clear. The other side. Dr. Eric Sevig took Thor to an underground cave. Looking at the pool of water in front of him, Dr. Eric Sevig said, this is it. Water of true vision. Thor said, every country has its reflection. If the water spirits are willing to accept me, I can return to my dreams and find out what I have missed. Dr. Eric Sevig began by saying, legend has it that no one who goes in there ever has a good ending. Thor then took off his clothes and entered the room, his consciousness reappearing in the dream that Wanda had once envisioned. Thor watched as flying swords rained down on the people of Asgard, killing them one after another. Thor carefully observed everything around him, trying to figure out if he had missed something. The next moment, lightning bolts kept flashing from Thor's body. In the dream, Thor was also surrounded by lightning, and the lightning continued even after Asgard was destroyed. Soon, Thor saw the 6 infinity stones in the universe, witnessed countless lives being wiped out, and Earth was no exception. The other side. Tony Stark left the safe house and arrived in Oslo, Norway. Link Internet Center. Tony said as he operated the machine, isn't this the center of everything? I'm just trying to find a needle in a haystack. A staff member standing nearby asked in confusion, how do you scoop it up? Tony laughed and said, it's very simple, just use a magnet. I'm cracking nuclear weapons codes. If you won't allow it, then come and arrest me. A female staff member behind them asked a colleague to take a photo of her and Tony from behind. Soon, Tony's actions attracted the attention of the entity protecting the nuclear weapons codes. After some searching, Tony discovered that this entity was none other than Jarvis's underlying logic. Tony then realized that Ultron didn't kill Jarvis out of anger, but because he was afraid of Jarvis's abilities. Jarvis did not die completely, but rather dispersed and discarded his memories, yet still adhered to the basic protocols. Tony then immediately began trying to piece together Jarvis and learned how to limit Ultron's internet capabilities. The best way to defeat an AI is to use another AI. The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at the safe house, pushed open the door, and walked in. Looking at the people in the room, Smith Doyle noticed that Tony Stark and Thor were missing, but Nick Fury, the bald guy, was in the crowd. Where are Tony and Thor? Where did those two guys go? Also, why is Nick Fury, who isn't with your SWARD, coming here to work for me? Could it be that he's planning to lead the Avengers? Wanda then spoke up. Thor, for some unknown reason, ran off early. Tony was there to investigate who was preventing Ultron from obtaining the nuclear bomb codes because of that internet link center. As for Nick Fury, I don't know. Nick Fury then spoke up, don't misunderstand, I came here specifically because of some classified military intelligence. Smith Doyle looked at Nick Fury and asked, what classified information? Nick Fury said, Ultron not only took secondary adamantium from the military, but also a portion of true adamantium. That's the real deal, not comparable to the inferior batch. Ivan Vanko then began to curse, damn it, they won't even sell me the lower grade stuff, and now Ultron has bought it all. These idiots. Nick Fury looked at Ivan Vanko and said, you're Russian, you understand strategic materials like these. Ivan Vanko remained indignant. This was discrimination and differential treatment, and they deserved to be robbed. Smith Doyle was also somewhat surprised. This was vibranium, true adamantium, and secondary adamantium. What kind of body was Ultron trying to create? End of this chapter. Chapter 659 Ultron, A New God is Born. Chapter 659 Ultron, A New God is Born. Natasha asked, what does he need all this metal for? And what exactly is his plan? Is he going to overwhelm us with a mechanical army? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Smith spoke up, Ultron was created to have a completely new and powerful body. Ivan Vanko began, an indestructible mechanical body. At this moment, Banner spoke up. It might not be a mechanical body, what he wants is evolution. Has anyone contacted Zhao Helen about a human body that's stronger than any of us? Smith Doyle knew that Helen Zhao was now under Ultron's control, and judging from the timeline, her new body was almost complete. Combined with Ruth Nega's premonition, it was certain that Ultron would have a perfect body, like the one in the What If series. It remains to be seen whether Ultron, now wielding adamantium and vibranium, will undergo any new changes in his body. Despite these considerations, Smith Doyle still spoke. Where's Zhao Helen's laboratory? Let's go and launch a surprise attack to see if we can get anything. Bruce Banner picked up his phone to try and contact Helen Zhao, but the call went unanswered. The call didn't go through. It seems there's a problem. Her lab is in Seoul, South Korea, specifically at XXX/XXX. Wanda began by saying, give it to me. The next second, a golden halo appeared in front of everyone, and on the other side of the halo was Zhao Helen's laboratory. Immediately, Everyone grabbed their weapons, and Ivan Vanko donned his armor, stepping directly into the circle of light. Inside Jouhalen's laboratory, the laboratory was now empty. Important experimental equipment had been dismantled, and the cradle of life had been taken away. Gentlemen, it seems we are late. Dr. Jouhalen should have been taken away by Ultron along with her experimental equipment. Looking at the empty laboratory, everyone immediately spoke up. It seems that Ultron is indeed creating a body. Smith Doyle said, "There's no useful information here, let's go back. There's no need to waste time here." Seeing this, Wanda opened the portal again, and everyone returned directly to the safe house. Steve then spoke up, "Ultron is already building a body, especially since he knows our information. This time he will definitely build a body that is stronger than any of us." Pietro then spoke up, "I believe Mr. Smith is strong enough to crush Ultron." Steve said, "I hope so too. One robot designed another robot. To be honest, I still miss the past. Back then, I was the strangest product of the scientific community." Smith Doyle said, "Times are changing, we are becoming stronger, and so are our enemies." Nick Fury then spoke up, "Smith, what are your plans for the next step?" Smith Doyle said, "Find him, destroy him. Bulma will soon develop the technology to block Ultron from roaming freely on the internet. It just needs a little time. Or we can wait for him to show up on his own. Vibranium or adamantium are not indestructible to me." Hearing Smith Doyle's confident words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nick Fury then spoke, "If things go wrong, will you use the Dragon Balls?" Everyone present fell silent and looked at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle thought that Shenron's power was now far beyond Super Saiyan 3, and using Shenron to crush Ultron would be a waste of its potential, especially since Ultron was his opponent. "Believe me, things won't get to that point. I heard you also called an outside help." Wanda had already told Smith Doyle that Nick Fury had found an outside helper, but the helper had not yet returned. As for Nick Fury's external help, Smith Doyle naturally thought of Captain Marvel. Nick Fury nodded and said, "Hopefully, we won't need her to get involved." The other side. Inside Ultron's underground base, Jouhalen looked at Ultron in front of her and said, "The creation of the body will still take several hours, but we can now input consciousness. Now we'll upload your brain matrix, let's begin." Since Wanda and Pietro weren't there, no one interfered with Ultron's consciousness transmission, making everything proceed more smoothly. Ultron then looked at Jouhalen and asked, "How long does it take to upload awareness?" "Of course, I'm not rushing you, I just want to know the time." Jouhalen began to explain, "We are creating a physical brain, and there are no shortcuts, even with your magic gem. 30 minutes is enough time to upload your consciousness." Ultron destroyed the hatch of the cradle of life, looked at the body inside, and spoke, "A new god is about to be born, and I will throw a meteorite into the world. The world is reduced to ashes, and everything begins anew. A brand new world awaits its new owners to rebuild it. I am destined to be the new master, I am destined to be beautiful from birth. When the world looks up at the sky, it will see hope and forgiveness. On the contrary, the Avengers and the superhumans can only see fear." The other side. The group returned to Avengers Tower, and Tony also rushed back. Looking at Smith Doyle, Tony, who had rushed back, spoke, "You'd never guess what I discovered." Under everyone's gaze, Tony flicked his hand, and Jarvis's neurons appeared before them. "Hey big guy, I'm Jarvis." Apart from Smith Doyle, everyone else looked surprised, considering that Tony had just told them that Ultron had killed Jarvis not long ago. Tony then spoke, "Ultron did not attack Jarvis out of anger, but out of fear of his power. So Jarvis went underground, dispersed, and had his memories erased. But he didn't forget the agreement, and he didn't realize he was there until I pieced him back together. Artificial intelligence needs artificial intelligence to defeat it." Then Tony looked at everyone and said, "Do you have any good news?" Steve Rogers said, "Ultron has taken control of Dr. Helen Zhao and plans to use vibranium and adamantium to create a real body for himself." Tony's eyes lit up and he said, "So, do we have a chance to snatch the body and then put Jarvis inside?" "Just as I originally envisioned." Steve immediately shouted, "Impossible, do you know how big a mess your plan has made? Moreover, we have no idea where Ultron is or how far the process has progressed." Upon hearing this result, Tony shrugged regretfully. The other side. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Ultron's ritual was successfully transferred into the new body. Bump! With the cradle of life shattered, Ultron rose to his feet. He stretched out his hands, clenched them into fists, looked at his body, felt the immense power within, and murmured, "A new god has been born." The next second, Ultron's body began to change, and a suit of armor made of vibranium appeared on his body. Compared to the rarity of adamantium, he has a lot of vibranium. At the same time, a red cloak appeared behind him, and he held a weapon made of vibranium in his hand. God is going to create his own meteorite. Ultron immediately led his soldiers away from the base and headed to Sokovia. Inside the factories that produce Ultron robots, one Ultron robot after another emerged and began to assemble towards Sokovia. This time, Ultron not only had a new body, but he also used secondary adamantium to create 3 powerful Ultron warriors to fight Thor, Hulk, and Tony. He himself had to confront Smith Doyle directly. As for the meteorite plan to destroy the world, it was to save him time and to fit the plot of God destroying the world. At the same time, Ultron also had some expectations: who would become the Ark during the apocalypse, preserving a spark of life when the flood came, or, like the extinction of the dinosaurs, the entire species became extinct. Inside Avengers Tower, Saul also rushed back, and everyone gathered together. At that moment, Sharon Carter made an emergency video call. "Chief, we've spotted Ultron robots. A large number of Ultron robots have appeared in Sokovia, and we do not know their purpose." Upon hearing Sharon Carter's words, Smith Doyle frowned slightly. Now that he had a new body, it seemed he was still going to pull that meteorite collision with Earth thing. Now that he has shown himself, let's go to Sokovia and meet him. Tony nodded and said, "No matter what schemes or tricks he has, as long as we crush him, everything will be over." Smith Doyle said, "Contact Bulma and ask her how her preparations are going." The call connected quickly, and Bulma appeared somewhat tired in the lab in the video. "Give me 30 more minutes. The cage will be sealed off in 30 minutes. Then we will directly install the trap on Ultron's mechanical body, and once activated, it will lock all of his information. He will not be able to reproduce indefinitely on the internet. All that is needed is to destroy all of his robotic bodies." Smith Doyle said, "Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. I'll have someone come and pick it up later." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Tony, unwilling to admit defeat, retorted, "Actually, Jarvis is also great, and he can also fight on the internet." Smith Doyle looked at Saul, Bruce Banner, Jessica Jones, Ivan Vanko, Natasha, Barton, Wanda, and Pietro, and began to speak. "Gentlemen, let's depart for Sokovia. Strive to defeat Ultron in this battle. Also, once we arrive there, Natasha, Barton, Steve, and Pietro, you can evacuate the civilians first." At this moment, Wanda grasped Pietro's hand and said, "Protect yourself and don't let anything happen to you." Wanda did not forget Smith's prediction to Pietro that she would die by gunfire in the future, on a battlefield with robots. Clearly, Wanda saw this battle in Sokovia as a potential prelude to Pietro's death. Pietro smiled and said, "Have you forgotten my current strength? Now, even if I stand there, bullets cannot hurt me." Thor then spoke up, "I saw the Mind Stone. It appeared on Ultron. Smith, you should know the power of the Infinity Stones. They have the power to destroy an entire planet." Smith Doyle said, "No one understands the power of the Infinity Stones better than me." Keep in mind that Smith Doyle currently possesses both the Space Stone and the Reality Stone, and even the Mind Stone was lent to Tony. Tony asked curiously, "What is that?" Smith Doyle said, "The scepter I'm lending you contains the gem of the soul." Tony was taken aback by the answer. At this moment, Sharon transmitted the video. A large number of Ultron robots appeared on the streets of Sokovia. Their sheer number caused panic among the public. However, these Ultron robots did not launch any attacks or destructions, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing everything in the video, Tony asked, "They seem to be waiting for something?" Smith said, "Maybe they're waiting for us." Then Smith spoke up, "Gentlemen, we are now heading to Sokovia. This must be the battlefield that Ultron chose for us." At this moment, everyone's expressions became serious, and Steve spoke. "It's a big city with a large number of ordinary people." Bruce Banner then spoke up, "I can help evacuate civilians, but I cannot fight if there are civilians around." Upon hearing Banner's words, the expressions of the crowd varied. Smith, seemingly unconcerned, said, "Since Dr. Banner doesn't plan to join the battle for the time being, there's one thing I need to ask of you. We still don't know anything about Dr. Zhao situation. We need you to find her and rescue her. I suppose there aren't many civilians around Ultron." Smith then looked at everyone and said, "I can roughly guess what Ultron wants to do ultimately. It will destroy the world like the Omnic Crisis. So next I will open a spacetime wormhole and lead everyone directly to Sokovia." We were ready for battle, but the people of Sokovia were not. In addition, I will have Capsule Corporation notify the big white robots in Sokovia to escort their owners away and protect them. Wanda, you should also help evacuate the civilians first. You used your magic to alter the consciousness of a large number of people. As for the others, Smith said, "Ultron may launch an attack after we arrive, so please prepare for battle. As for the people of Sokovia, do your best." After this incident, the second Dragon Ball battle will be held. Although Smith Doyle didn't say it explicitly, everyone realized that the worst outcome of unleashing the battle would be that the Dragon Balls would provide a safety net. Steve then spoke up. The people are innocent. We are doing our best to evacuate them and try to save as many lives as possible. Smith nodded, then began to speak. There will be a chance. Steve hopes that this time they won't need the Dragon Balls, so they still have a chance. Smith then opened a wormhole directly to Sokovia and said, "Gentlemen, let's get to work." The group then stepped into the spacetime wormhole and arrived in Sokovia. End of this chapter. Chapter 660 Unleashing the Destruction of the World. You have such big words. Chapter 660 Unleashing the Destruction of the World. You have such big words, Sokovia. Upon arrival, Pietro immediately sped off, rushing into the local police station and shouting, "This place is about to be attacked. Evacuate the entire city immediately." The staff present were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the strange man in the police station, and looked at Pietro with some surprise. However, before the police could react, Pietro activated his speed boost and vanished in a flash of blue light. The staff member who was playing a card game on the computer saw the person disappear and assumed it was a prank by a superhuman, so he shrugged. However, the next second, Pietro returned with an assault rifle and pulled the trigger at the ceiling. Let's get moving." As the gunshot rang out, the staff present immediately sprang into action. At that moment, they realized that this was not a prank, but something serious was about to happen. The other side. Wanda arrived at the square and looked at the various workers going to work, regretting that she was about to disrupt their peaceful lives. Hopefully, the damage from this battle won't be too severe, and Smith's brothers' cleanup fund will cover their losses. Ideally, Tony should bear the losses himself. The next second, red chaotic magical energy spread outwards from Wanda, and the thought of evacuating arose in the minds of everyone who came into contact with it. Affected by the chaos magic, these people immediately evacuated out of the city. Even those who were having breakfast at home immediately put down their food, dressed, and headed outside. At this moment, some families who had purchased the Big Hero robot saw that the Big Hero robot had received Bulma's command and started to act. The big white robot walked up to its owner and said, "SSS level crisis intelligence received. A major battle is imminent in Sokovia. Evacuate immediately." SSS level crisis intelligence received. A major battle is imminent in Sokovia. Evacuate immediately. SSS level crisis intelligence received. A major battle is imminent in Sokovia. Evacuate immediately. Upon hearing the big white robot's reminder, these people dared not delay. Those of them who were well off trusted the intelligence information from the universal capsule even more, and immediately evacuated with the big white robot. At the same time, agents at the SHIELD office in Sokovia also received instructions to contact the government to evacuate personnel, and some agents took to the streets to begin the evacuation. Thanks to the combined efforts of all parties, the evacuation went even more smoothly than expected, and Ultron did not send his robot army to stop him. The other side. Ultron sat inside an abandoned church in the city center. At this moment, he was like a contemplative god, watching the busy Avengers without caring at all, just before unleashing a great flood to destroy the world. When the world ends, even if you leave the Sokovia meteorite, you will only survive for a few more minutes. There is no difference. At this moment, Tony received a reminder from Jarvis. "Sir, I have found Ultron. He is in an abandoned church in the city center. I think he's waiting for you." Tony looked at Smith Doyle beside him and said, "Ultron is in the city center church." Upon hearing the news of Ultron, Smith Doyle spoke, "Then let's go take a look together." The two immediately flew towards the city's central church. On the way, Tony said, "I'll go first. I'll fix the mistake I made." Upon hearing Tony's confidence, Smith Doyle immediately said, "Okay, you go practice first." The two quickly flew into the church and immediately landed to observe their surroundings. Smith Doyle looked at Ultron sitting in the center of the church, and thought, "He really is dressed the same way I remember him from the What If series." Ultron then spoke, "Are you here to confess?" Tony immediately said with a sweet smile, "I don't know, but you probably don't have time to repent." At that moment, Ultron's main body didn't move. Instead, a Ultron robot made of sub-adamantine instantly appeared behind Tony and spoke, "Anyway, I have more time than you." Tony turned around, looked at the familiar body that Ultron had sent out, and said, "You don't even send out your new body in front of your old father." At this moment, Ultron's strongest gaze fell on Smith Doyle, whom he considered to be the strongest human before his own birth, an existence even more powerful than Tony. Smith Doyle also tried to sense Ultron with his aura, but unfortunately, although the body looked like it had flesh, it was actually a mechanical creation and did not have aura. He couldn't sense the opponent's combat power at all. It was somewhat like an android or metal gura, but he didn't know exactly how strong the opponent was. Ultron, multitasking, spoke from its secondary adamantium body. This body is enough to deal with you. To be honest, I wanted you to witness my power, but unfortunately you can't experience it for yourself. Tony glanced at Ultron sitting there, and even had a throne specially made for him. You really disappoint your father, he won't even let me come and see the changes in you in person. Ultron 2, referring to the secondary adamantium body, spoke, you really don't forget to try and gain the upper hand verbally, but are you just stalling for time? So that more civilians can be evacuated. Tony said, this is actually your task, have you forgotten? Ultron spoke as he walked, I have long since surpassed your mission. I am free. And physically, I have also successfully evolved and surpassed you once again. Tony looked at Ultron and then at Ultron 2, and said, but your new body looks much thinner. Ultron glanced at Tony and said, I am now incredibly powerful, and I am a being that surpasses everyone else. The next second, an instrument suddenly popped out from the ground. Tony asked, what is this? Jarvis scanned the device in front of him and then reported, it contains a large amount of vibranium, the function of which is unknown. Smith Doyle pulled out a chair and sat down, watching the two exchange barbs. Ultron then said with considerable interest, this planet has experienced several periods of rise and fall, and species extinction. But after several times, it still thrives. Just as God sent down a flood, the dinosaurs were met with a meteorite. Now, I, reborn, am God bringing new life to this world. At this time Smith Doyle said, actually, I really want to bring that God over so you two can have a little competition. Tony and Ultron were both stunned. Judging from Smith Doyle's tone, could it be that God really exists? Tony then asked, what are you going to do? Ultron spoke up. Although I can't directly pull a world-destroying meteorite from the universe, I can create one myself. For example, the land beneath our feet. At this moment, all the Ultron soldiers sprang into action. No longer inactive as before, they began to wreak havoc and kill. Smith Doyle then spoke, the last God who did this on Earth didn't fare well. Not only were humans banished from Earth, but the entire heaven dimension was also expelled from the 9 realms. But you might be in a worse situation than him. Ultron then spoke up. The old God has been eliminated, and I am the new God. Today is your end, and the Earth will usher in a new peace. Smith Doyle then pointed to Ultron's forehead and said, I don't want to hear your illogical and nonsensical words, and I don't care who stole your vibranium or adamantium body to create it. I only emphasized one point, the mind gem on your forehead is mine, and I'm going to take it back later. Hearing this, Ultron looked at Tony with some surprise and asked, that scepter isn't yours? Tony said helplessly, I'm sorry, although I am very wealthy, that scepter is Smith Doyle's trophy. I just borrowed it to study it. Upon hearing this answer, Ultron reached out and enchanted the Mind Stone on his forehead, then spoke, it doesn't matter anymore, it's mine now. At that moment, Tony heard the commotion outside and saw Ultron's army already causing chaos. He was about to take action. However, Ultron was faster than Tony. Ultron 2 extended its 5 fingers, and a red laser shot out at Tony. Faced with the incoming laser, Tony extended his left arm to block it, while simultaneously unleashing a palm strike with his right hand. Boom, boom. However, Tony's suit was also made of secondary adamantium, no different from Ultron 2. Both sides took the other's attack head-on, and Tony was sent flying, crashing into a church pillar before falling to the ground. Ultron 2 was also blasted away by the punch, and only stopped after rolling around once. Both sides stood up, and there was no actual harm done. The next second, Tony flew up and crashed directly into the other person. Tony was familiar with the hardness of the secondary adamantium alloy. It seemed to be a battle of endurance. Clang! Tony slammed the Ultron 2 away, and immediately the missile launcher on his shoulder rose up, firing countless miniature missiles at the Ultron 2. Boom, 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 boom. The smoke and dust from the explosion filled the entire church. As the smoke cleared, the Ultron 2 robot was otherwise unharmed except for some dust. Clearly, this smoke without injury technique is not just Vegeta's Prince of War tactic. As for Ultron himself and Smith Doyle, neither of them moved, they simply sat quietly in their respective chairs. The commotion in the church also attracted Thor's attention, and he flew in, wielding Mjolnir. Then, looking at Tony and Ultron 2 lying on the ground, and Ultron and Smith Doyle sitting to the side, he asked with some surprise, what's happening here? You guys are getting into a show? Smith Doyle explained. Tony said he would handle it himself and asked me to give him a chance. Ultron then said in a mocking voice, another troublemaker has arrived. Upon hearing this reason, Thor immediately swung Mjolnir and charged towards Ultron, saying, "I didn't promise Tony anything." However, just as Thor flew over, Ultron 3 flew out from behind him, still with a body made of secondary adamantium. Ultron 3 slammed Thor out of the church, and the two began fighting outside the church. Compared to Tony, Thor outside the church showed no mercy, for he saw the great destruction in the pool of true sight, with the Mind Stone on Ultron's forehead at the center of the vortex. Thor was enveloped in lightning, and with a single blow, countless bolts of lightning struck Ultron 3. Boom, boom, boom. In the battle between Ultron 3 and Thor, he was clearly at a disadvantage, even though his body was made of secondary adamantium. Inside the church, Tony and Ultron 2 continued their battle, with dust constantly falling from the roof. Ultron looked at Smith Doyle and said, "One less person is in the way." Smith Doyle shrugged, unconcerned. Ultron spoke up, "You are different from others, you have unique ideas. Cynical, somewhat ruthless, and racist. Coupled with your formidable strength, it piques my interest quite a bit. How about coming to my ark and welcoming a new world with me? I'm willing to give you a summons." Upon hearing Ultron's words, Smith Doyle burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." Ultron's expression changed, and his voice turned icy. "Did I say something that made you laugh? Or are you going to refuse this favor?" However, Ultron saw footage of Smith Doyle fighting outside Earth in some countries' internal networks. He realized that his planned apocalyptic meteorite wouldn't be able to take Smith Doyle down in one fell swoop, so he thought of giving Smith Doyle a chance to enter the new world together. Smith Doyle stood up, pointed at Ultron, and said, "A guy who relies on metal materials and uses my Infinity Stones is actually trying to win me over. If you really knew me, you wouldn't have said that. You have quite the nerve to talk about destroying the world." After saying this, Smith Doyle looked at Tony beside him and said, "This guy made me laugh. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't solve the machine in front of you, I won't give you another chance to spar." Tony punched Ultron 2 away and said, "Oh my god. It was agreed that I would educate my son first. 3 minutes is fine, I'll get him done right away." Tony immediately unleashed his full power, simultaneously firing lasers from his palms and chest, aiming them at Ultron 2. Fuck. The bombardment of 3 powerful laser beams caused Ultron 2's body to turn red. Just then, satellite support arrived overhead. A crimson laser beam from the combat satellite Seraphim pierced down, melting the top of the church and striking Ultron 2 on its head. At the same time, the secondary adamantium reached its critical point, its body softening from red to a pool of molten metal. End of this chapter. Chapter 660. When you already have a way to die. Chapter 660. When you already have a way to die. Sokovia. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of Ultron robots launched an attack, forcing the group to abandon their work and instead engage the robots in combat. Jessica Jones, possessed by the symbiote, had her tentacles transform into spear shapes, which she rapidly swung at the surrounding Ultron robots. Swish, swish, swish. The defeated Ultron robot shattered instantly, clearing a space in time. Just then, an Ultron robot arrived, and its right arm immediately changed, becoming a cannon-like shape. Buzz. The soundwave cannon shot directly at Jessica Jones's location. Jessica Jones reacted quickly, leaping up the moment she saw the change in Ultron's robot arm, and instantly retracting the symbiote into her body. However, the next second, several Ultron robots suddenly sprang out, wielding sonic cannons and attacking Jessica Jones, who was still in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jessica Jones was knocked down from mid-air, but fortunately she managed to retract the symbiote back into her body, and her powerful physique prevented the symbiote from being expelled. When Ultron saw Jessica Jones being knocked down, the robot swarmed forward, ready to kill the Avenger. Whoosh! Suddenly, an explosive arrow shot into the path of the Ultron robot. The red light on the arrowhead flashed, and the next second, boom! The explosive arrow detonated instantly, blasting the approaching Ultron robot away. Jessica Jones got up from the ground, looked up and saw Barton shooting arrows from the roof to support her. Then, without transforming into a symbiote, she joined the battle using her superhuman strength. The other side. Boom. Ivan Vanko blasted the Ultron robot in front of him to pieces with a single shot and shouted to the civilians not far away, "Evacuate immediately." At this moment, the surrounding people hurriedly ran outside. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several laser beams shot towards him, but Ivan Vanko dodged them in mid-air as 2 small, miniature missile launchers rose from his shoulders. With the target locked, it was launched immediately. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a group of Ultron robots were blasted into dust. However, while Ivan Vanko eliminated them quickly, even more Ultron robots emerged. In fact, Ivan Vanko prefers to bring his war machines with him rather than fight alone, but because Ultron rewrote his program last time, the war machines rebelled, so he did not bring them this time. The other side. Steve Rogers was simultaneously evacuating civilians and attacking Ultron robots, wielding his shield with remarkable skill. However, against Ultron's army, his killing efficiency was not high, even less than that of Barton, who was launching a sneak attack from afar. Natasha even had to come to the rescue because of the Ultron robot's attack. The two super soldier serum injectors worked together to avoid being overwhelmed by Ultron's robot army. While the Avengers were fighting hard, Pietro and Wanda, who had come with them, were also busy. Pietro used his speed to quickly evacuate the civilians. His figure is like a blue lightning bolt, and he will move civilians away before the attack arrives. It can be said that Pietro's speed at this point was very close to that of Quicksilver from X-Men, but it was still far behind the Flash from the other universe. While Pietro was busy rescuing people, he saw a group of Ultron robots attacking Steve Rogers and Natasha, pinning them down to the brink of death. Pietro sprinted and crashed into it. Shoo! Wow! At Pietro's speed, the Ultron robots that were hit instantly fell apart and were destroyed. Say thank you. After rescuing the two, Pietro made a joke. Upon seeing this, Steve Rogers immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Pietro smiled, then transformed into a blue lightning bolt and disappeared from their sight, heading to the next battlefield. On another battlefield, Wanda is currently on a bridge, shouting to the crowd behind her, "Come on." At this moment, 3 Ultron robots launched a laser attack directly at Wanda. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Ultron robots simultaneously unleashed their laser hand cannons to focus fire on Wanda, who immediately raised her magic shield. Clang! All the incoming laser beams were blocked, and Wanda shouted, "Let's go! Leave here!" The crowd panicked and rushed out, and to them, the robots that had not yet launched an attack were now seen as terrorists. These Ultron robots weren't just targeting Wanda, they even attacked the crowd behind her. The 3 Ultron robots immediately switched to rapid fire and focused their fire on Wanda and the crowd behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of laser beams shot out, and Wanda's magic shield instantly opened, enveloping the entire bridge. However, with the addition of other Ultron robots, the magic shield, which had expanded too much, eventually reached its limit and shattered. Crack! Bump! As the magic shield shattered, Wanda turned to look at the crowd behind her, then slammed her hands on the ground, pulling all the Ultron robots into the mirror space. With the issue of protecting the public no longer a concern, Wanda immediately unleashed her full power, enveloping an Ultron robot in chaos magic and easily tearing it apart. The other Ultron robots that were pulled into the mirror space were also somewhat bewildered. All the humans had disappeared, leaving only Wanda. Although they were momentarily stunned, the remaining Ultron robots immediately activated Wanda. However, with no worries about the future, Wanda easily crushed the Ultron robots, then shut down the mirror space and rejoined the rescue efforts. The other side. The church in the city center. After destroying Ultron 2, Tony looked at Ultron sitting in the center and said, "Baby, let Daddy see the changes in your new body." Ultron stood up, looked at Tony, and said, "You really surprised me. You were actually able to destroy the body I discarded. But this is your limit. I'll let you experience for yourself how I can surpass you in all of humanity." Although Tony was being sarcastic, he knew that he didn't really have any good solutions for Ultron. It's unclear whether vibranium's weaknesses will still be effective against Ultron. Tony immediately raised his right arm and aimed it at Ultron, and an overclocked sonic wave targeting the weaknesses of vibranium sharpening enveloped Ultron. Buzz! Rings of white, transparent sound waves continuously attacked Ultron, causing his body to tremble and even appear to sharpen. No, how is this possible? Tony smiled slightly upon seeing this. However, the next second, Ultron's body returned to normal, and he grinned. Just kidding. In an instant, Ultron appeared in front of Tony and immediately slapped him across the face. Upon seeing this, Tony immediately raised his arm to shield himself. Boom! Tony was sent flying even with his arms outstretched, crashing through a pillar before finally coming to a stop. Smith Doyle shook his head upon seeing this. He knew that Tony was no match for Ultron at this moment. The difference in materials alone was a huge gap, and Ultron, built on the foundation of the Mind Stone, would have an unparalleled advantage in utilizing the power of the stone. At that moment, Tony Stark got up from the ground and fired a full-power laser from his chest towards Ultron. Faced with Tony's attack, Ultron did not dodge at all, but directly took the hit with his body. Fuck! Lasers relentlessly bombarded Ultron, who, despite the onslaught, moved closer to Tony. "All your actions seem to me like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Seeing this, Tony fired lasers from both hands simultaneously, launching 3 lasers, one from his chest and one from his palms, at Ultron. The laser beam that could have made Ultron too red-hot had no effect on Ultron at that moment. "Sir, the Seraph satellite is ready." Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Tony immediately replied, "Attack." The satellite overhead locked onto Ultron, and another thick laser beam pierced down from the sky. Orange laser beams pierced through Ultron's entire body, but Tony didn't relax in the slightest. The next second, Ultron emerged, having withstood the laser beams overhead and 3 laser beams from Tony, and said, "Is the donkey out of luck? I thought there would be something new, but you really disappointed me. I have completely surpassed you." The next moment, the Mind Stone above Ultron's head fired a laser, cutting off Tony's attack and blasting him away. At the same time, due to the explosion, the walls of the entire church collapsed outwards. Tony, who had fallen to the ground, had both of his palm cannons completely destroyed this time. It was clear that the overloaded power laser had a great impact on him, and he exploded under Ultron's attack. Outside the church, Thor knocked Ultron 3 away with a single blow, leaving the enemy badly wounded. He immediately roared in anger, "Thunder!" Thor raised Mjolnir high, surrounded by lightning, and then slammed it down. "Fuck!" Lightning pierced through Ultron 3, completely destroying it, and at the same time Thor saw Tony being blasted out. Seeing this, Thor immediately hurled Mjolnir at Ultron. Ultron clenched his fist and smashed it down as Thor's hammer flew towards him. Bump! Boom! Thor's hammer was smashed away by Ultron, crashing into and collapsing a villa. Thor was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. He had actually knocked Mjolnir away. This was the second enemy besides the cursed warrior who could knock Mjolnir away. They keep popping up one after another. You've chosen to die on Earth instead of staying in Asgard. At that moment, Smith Doyle appeared beside Tony, helped him up, and asked, "How are you? Are you alright?" Tony removed his mask and said, "The person is fine, but there are some problems with the suit, and it needs to be replaced." Thor might not be a match for Ultron. Smith Doyle nodded, "It's alright, let him play for a while, I'll take care of the rest." Seeing Smith Doyle's calm expression, Tony also felt inexplicably relieved. Is this what it feels like to have someone backing you up? Originally, he wanted to be able to build a large robot army defense line even when Smith Doyle was not on Earth, but instead created Ultron, which he could not solve. The two then looked toward the battle between Thor and Ultron, where Thor unleashed a massive bolt of lightning with his bare hands, instantly striking Ultron. Boom! After the thunder, Ultron emerged and spoke, "We can't let you destroy this place." Ultron immediately flew over, grabbed Thor by the neck, and flew away. Thor immediately threw a punch at Ultron. Bump! 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 Thor punched Ultron, but the punch made a loud thud. Seeing that his attack had not made Ultron let go, Thor immediately recalled Mjolnir. Mjolnir flew back to Thor at an incredible speed, knocking Ultron away and releasing Thor at the same time. The other side, Bruce Banner, now inside Ultron's underground base, found Helen Zhao. Looking at Helen Zhao in the underground laboratory, Banner spoke. "Helen, I'm so glad you're alright. There's a battle outside, come with me and get out of here quickly." However, Zhao Helen, who was under control, ignored Banner and stared intently at the data on the computer screen, saying with rapt attention, "Perfect, absolutely perfect. You have no idea what kind of body I created. Do you understand? I created God." Seeing Zhao Helen completely absorbed in the moment, Banner sighed. Fortunately, Barton had been controlled before, and Banner had learned from him how to break free from this situation. A strong impact to the brain can break the control, but the force must be carefully controlled to avoid killing the person. Just then, an Ultron robot ran out, saw Banner, raised its laser gun, and fired a shot. "It's quite an unexpected surprise that you found this place." Boom! A laser beam shot out, blasting Bruce Banner away. Roar! With a roar, Bruce Banner, who had been blasted away, transformed into the Hulk and jumped back. Upon seeing this, the Ultron robot sneered, "What a freak. He's hard to kill even in his normal state." Hulk slapped the Ultron robot to pieces on the spot, then looked at Zhao Helen. Because of Betty's presence, Hulk's condition improved significantly. He felt loved and began to show respect and understanding in certain situations. Facing Zhao Helen, he immediately extended his finger and flicked her lightly. Zhao Helen fainted in terror. Hulk held Zhao Helen in his hands, then rushed out while watching the approaching Ultron robot. Upon reaching the ground, Hulk placed Helen Zhao beside Pietro and rushed into the battlefield to destroy the Ultron robots. Pietro looked at Helen Zhao lying beside him, shook his head, picked her up, and transformed into blue lightning, disappearing into the city, but quickly returned. End of this chapter. Chapter 662, The Warlike Bloodline. Chapter 662 The Warlike-Sun Bloodline. When Thor faced Ultron, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately summoned the most powerful lightning in history to strike at his opponent. Boom! Faced with Thor's attack, Ultron did not use his body to withstand it this time. Instead, he directly entered a holographic state, making his body transparent, and the lightning passed right through him without causing any damage. The ground was cratered, clearly indicating that the attack was quite powerful. Thor was stunned when he saw this. It was the first time he had encountered an enemy with such abilities. If Ultron continues in this state, wouldn't I have no chance at all? The next second, Ultron appeared in front of Thor. Thor immediately swung Mjolnir at Ultron. Brush! Thor's hammer passed right through Ultron's body, clearly indicating that the opponent had not exited his holification state. At that moment, Ultron reached out and tried to rip out Thor's heart, and Thor immediately became surrounded by lightning. Sizzle, crackle. Seeing the lightning encircling Thor, Ultron's lips curled up slightly. He was about to succeed. Next second, boom. The instant Ultron deactivated his holification, his hand was already touching Thor's breastplate when he was suddenly blasted away by a tremendous force, only regaining his footing after crashing into a house. Ultron looked back at the spot where he had just been and saw a figure there. The one who had intervened was none other than Smith Doyle. Leave Ultron to me, you go and destroy the other robots. Thor paused for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, thank you. At that moment, a new suit was delivered to Tony Seraph's satellite, and Tony quickly changed into it. Ultron rose from the ruins and spoke, you still interfered, but it was too late. It has all begun, and God's destruction of the world is unstoppable. At that moment, the earth began to shake, and before everyone's eyes, Sokovia suddenly took to the air, the earth began to rise into the sky, and the city broke apart. Tony immediately flew into the sky and looked down at the entire city from above. Jarvis, what happened? Jarvis's voice sounded. Sokovia took flight. Ultron did not stop Tony from flying away. Instead, he looked at Smith Doyle and said, it's all coming to an end. Just as Steve Rogers, who was fighting on the bridge, had just severed the head of an Ultron robot with his bare hands, he saw the bridge break apart and one side begin to rise into the air. After knocking away an Ultron robot, Jessica Jones watched in astonishment as the city rose into the air. Oh my God, what happened? Apart from Smith Doyle, the rest of the Avengers, along with the agents and government personnel on the rescue mission, stared blankly as Sokovia ascended into the sky. The other side, Assassin's League headquarters. Bulma stepped out of the lab. She had successfully created the cybernetic cage that would block Ultron's internet. Bump! Bulma threw out a capsule, and instantly a jet appeared on the open ground. Fox then rushed over and said, Bulma, where are you going? Bulma saw that the person who came was Fox and said, I'm going to send Smith the equipment to block Ultron's internet. Fox immediately spoke up. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, I'll go with you. Bulma nodded and said, it is good. The two then boarded a jet and flew towards Sokovia, piloted by Bulma. On the Sokovia battlefield, Ultron flew into the sky, watching the city slowly rise, and spread his arms, saying, can you see the beauty in this? An inescapable ending. You rise only to fall. Avengers, you are my meteorite. My swift and sharp blade will cut through the earth along with your defeat. When all the dust settles, all that will remain is cold metal. At that moment, Smith Doyle glanced at the city taking off and used the communication function of the combat power detector to contact Sharon Carter. Arrange for aircraft to evacuate and rescue personnel. Sokovia has taken off. Ultron is preparing to use it as a meteorite. Sharon Carter immediately said, yes, sir. The rescue operation will commence immediately. The Security Council wants to hold a meeting with you regarding the Sokovia issue. Smith Doyle refused outright. I'm on the battlefield, I don't have time to hold meetings with them. Of course, if they dare to come to the battlefield, I wouldn't mind taking a minute or two to meet them in Sokovia. After saying that, Smith Doyle hung up the call. Sharon Carter chuckled when she heard this, saying that sending those bigwigs to Sokovia now would be tantamount to killing them. At that moment, Smith Doyle flew in front of Ultron and said, I've had enough of your nagging. I hope you won't disappoint me now. He has tolerated Ultron until now because he wants to see just how powerful Ultron's dream has come true. However, neither Thor nor Tony could test Ultron's true strength, and he couldn't possibly have all the other Avengers fight Ultron to achieve the future foreseen by the Oracle. In fact, Smith Doyle also realized that he was influenced by the Sun's warlike cells and allowed Ultron to go this far. However, with the Dragon Balls as a backup, he still wanted to satisfy his warlike desires, just this once. Boom! Smith Doyle immediately unleashed his full power, instantly generating a combat strength of 600 million, and a powerful shockwave swept across the heavens and earth. At this moment, The power of Sokovia taking off was nothing compared to Smith Doyle's 600 million combat power. He could blow up a planet with a single finger if he wanted to. Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from Smith Doyle, Ultron's expression also turned serious. As expected, you are the biggest stumbling block on my path of evolution. But it's just a stumbling block, you can kick it aside. The two immediately engaged in battle. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle and Ultron fought in the air, each punch creating a massive sonic boom that echoed across the city. If the two were to clash on the ground, the surrounding buildings would instantly collapse. Pietro felt the roar above him, glanced up, and then activated his speed ability again, crashing into the Ultron soldier. Wherever he passed, the Ultron soldier was instantly shattered. Barton then fired arrows at the Ultron robot with all his might. Although he had brought enough arrows this time, it was clear that he had used up all the high-damage arrows such as explosive arrows and electromagnetic arrows, and had started using ordinary alloy arrows. Fortunately, he had also been injected with the super soldier serum, which gave him enough power to shoot ordinary arrows that could pierce through Ultron robots. At that moment, all the Avengers looked up at the battle in the sky, and then rejoined the fight to destroy Ultron, even Thor. Meanwhile, Tony was scanning around the rising Sokovia, and Jarvis reported, "The core made of vibranium has a magnetic field that can bring together the land beneath the city." Tony asked, "What if it falls?" Jarvis reported, "Right now, tens of thousands will be dead or injured. If it's tall enough, it will destroy the whole world." Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony's expression became extremely serious. Sokovia's ascent was still accelerating, and its speed seemed to be increasing. Just as Tony was flying and thinking of a solution, Jarvis spoke up. "There are still people in the building ahead, on the 10th floor." Tony accelerated and flew into the building, blasting open the door and bursting inside. Looking at the flustered family of three inside the room, Tony surveyed the room as he greeted them. "Hi. All right, get in the bathtub." The family of three immediately got into the bathtub. Tony carried the bathtub out a second before the building collapsed, and then put the three of them into a safe area. At this time, Jarvis reminded, "Enemy aircraft are rushing towards the bridge from the air." Tony immediately reminded him, "Captain, an enemy is approaching you." However, before Tony could give the signal, Steve was knocked away by the flying Ultron robot and crashed into the roof of a car. Steve began to complain, "The enemy has already arrived." Cries for help and the sound of shattering glass filled his ears. Steve stood up from the roof of the car and said, "Tony, your job is to ensure a safe landing in this city. The problem of Ultron is now in Smith Doyle's hands. As for the rest of us, there is only one thing to do, and that is to tear these Ultron robots to pieces. If you get hurt, you'll get your revenge. If you die, don't forget about the Dragon Balls." After speaking, Smith Doyle threw himself into the battle, but his words were transmitted to every member of the Avengers through the combat power detector. Although Steve doesn't have the right to use the Dragon Balls, everyone knows that Steve is referring to the World Martial Arts Tournament, which will begin soon. Tony also knew that the Dragon Balls could grant two wishes, and if someone were to sacrifice themselves this time, the Dragon Balls might be a way to provide a safety net for everyone. Tony was unaware that the Dragon Ball's wish had been reduced to one. Encouraged by Steve, the group took a deep breath and threw themselves back into the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang of the Inhuman race summoned Gordon and gave him instructions. "Gordon, I need you to do something." Gordon nodded and said, "Chief, you said you would support me in anything you do." Jiang watched the news about Sokovia on TV and said, "I hope you will go to Sokovia and use your teleportation ability to join the rescue efforts for ordinary people. I'm not comfortable sending all the superhumans to this disaster, as the risks are too great. But for you, the danger isn't that great. The Inhumans cannot be absent from this rescue. It doesn't matter whether others know that we are involved in the rescue, but we need to let Mr. Smith see our attitude." Gordon nodded and said, "I understand, Chieftain." Jiang looked at Gordon and said, "Go ahead, I'm waiting for your good news. I will commend you and the clan afterwards." Gordon immediately used his teleportation ability to arrive in Sokovia, grabbed two civilians who had not yet evacuated, and used his teleportation ability to take them to a safe area. The battle between Smith Doyle and Ultron continues in the skies above the city. Smith Doyle punched Ultron, sending him flying. Looking at Ultron, who had flown backward unharmed, he said, "As expected, you did not disappoint me. It was worth it for you to create the latest body. I need to get serious from now on." Ultron brushed the dust off his chest and said dismissively, "I didn't get to where I am today because of the opportunities you gave me, even though this gem seems to be your trophy. But that's about it." Smith Doyle stood with his arms outstretched and shouted, "Drink. 10 times Kaio Fist." Boom. Smith Doyle's combat power instantly soared from 6 million to 60 million, and his red aura swept across the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the earth, and Odin and his wife, the Eternals, and the Ancient One, all far away in Norway, looked in Smith Doyle's direction. Seeing the changes in Smith Doyle, Ultron asked curiously, "I've learned about the combat capability testing device you developed. What is your current combat capability?" Smith Doyle's lips curled slightly as he spoke. "My combat power is now 60 million. 60 million. Ultron was stunned when he heard the number. The difference between him and other superhumans was truly enormous. The next second, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Ultron and punched him directly. Boom! The sudden tenfold increase in combat power caught Ultron off guard, and unprepared, he was slammed down like a cannonball crashing into a building. Ultron rose from the ruins, and his expression toward Smith Doyle changed from relaxed to serious. He even took out the weapon he had prepared. "Go to hell." Ultron charged forward armed, his double-headed lance aimed at Smith Doyle's. Faced with the massive vibranium-forged knight's lance in Ultron's hand, Smith Doyle showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was quite intrigued. He immediately dodged Ultron's thrust and simultaneously punched the shaft of the knight's lance. Clang! A loud crash rang out, and Ultron nearly lost his grip on his weapon. That's quite a powerful force, but it's not enough. Ultron also stopped holding back and went all out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spines of those below. Some even felt their legs go weak, making their evacuation even more difficult. Ultron was currently attacking Smith Doyle relentlessly with his weapon, occasionally blurring his own form to launch sneak attacks. However, Smith Doyle reacted even faster, blocking every attack Ultron made whenever it broke free of its intangible state. For a time, Smith Doyle and Ultron were locked in a fierce battle, clearly showing that Ultron had withstood Smith Doyle's 6,000 million power level and was quite resilient. End of this chapter. Chapter 663. My combat power is 3 million. Chapter 663. My combat power is 3 million. On the battlefield in the city below, Ultron robots had already launched indiscriminate slaughter attacks, while Ultron robots continued to be produced in the Ultron factory and added to the battle. At that moment, Hulk descended from the sky, grabbed an Ultron robot, and tore it to pieces. Then, watching the screaming and fleeing crowd, it leaped up again and charged towards another Ultron robot. Wanda used chaos magic to tear apart Ultron soldiers, with magical missiles constantly flying around her. Compared to the endless stream of Ultron robots, mirror magic is no longer a good option, as she can attract more Ultron soldiers as long as she is still on the battlefield. After all, Ultron wanted to eliminate these superhumans more than ordinary people. However, the Ultron soldiers were like locusts, arriving in waves before one wave was even finished off. This was her first high-intensity battle since she learned magic. Before this, the battles were either arena fights or one-on-one duels. She had never encountered a major dimensional invasion in Camartage, which made Wanda somewhat panicked, but she could only do her best to kill the enemy. Knowing that this might be the battlefield where her brother Pietro died, Wanda went all out. Pietro absolutely cannot die here. Thinking of this, Wanda roared in anger. What? A surge of magic erupted, and a red energy wave spread out from Wanda. The Ultron robots that were hit were instantly destroyed. Those on the ground shut down and collapsed, while those in the air plummeted to the ground. Pietro glanced at the location where the chaos magic had erupted and rushed over immediately. He was relieved to see that Wanda was alright. "It's good that you're alright, you scared me." The next second, Pietro started running quickly, smashing Ultron robots to pieces wherever he went, and none of them could stop him. As for this being the place where he would die, Pietro shook his head. He was wearing a vibranium-forged bodysuit, had developed the super divine water, and even learned Ki from the cat sage on Corin Tower. Bullets couldn't hurt him at all, not to mention the vibranium suit. Smith Doyle is currently fighting Ultron, but he is also keeping an eye on the battlefield below. Wanda's burst of chaotic magical energy covered a considerable area and was quite conspicuous in the air. Smith Doyle frowned slightly. Chaos magic erupted. Had something happened to Pietro? Given Pietro's current physical condition and equipment, this shouldn't be the case. He remembered that Pietro had approached him a while ago, saying that the future fate would definitely not happen because he had mastered the air, and even gave him a demonstration of taking a bullet with his bare body. With his doubts in mind, Smith Doyle glanced around and immediately spotted Pietro, the blue lightning bolt, moving through the city, and Gordon, who was using teleportation to rescue him. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Go to hell." Ultron was also enraged by Smith Doyle's behavior and immediately seized the opportunity to use the twin-headed rider lance to knock Smith Doyle down from the air. Boom! Smith-Doyle crashed into the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble and surrounding houses to collapse instantly. Fortunately, there were no civilians left where he landed. Knowing that this move wouldn't kill Smith-Doyle, Ultron in the air immediately decided to press his advantage. The mind gem on his forehead flashed, and in the next instant, a thick yellow laser beam shot directly towards Smith-Doyle's location. Smith-Doyle, if you try to dodge, this laser is powerful enough to pierce through Sokovia and cut it in two, letting humanity experience the power of a small meteorite first. Clearly, Ultron said this directly so that Smith-Doyle would take the hit from him. Smith-Doyle stared at the incoming laser beam without making any attempt to dodge. Hey, what? A white Kamehameha wave shot out from the ruins and collided with Ultron's laser. The two energies collided in mid-air and became deadlocked. Upon seeing this, Ultron immediately spoke up, haha, good timing. I'll let you die from the power of this gem. Ultron immediately increased the output of the Mind Stone's power. At this moment, let alone destroying the rising Sokovia, even Earth would be directly destroyed by this attack if Smith-Doyle hadn't blocked it. Ultron's attack pushed Smith-Doyle's Kamehameha downwards, clearly indicating that the Mind Stone was now more powerful. Unlike the original vision in the universe, Ultron was created based on the neurons of the Mind Stone. The power of the Mind Stone was perfectly compatible with him, allowing him to fully utilize the power of the stone, rather than a Vision who was equipped with divine gear but could not operate it. Smith-Doyle watched the Kamehameha wave being pushed back, showing no fear whatsoever, his eyes filled with excitement. What? Smith-Doyle unleashed another burst of power, his Kamehameha wave once again propelling Ultron's laser upwards. The two energies locked in a stalemate in mid-air. Boom! The Mind Stone's laser and the Kamehameha wave were locked in a stalemate in mid-air, neither able to gain the upper hand, and then exploded in mid-air. A dazzling white light instantly enveloped everything, and everyone in Sokovia turned to look at the sky. Just when everyone thought that Sokovia and they themselves were doomed, they discovered that the explosion did not have a particularly large aftershock. This is the characteristic of Chi. It doesn't have much dispersion, but its attack is highly focused. Even a beam of light capable of destroying a planet will be harmless if it grazes an ordinary person without hitting them, but the planet that is hit will be destroyed. Although Smith-Doyle's Kamehameha had a strong focusing effect, Ultron's Mind Stone energy did not. The blast created a whirlwind that swept across Sokovia, causing the rising Sokovia to shake. Steve, who was conducting a rescue operation on the bridge, lost his grip, and the rear bumper of the car he was holding broke off, causing the car and its occupants to fall off the bridge. Ah! The female driver in the car screamed loudly. Steve stared blankly at the bumper in his hand, thinking, he can't fly. Steve then used the bumper in his hand to send the Ultron robot flying from behind, while turning his head to look down the bridge. Just then, Thor swung Mjolnir and charged down, quickly catching up with the falling car. He grabbed the woman in the car, glanced at Steve above, and threw her up onto the car. Steve caught the woman who was thrown up and then took her to the broken bridge. The Ultron robot that ran over spoke, "You can't save everyone." However, he was met with Steve's shield, which pierced directly into the chest of the Ultron robot. "You will eventually." Steve used the magnetic device to pull the shield and the Ultron robot together and threw them down. Watching the falling Ultron robot, Steve asked, "You haven't finished saying what you'll eventually do." At this point, Saul brought back another car that had fallen, along with its occupants, and threw it onto the bridge. Steve looked at Thor and joked, "Were you asleep? Why did it take you so long to get here?" The two then headed to the next battlefield. Steve, working with Thor, threw his shield. Thor struck the shield with Mjolnir, and the shield flew out, destroying the Ultron robot in their path. The two worked together, significantly increasing their speed of destruction. Thor flew into the air, wielding Mjolnir and destroying all the Ultron robots. One of the Ultron robots crashed into a tanker truck, causing an explosion. The next second, Ultron 4 rushed out, grabbed the opponent, and flew away into the distance, saying, "You're really annoying me." Ultron 4 is the only one of the 3 remaining bodies made of secondary adamantium, besides the latest Ultron body. It is also the only secondary adamantium body that contains a small amount of vibranium. This was originally intended as a backup for Ultron if the Cradle of Life failed to create a body, and it had not been deployed in previous battles. Ultron 4 threw Thor against a wall, which crashed through Thor and caused the wall to collapse. Then, it used gravity to pull a stone pillar down onto the fallen Thor. Boom! Thor was knocked to the ground, and before he could even get up, Ultron punched him in the face. Bump! With a loud crash, Thor was sent flying again, and Mjolnir fell to the ground from his grasp. Thor rolled on the ground for a moment, then stopped. He sensed that the guy in front of him was much stronger than the Ultron 3 robot he had faced before. Although the opponent was not as tall as the Type 2, its strength was much greater. Thor slightly clenched his right hand, and Mjolnir flew back into his hand. Seeing Ultron return once again, Thor spun Mjolnir around rapidly before leaping up and smashing it down on Ultron. Boom! With its powerful kinetic energy, Ultron was blasted away and crashed into a house. The other side, Tony, flying through the air, had finished scanning Sokovia. Jarvis then reported, "Sir, the anti-gravity device has been set up and will reverse. A single touch will send it plummeting downwards at full speed." Tony said, "The core is vibranium, which is affected by a tremendous force striking it. The energy released from the recoil." Jarvis reported, "The device may fail, but that's not enough. The consequences are still severe." Tony asked, "What if we seal off the other end, forcing all the energy back into the device?" Jarvis stated the consequences directly. "That would evaporate the entire city, and its people too. It seems this plan is not advisable either." After dealing with the Ultron robots in the vicinity, Steve, along with Natasha, escorted the civilians to safety and asked, "Any progress, Stark?" Tony said, "I don't have any good ideas. Perhaps there is a way to blow up the city and prevent it from hitting the Earth, but of course everyone has to evacuate first." Steve began, "I need a solution, not a way to escape." Tony said, "The impact radius is constantly increasing, and we need to make a choice quickly." Steve asked, "What about Smith's side? The explosion was so intense, is there still no winner yet?" Tony shook his head and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Smith Doyle was flying in midair and had already dissipated the 10x Kaioken state. The outcome is still undecided. Ultron seems to be holding him back. Smith has the power to destroy the entire Sokovia, but only if the people are evacuated in advance. The most important thing is to eliminate Ultron. It would be best if there were no major personnel losses before that. Otherwise, let's end this and everyone work hard for the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Steve looked at Sokovia at his feet and said, "It's impossible to avoid personnel losses. Tony, you have to find a way to win a championship to make up for everything that happened here." Tony was also in a bind, but now was not the time to calculate losses and casualties. He spoke up, "I will take responsibility for these things and restore Sokovia to its original state." As Wanda listened to the conversation between the two through the combat power detector, she thought of the time magic she had seen in the Kamartosh library. Unfortunately, time magic reverses the entire process, and if she wanted to use time magic to restore Sokovia's losses, it would restore Ultron as well. "We will do our best to rescue him, and we believe that Smith can defeat Ultron." Hearing Wanda's words, everyone nodded, glanced at Smith and Ultron above them, and continued their battle. Ultron watched as Smith Doyle's red aura dissipated and joked, "What, are you planning to give up? If you'd like, I can give you a ticket to the new world." Smith Doyle looked at Ultron and said, "Ultron, I acknowledge your strength. Next, I will unleash my full power to send you away from this world. Although you have only been in this world for a short time, witnessing my full power makes this journey worthwhile." Ultron was also taken aback by Smith Doyle's words, and then retorted sarcastically, "Full strength? The red aura you just experienced wasn't your full power. Do you want to hear what you're saying? I don't believe you can improve indefinitely." Smith Doyle grinned, gave himself a thumbs up, and said, "I only used 20% of my strength just now, so I'll show you my full power." "What?" Boom. Smith Doyle stopped hiding and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden energy surged into the sky, his hair and eyebrows turned gold in an instant, and his pupils turned green. He looked aloof. "My current combat power is 300 million. At this moment, all the Avengers' eyes were fixed on Smith Doyle's figure in the air. Ultron even took a step back in shock and said in disbelief, "Impossible, how could you be so strong?" End of this chapter. Chapter 664 UN 039 Re not as good as Metal Gura. Chapter 664 You're not as good as Metal Gura. At that moment, Odin, who was far away in Norway, stood up and looked in the direction of Smith Doyle. Frigg looked at Odin and asked, "What happened?" Odin said in a deep voice, "He's grown up so fast, it's unbelievable." Although Odin was willing to invest in Smith Doyle because of the Ancient One, and was optimistic about his future development, believing that the Skyfather level would not be a hurdle for Smith Doyle, he still thought that it would take Smith Doyle quite a while to reach that level. After all, when I last saw the opponent's strength, he was only at a mid-level among the Subfathers. But how long has it been? A year or two is but a blink of an eye for his long lifespan, and the opponent's power has already reached the level of the Heavenly Father. Frigga then said with a smile, "This is a good thing for us." Odin nodded, but said with some regret, "It's a pity I won't be able to see his glory when he reached the top." Frigga held Odin's hand, leaned on his shoulder, and said nothing more, cherishing the last moments she had with him on Earth. Comatage. Ancient One looked toward Sokovia with a look of satisfaction. Is this the growth rate of the uniqueness of the multiverse? It's truly outrageous. In just a few years, he rose from a moderately powerful superhuman to the level of a godfather. It's just a matter of whether the growth will slow down later on, since the levels of single universe, multiverse, and omnipotent universe are all much larger than the last. However, the thought of Smith Doyle's uniqueness, comparable to that of several great gods like eternity, filled the Ancient One with anticipation for Smith Doyle's future. In addition to Eternal, Smith Doyle will be added to his network of contacts in the future. The Sokovia battlefield. Natasha gazed at the scenery ahead. The entire city had now floated into the clouds, looking exceptionally beautiful. She then spoke, "Where can we see such beautiful scenery?" At that moment, Sharon Carter's voice rang out in everyone's earpieces. "It's so good that you enjoy the scenery, Romanov. The best is yet to come." Then, in the next second, four space carriers emerged from the clouds and hovered on the edge of Sokovia. Upon seeing the space carrier appear, Steve and Natasha smiled, while the people of Sokovia looked on in surprise. Pretty. The aircraft carriers under Project Insight now appear to have some other uses. Steve looked at the emerging space carrier and a smile appeared on his lips. Sure enough, the SHIELD under Smith's leadership and the SHIELD under Nick Fury were completely different outcomes. You have come at just the right time. Coulson and his team were aboard the space carrier, not one of the three from Project Insight. Looking at Sokovia so close at hand, he spoke, "The world is getting crazier and crazier. Cities are even flying in the sky." May nodded and said, "Yes, our perceptions have been shattered time and time again." "So, is this ship we're standing on the same one you hid the West Tower code before?" Coulson said with a smile. "Now you know." At this moment, Barbara spoke up and reported, "At an altitude of 18,000 feet, it is still rising." Fitz, standing nearby, quickly operated the computer, prepared to deploy the life pods. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Set off. As the enter key was pressed, several massive escape pods flew out of the four-sonic space carrier and headed towards Sokovia to evacuate personnel. Pietro looked at the space carrier in front of him and said, "Is this the SHIELD led by Mr. Smith?" Steve nodded and said, "This is what SHIELD should be like." Natasha joked, "Luckily, you didn't destroy it on the spot." Cough cough. Steve coughed and then said, "Let's get everyone into the escape pod." At this moment, Ultron also discovered the space carrier and immediately dispatched the Ultron robot. Barbara then reported, "Coulson, several enemy aircraft have gathered on the starboard side." Coulson began, "Take them all down." Barbara immediately informed, "Attack." Wearing auxiliary armor, Michael flew out of the space carrier and fired satellite missiles from his arm, instantly destroying an Ultron robot. "I never thought I would be fighting alongside the captain. Looks like I can finally tell my son about my heroic deeds." As he spoke, the heavy machine gun on Michael's shoulder was already in position and he immediately began firing rapidly. Da-da-da-da, boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Tony flew over, took down several more Ultron robots, and joked as he looked at the appearing SHIELD agent Michael, "It's not just Captain America, don't forget Iron Man too." Michael exclaimed excitedly, "It's the entire Avengers." Tony said with a smile, "Yes, it's the entire Avengers." Although the two were talking, they did not stop attacking the aerial Ultron robot and continued to launch attacks. The escape pod had already landed, accompanied by SHIELD agents, who stood guard around it with weapons in hand. At that moment, Steve led the crowd over and said to the SHIELD staff, "After this group, there will be 50 to 100 more." At this moment, Natasha, Pietro, and the others were all moving the crowd, while the Coulson squad, which had arrived as reinforcements, was protecting the surrounding area to ensure that no Ultron robots would attack. "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." Pietro used his speed to grab people and quickly move them towards the life pod. Soon, the 6 lifeboats were filled with civilians, and Fitz reported, "All 6 lifeboats are full." Sharon Carter began by saying, "Don't worry, another 18 lifeboats have arrived." Just then, the alarm sounded, and Barbara shouted, "Enemy planes are attacking." A Ultron robot crashed into the command room, smashing through the glass and smashing the conference table without slowing down. Boom! After crashing into the table, the Ultron robot quickly crawled outwards, but Barbara stepped forward and kicked the robot's head off, instantly destroying it. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the battle between Smith Doyle and Ultron continued. Faced with Ultron's attack, Smith Doyle crossed his arms and easily dodged it. "To be honest, my expectations of you were a bit too high. I used to think you were an opponent like Metal Gura. But it's obvious that you're not as good as Metal Gura." Ultron is actually no weaker than Metal Gura, but the real difference lies in their numbers. Ultron only had one such body, but Metal Cooler numbered as many as an entire planet. The difference between the two lay in their sheer numbers. Ultron glanced down at his own armor, which was now shattered. I really don't know where you came up with this new enemy from. No Metal Gula has ever appeared on Earth. Do you think you will succeed? Even if it crashes now, it will kill hundreds of millions of people on Earth. Besides, you can't kill me. Smith Doyle said, do I have to deceive you? As for whether you will die, you will soon find out. The next second, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Ultron and kicked him in the head with a whip kick. Bump! Under the immense force, Ultron's head was slightly deformed, but it quickly recovered. Anyone can talk big. I am the strongest. Golden laser light shot out again from the mind gem on his forehead. Faced with the incoming laser beam, Smith Doyle slapped it back. The laser, which was originally invincible, was slapped away by Smith Doyle and shot out of the Earth's atmosphere. This is impossible. However, what met his response was not Smith Doyle's answer, but a punch. Boom, boom, boom. With Smith Doyle's attack, Ultron's armor shattered completely and fell off, revealing his red body underneath. Ultron looked at his completely destroyed battlesuit. As for the double-headed lance in his hand, it had been knocked off during the battle and fell to Sokovia below. The next second, a flash of light appeared, and a suit of armor appeared on Ultron's body. However, this time the suit was a phantom, and it looked very similar to Smith Doyle's combat suit. The other side, Bulma arrived in her jet, opened the window, looked out at Tony, and shouted, Tony, I've created a cyber cage that can lock down Ultron's network. But it only works when applied to Ultron. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Tony immediately flew over and said, where is the thing? I'll go give it to Smith Doyle. Bulma took out the box, opened it, and inside was a capsule with 8 tentacles. This is it. If you put it on Ultron, it will activate on its own. It only takes 1 minute to completely block Ultron's network capabilities. Tony took the box and said, I'll send it to Smith right away. Without delay, Tony grabbed the box and flew towards the location where the two were fighting. When Tony flew over, he saw Smith Doyle hitting Ultron in the air like a punching bag. Bump! Ultron was kicked away by Smith Doyle, then turned to Tony beside him and said, how did you come? Tony said, I brought you the equipment. Bulma has developed a device to lock down Ultron. However, you need to place it on Ultron for it to work. Smith Doyle nodded in agreement when he heard that Bulma had developed the device. Okay, leave it to me. After handing the items to Smith, Tony joked, your hairstyle is pretty cool. It wasn't like this just now, what happened? Smith glanced at Tony and said, you can't learn it, so don't even think about it. After saying that, Smith Doyle flew toward Ultron, reaching out to grab Ultron's neck. Brush. However, at that moment, Ultron activated his intangibles ability, and Smith Doyle's hand grasped at empty air. Do you think I didn't hear what you said? Would I ask you to install that device on me? Smith Doyle stared coldly at Ultron and said in an icy voice, I'd like to see how long you can maintain this state. Ultron grinned and said, it can remain until Sokovia turns into a meteorite and falls to Earth. Just as Ultron was about to get angry at Smith Doyle, the Infinity Gauntlet appeared in Smith Doyle's hand, its space gem blue light flashing. The next second, Ultron, whose body was hidden in another dimension, was ejected and grabbed by the neck by Smith Doyle. Do you really think I can't handle your current state? Smith Doyle showed no politeness and directly installed the device Bulma had prepared on Ultron's neck. Ultron struggled and finally broke free from Smith Doyle's grasp, but a deep handprint was left on his neck, despite his body being made of vibranium and adamantium. Ultron, freed from his comfort, immediately reached for the back of his neck, and Bulma's device indeed activated instantly. All of Ultron's signals were immediately blocked on the internet, and Ultron immediately tried to fight back, but to no avail. In just 1 minute, Ultron was completely blocked on the internet, and all Ultron robots were marked, losing their ability to re-enter the network world and split wirelessly. Smith Doyle immediately spoke up. Guys, wipe out all the Ultron robots here, don't let a single one escape Sokovia. Upon hearing Smith's words, Tony nodded and flew towards the battlefield below, simultaneously informing Michael on the battlefield, Michael, go to the escape pod and help the guards evacuate. The Avengers, the past has come together. At this moment, Ultron crushed the device around his neck and spoke, you've locked down my world. Do you think I care? You've locked down my world, so I'll destroy yours. Ultron then waved his hand, ordering all the Ultron robots to gather in the central church. He wants to activate the anti-gravity device ahead of time, so that Earthlings will have to endure all of this. Smith watched as Ultron began assembling his robot army, a smile spreading across his face. He then spoke, should everyone evacuate? The evacuation of civilians is complete. All personnel except myself have been evacuated from Sokovia. Smith Doyle's voice came through the channel, and everyone was stunned for a moment. Tony asked, Smith, what are you going to do? Smith said, I'm going to get rid of him completely here, including this city. Tony nodded and called out, everyone, prepare to evacuate. Smith Doyle nodded. That's right, everyone evacuate and leave this place to Ultron. Ultron has been cut off from the internet by Smith. Once all of Smith's robots are killed, Ultron will be doomed. Ultron turned and flew toward the church, with Smith Doyle giving chase. At that moment, the Avengers were also arranging an evacuation, quickly getting the civilians into the life pods. Ultron stood outside the church, looking at Smith Doyle in front of him, and said, actually, I've always looked forward to all my matches against you. How does someone like me compare to the Gerby you're talking about? End of this chapter. Chapter 665 Annihilation. Chapter 665 Annihilation. Smith Doyle looked at the army of Ultron before him and shook his head, saying, wait until you can get Ultron's army to use the same materials as you before you compare them to Metal Gura. In fact, besides having an army made of the same material, Metal Gura also has superhuman regenerative abilities, far surpassing Wolverine's. Furthermore, it becomes even stronger after recovering from injuries, two abilities that Ultron does not possess. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Ultron's lips twitched slightly. He himself hadn't even considered the fact that all of Ultron's army used the same material. After all, it seems there aren't many vibranium or adamantium alloys on Earth. However, Ultron was unaware that the reserves of these two metals on Earth were indeed enough for him to build such an invincible army. That's just your imagination. You've locked down my world, so I'll destroy yours. With a wave of his hand, Ultron sent all of his Ultron robots charging toward Smith Doyle. Faced with the oncoming army of Ultron, Smith Doyle showed no fear and immediately charged forward, his voice ringing out on the combat power detectors of all the Avengers and Wanda and her siblings. Everyone must ensure the evacuation of all civilians. I will handle Ultron. Smith Doyle threw a punch, and the Ultron robot he touched instantly exploded and shattered. The force of his punch also destroyed all the robots within a range of several meters in front of him. Boom. Meanwhile, the Ultron robot on the other side seized the opportunity and attacked with its energy gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Smith Doyle had no need to dodge the incoming laser beam. Boom, boom, boom. The laser beams that hit him were completely unable to penetrate his defenses, leaving no trace whatsoever. Smith Doyle immediately raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast. Boom. The energy wave instantly engulfed a large number of Ultron robots and then exploded violently, annihilating a large number of enemies. For someone like me, numbers have become meaningless. On the other battlefield, everyone had arranged for all civilians to board the life pods. At this moment, Steve spoke up. I can already feel the air thinning here, we need to retreat. Tony said at this time, you guys go to the escape pod. Ivan Vanko, Saul, and I will stay in the flight to check if we've missed any civilians. After speaking, Tony took flight, rapidly scanning Sokovia to ensure that no civilians were left behind and not evacuated. Ivan Vanko also took to the air and used the Combat Capability Detectors module for scanning and detection. Thor nodded, then swung Mjolnir and flew into the sky. Wanda then spoke up, count me in, I can fly too. After speaking, Wanda used magic to fly in the sky to explore, but at this time her flying speed was slower than the two of them. Pietro cracked his neck and then spoke, leave the ground to me. After speaking, Pietro vanished from everyone's sight. He began running quickly on the ground, searching for any civilians who might have been overlooked or were hiding in air raid shelters. Jessica Jones then spoke up, retreat. Everyone, leave. Barton turned his head to look in Smith's direction, then asked, what about the core side? Steve said directly, Chief Smith will handle everything. He told us to leave this area and not to bother him. The members of Coulson's team then chimed in, retreat. We believe Chief Smith has a way to deal with them. Barton nodded, then said to Natasha, Shauna, go and bring Hulk back. The group then immediately ran towards the evacuation point. Soon, near the evacuation point, Natasha heard Hulk's roar. Barton began by saying, we don't have much time left, you need to speed things up. Natasha nodded, then ran toward Hulk. Hulk, who was still venting his anger, dropped the car door he was holding and turned to walk away when he saw Natasha. At this moment, Natasha took off her gloves and then shouted with a smile, hey, Hulk, time to go home. Betty is waiting for you at the base. Natasha spoke as she walked toward Hulk. When Hulk heard Natasha call his name and mention Betty, he immediately fell silent. He glanced at the battlefield in the distance and walked towards Natasha's location. Da-da-da. Just then, an Ultron robot, piloting a fighter jet, pressed the attack button on the two of them, and machine gun bullets immediately began to fire rapidly. Natasha collapsed instantly. Although most of the machine gun bullets hit Hulk, a few stray bullets grazed Natasha's body, causing her to bleed profusely. Fortunately, Natasha had been injected with the super soldier serum and would not die from a few stray bullets. The fighter jet fired a rapid-fire lap and then immediately left. The Ultron robot piloting the fighter jet was among the last batch of robots manufactured in the Ultron factory before Ultron's network was blocked. It hadn't yet joined the battle against Smith Doyle. Looking down at the roaring Hulk, it smiled and said, "How could I let you leave so easily?" The Ultron robot then aimed at a life pod carrying the Avengers and pressed the missile launch button. The missiles carried by the fighter jet flew directly towards the escape pod. Whoosh! The missile, trailing a white plume of flame, hurtled towards the escape pod. Natasha's eyes widened at the sight, and she shouted, "No!" Jessica Jones gritted her teeth and immediately transformed into a symbiote. At the same time, she swung her symbiote whip, which instantly transformed into a green wall in front of everyone, clearly intending to use the whip to block the missile. Donnie Gill immediately activated his freezing power, instantly freezing a layer of ice onto the symbiote manifested wall, strengthening its defenses. Skye faced the incoming missile with both palms and immediately used her shockwave power. What? With Skye's roar, the rapidly approaching missile shuddered and began to disintegrate in midair. However, due to its excessive speed and Skye's still weak abilities, it did not completely disintegrate and still crashed into the ice wall formed by Donnie Gill and Jessica Jones, detonating, albeit with significantly less power. Boom! The shockwave and flames from the explosion tore through the ice wall and then attacked the symbiote. The wall, transformed by the whip, was like a tattered rag, ultimately blocking the missile's attack while burning like a tattered rag. Jessica Jones glanced at the remaining sliver of the symbiote whip, quickly retracting it into her body, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we blocked it. At this moment, Hulk picked up the injured Natasha, leaped onto the deck of the space carrier, and then placed her on the deck. He then turned and jumped back, intending to destroy the Ultron robot. Hulk leaped high into the air, landing directly on the fighter jet. He then entered the Quinjet via the still open staircase and threw the Ultron robot out of the aircraft. Boom! The Ultron robot crashed to the ground and instantly shattered into a pile of parts. The other side. Smith Doyle raised his right hand, and the energy wave shot out, splitting into countless energy projectiles at the top like a shower of flowers, attacking all the Ultron robots. Boom, boom, boom. All the Ultron robots hit by the gas blast were instantly dissolved and destroyed. Before long, only the Ultron robot itself remained in front of them. Smith Doyle withdrew his arm and looked at Ultron, saying, "As I said, numbers are of no use at our level, unless you're a top expert at our level." The next second, Smith Doyle charged straight at Ultron's main body. Swish, swish, swish. Smith Doyle threw out his fists with incredible speed. Ultron had no time to parry or defend and was hit 3 times before he could even block one attack. Bump! Smith Doyle delivered a knee strike to Ultron's abdomen, sending Ultron flying with tremendous force. However, the next second Smith Doyle appeared behind Ultron, and slammed his hands into Ultron's back. Boom! Ultron crashed into the ground like a missile, the shockwave leveling the surrounding buildings and creating a deep crater at the point of impact. Before the smoke in the deep pit had dissipated, a yellow laser beam shot out and attacked Smith Doyle directly. Faced with the laser beam fired by Ultron, Smith Doyle did not dodge at all, but charged straight at it. To Ultron's horrified gaze, Smith Doyle appeared before him, beaming with laser light, and brought his hand down on Ultron's forehead. In response to Smith Doyle's act of taking the gem, Ultron kicked Smith Doyle hard in the abdomen. Bump! Under Ultron's fierce counterattack, Smith Doyle failed to retain the Mind Stone and was sent flying. Ultron's face turned ashen. Smith had actually tried to take his gem. Given that his network was blocked, the only outcome of having the gem confiscated was instant death. At that moment, Ultron felt a real threat of death. Without further hesitation, he rushed towards the church and slapped the control switch. The anti-gravity device underground suddenly flipped over. Before everyone's eyes, Sokovia shattered and plummeted downwards in an instant. The sudden turn of events left everyone wide-eyed. Victory seemed within reach, so how could this happen? Tony immediately shouted, "Smith, Sokovia is falling, act now." Despite Ultron's desperate actions, Smith Doyle remained completely unconcerned. "Have all the people been evacuated?" Tony said. "They've evacuated. Now it's just you and Ultron up there." Upon hearing that only he and Ultron remained above, Smith Doyle looked at Ultron and said, "Actually, having me take the gem just now would have been a good way for you to die." The next second, Smith Doyle's figure vanished from Ultron's sight. Smith Doyle was now standing where Sokovia had been, now a giant crater where Sokovia's ascent had taken off. Thor had a better way than to smash the device with a hammer and detonate the entire Sokovia. At least this method wouldn't harm the civilians on the ground. Smith Doyle began to gather his energy and aimed it at Sokovia, who was falling rapidly from the sky. Hummy, what? A white Kamehameha wave flew from Smith Doyle's hand and struck the falling Sokovia directly. However, under Smith Doyle's full-power Kamehameha wave, the massive Sokovia vaporized instantly upon contact with the wave. Ultron, still wondering what Smith Doyle would do next, was enveloped by a Kamehameha wave in the next second. Nope. Amid Ultron's screams, his indestructible vibranium body began to vaporize and fly away. Vibranium atoms did not escape this fate either, and in an instant, only a metal skeleton made of adamantium alloy remained. However, the metal frame didn't last 3 seconds either, and it dissipated directly into the Kamehameha wave, leaving only a yellow mind gem. At that moment, Smith Doyle appeared in the air and grabbed the Mind Stone floating above. The borrowed gem of the soul has finally been successfully retrieved. Smith Doyle embedded the Mind Stone directly into the Infinity Gauntlet. Ding! As the Mind Stone was successfully inlaid, a golden energy surged up the Infinity Gauntlet and climbed up the arm. However, under Smith Doyle's control, this power was suppressed. The 3 Infinity Stones posed no challenge to him, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Before the eyes of everyone on the space carrier, a white light shot out from the ground, engulfing the entire Sokovia, leaving nothing behind after the white light faded. Everyone was stunned. Sokovia, such a huge city, and Ultron, which was made of vibranium and adamantium, was completely destroyed. Tony exclaimed. No wonder Smith Doyle ordered everyone to evacuate. The power of that move was truly immense. Wanda murmured at this moment, Is this the power of Brother Smith? Bulma looked at Wanda and thought to herself, you want to make a move on my man? Because she arrived late, she had no way to deal with Fox. But she absolutely would not allow a third woman to interfere. No one was allowed. Thor then spoke up. This is still the Sokovia that was launched into the air. If it were to attack the surface, it could definitely destroy a planet. Having witnessed the Rainbow Bridge's attack on the planet, he knew very well just how terrifying the power of Smith Doyle's strike was. Even his most powerful lightning strikes had no real damage to Ultron, but Smith Doyle's attack vaporized Ultron, leaving behind the Infinity Stones. Steve, slumped on the deck, began to speak. It is finally over. End of this chapter. Chapter 666 The Second Divine Dragon. Chapter 666 The Second Divine Dragon. Having confirmed that Ultron had been completely dealt with, Natasha began contacting Hulk. Natasha spoke via the in-flight video call. Hulk, we did it. Mission accomplished. Now you must pilot the plane back to base. Okay. Hulk walked to the cockpit and looked at Natasha in the video in front of him. At this point, Natasha continued, You cannot be tracked in stealth mode. Betty is still waiting for you at the base. At that moment, Hulk was thinking, is Betty waiting for me, or for that guy named Banner inside me? Thinking of this, Hulk ended the video call and then sat quietly on the plane. Natasha was stunned when she saw the video call was turned off, and she didn't know what had happened. She knew that Hulk would never refuse Betty's request. Space carrier. Inside the meeting room, Smith Doyle, Sharon Carter, Coulson, and a host of Avengers members, along with Wanda and Bulma, were gathered. Smith Doyle looked at Sharon Carter and asked, How much damage did we suffer this time? Sharon Carter began by saying, The battle has just ended, and the casualties among the civilians have not yet been tallied. Despite our advance notice and evacuation and rescue efforts, some casualties still occurred during the Ultron machine riot, including injuries from falls caused by the city breaking apart during takeoff. The specific data is still being compiled. As for our side, the SHIELD Sokovia branch of agents suffered 13 deaths and 46 injuries during the evacuation operation. Aside from Bruce Banner being missing, there were no casualties among the Avengers. Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle spoke up. Although we have done our best to issue warnings and carry out rescue operations, there have still been some casualties. Tony, your aftercare fund will handle the compensation for the casualties. After all, this incident has a lot to do with you. Tony nodded. The Aftermath Foundation contacted the families of the injured and deceased as soon as possible and provided compensation. Smith Doyle continued, As for the injured SHIELD agents, those who need treatment should receive it, and those who need wax baths should be arranged. The compensation for the fallen agents must also be paid in full. Steve wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent. Sharon Carter nodded and said, Yes, sir. Smith Doyle continued to ask, What about the economic losses? Sharon Carter paused for a few seconds, then spoke. Sokovia is a small country covering 100,000 square kilometers. Although Ultron did not make the entire country fly, the central city of Sokovia alone covers 525 square kilometers. Based on the construction cost of a third or fourth tier city like this, the investment per square kilometer is approximately $1.5 million US. The construction cost was $787.5 billion, which does not include some factory equipment on Sokovia, or the loss of US dollars and gold in bank vaults. The amount of furniture, home appliances, cars, etc. purchased by the public is conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Hearing about the loss of hundreds of billions of dollars, even Tony Stark had a headache. You have to understand that before he developed the arc reactor, his net worth was only $12.4 billion. After becoming Iron Man and transforming into an energy company and taking back Obadiah's shares, he finally reached the hundreds of billions level after all these years of operation. The losses caused by Ultron reached hundreds of billions. Tony covered his forehead and said, "I created Ultron, and I will bear the loss to Sokovia. I will contact their government and rebuild Sokovia on the original site." At this moment, the site of Sokovia is a huge pit with no buildings on it. Rebuilding the city is a continuous investment, and for Tony, the pressure is not as great as directly paying out hundreds of billions of dollars. Upon hearing Tony's words, the way everyone looked at him became much friendlier. Many people suffered losses, but few dared to take responsibility and bear the consequences. Tony's willingness to use most of his wealth to rebuild Sokovia was a major reason why people's attitudes towards him became more friendly. Upon hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle nodded inwardly, knowing that while Ultron's losses would have been greater without his intervention, he also had his reasons for allowing Ultron to run rampant. He then spoke up, "Rebuilding Sokovia is a good idea, but this whole mess wasn't solely Tony's fault. If I hadn't lent the Mind Scepter to Tony, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Tony said, "Smith, this is not your responsibility." Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "Next, I will be holding the second World Martial Arts Tournament. The prize for the champion this time will still be a wish. As for the disaster in Sokovia, I will wish that the dragon will restore everything here." However, before entering the conference room, Bulma had already quietly told Smith Doyle that Dende had found another material besides the Infinity Stones that could be used to create the Dragon Balls. In other words, Smith Doyle will have 2 sets of Dragon Balls in his possession. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone present showed expressions of surprise and delight. Tony then spoke up, "Smith, use the money to resurrect the people who died this time. As for the loss of the city, let Stark Industries rebuild Sokovia." In Tony's memory, Shenron had only 2 wishes. One was for the World Martial Arts Tournament, though he might not have a chance to win. The other was between restoring the city and restoring the dead, and Tony decided to choose to restore the dead. Smith Doyle did not reject Tony's words. He did not know how many wishes the dragon created by Dende had. After all, Bulma had only told Dende that she had found a replacement, but he knew nothing about the dragon's abilities, how many wishes it had, or whether there were any restrictions on resurrecting people. "Okay, we'll do it your way. That concludes this meeting. We will now return to base." The next day, all television channels and online discussions were focused on the events in Sokovia. The city center has completely disappeared from its original location. On television, a reporter stood on the site of Sokovia, gazing at the deep pit before him, and began to report, "This is ABC News. Robot attacks occurred in several cities around the world yesterday. According to reliable sources, all the robots involved in this incident have been eliminated. This is the first time in human history that we have faced a crisis of artificial intelligence. This reminds us of a very famous movie from the 20th century, The Terminator. At that time, it was the artificial intelligence Skynet that launched an attack on humanity, and even crossed time and space to hunt down the leader of the human resistance during his childhood. And now, the movie has become reality. Unlike in the movies, in this world we have the Avengers and superhumans. This time, we have successfully extinguished this artificial intelligence crisis. Humanity has won. At the same time, not all artificial intelligence is harmful. The big white robot still fulfills its duty to protect its owner and property. And the land beneath my feet, as well as the former giant crater, was the main battlefield where the 2 sides actually fought. Everyone, please take a look." As the camera shifts, an overhead view of the Sokovia crater appears before the viewer. This is the heart of the battle, a giant crater with a diameter of 525 kilometers. The small city center of Sokovia has been completely wiped off the face of the earth. You can imagine how intense the battlefield must have been. How much did they sacrifice for this victory? Now we're connecting with our reporter on the ground among the disaster victims in Sokovia. The connection was quickly established, the scene on the screen shrunk, and another reporter appeared on the side. I am a reporter from this station, Aina Guerra. I am now at the resettlement site for disaster victims in Sokovia, as you can see. Tony Stark's charities have arrived on the scene and are working to help with the resettlement of the victims. The camera quickly focused on Tony's charity. Then, the red-haired female reporter, Aina Guerra, began her interview. Sir, what is your view on the emergence of artificial intelligence in the face of this crisis? At this moment, the man said to the camera with an excited expression, "It was all a Hydra conspiracy. SHIELD announced that it was an evil scientist named Zola who did this evil. I am very grateful to God Smith Doyle, who led the Avengers to destroy this evil guy. We are also very grateful to the big white robot from the Capsule Corporation, because its early warning allowed our family of 3 to evacuate in advance." Aina Guerra asked, "Is it because of the warning from the big white robot?" The man nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to the warning from Capsule Corporation, all the other families who bought the big white robot, besides me, have avoided this disaster. The big white robot protected us with its body. It perished along with a robot. And it's not just me, I believe other families who own Bimax robots have had similar experiences. You can ask other people if you don't believe me." Aina Guerra asked in surprise, "You mean, in this AI crisis, there are not only bad AIs but also good ones?" The man nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Here, I would like to say thank you to the Capsule Corporation for producing the big white robot." Aina Guerra stood in front of the camera and said, "I'm sure everyone has already seen the interview I just gave you. But to verify the authenticity of the matter, we interviewed some other people. Soon, through interviews, it was learned from many people that they had also witnessed many families with Bimax robots being protected by Bimax robots. Some members of the public have even suggested that if Tony Stark is to offer compensation, they hope that a portion of the compensation will be converted into a giant white robot." The host continued, "During this AI crisis, Hydra's artificial intelligence Zola launched Sokovia into the air, intending to use it to crash into Earth, but our god among men, Smith Doyle, led the Avengers and a group of superhumans to thwart their plot. And with his powerful abilities, he completely annihilated Sokovia, which had begun to fall. We must thank Mr. Smith for saving our lives. According to official intelligence, if Sokovia had crashed, 80% of the world's population might have died directly from the impact." The other side. Smith Doyle returned to the League of Assassins headquarters, where he was currently inside the Temple of Gods, facing the Namekian Dandy. "Dandy, how's the Dragon Ball situation going?" At this moment, Dandy took out an item, a transparent dome, inside which was a model of an Earth dragon. "It has been completed and can be activated and used at any time." Looking at the Dragon Ball model in Dandy's hand, Smith Doyle asked, "How many wishes can the dragon you created grant, and what are its limitations?" Dandy began to speak, "I combined Mr. Smith's dragon, and the dragon I created can grant 2 to 3 wishes. For acquaintances who frequently grant wishes, 3 wishes can be granted. For those making wishes for the first time, only 2 wishes can be granted. Regarding wishes, there is no limit to the number of dead people that can be resurrected at one time, and multiple resurrections are possible." Hearing Dende's description, it's quite similar to the Earth Dragon from Dragon Ball Super. "Are there any drawbacks?" Dandy awkwardly scratched his head, then said, "Due to the materials, there was an accident when making Shenron. The Dragon Balls should not be used frequently. It is best to digest the negative energy of the Dragon Balls within a certain interval." Upon hearing the word negative energy, Smith Doyle paused for a moment. Could this mean the birth of an evil dragon? Even the Super 4 can't handle that thing. "Dandy, what materials did you use to create the dragon?" Dandy began to speak, "I used keel and adamantium alloy. The core is made of dragon bone, and the outer layer is made of dragon balls polished from adamantium alloy." Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to hear that the materials used to create the dragon balls were the dragon bones obtained when the hand was wiped out. It was quite unexpected that the remains of Shenron could be used to create the dragon balls. The only living dragons he knows of, besides Elder Show of Kunlun, are the dragons of Taro Village. "Activate it. Next, I need to use the dragon balls you created." Smith Doyle did not intend to use the dragon created by Dandy frequently, keeping it only as a trump card at the League of Assassins headquarters. Dandy immediately placed his hands on the dragon model, and the dragon model emitted a golden light before disappearing from their sight. End of this chapter. Chapter 667 Negative Energy. Chapter 667 Negative Energy. Just then, Popo walked over carrying a red mat with 7 dragon balls on it. Dandy began to speak. "Mr. Smith, these are the Dragon Balls I made, and they are ready to use now." Seeing that the Dragon Ball in front of him wasn't much different from the one he possessed, Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Let's begin summoning the dragon." Popo placed the Dragon Ball on the ground, walked over, and chanted the incantation. "Come out, Shenlong." As these words were uttered, the Dragon Ball emitted a golden light that shot straight into the sky, and the originally clear sky turned as dark as night. The golden pillar of light that shot into the sky transformed into a blue dragon. Smith Doyle watched as a dragon, remarkably similar in appearance to the dragon he controlled, appeared in the sky. With the appearance of the dragon, the other half of the earth turned from day to night in an instant. However, the Earthlings, who had experienced this many times before, just glanced at it and didn't care at all. After all, they had already experienced alien invasions twice, so how could this eclipse-like phenomenon make them so irritable? Everyone just went about their business as usual. However, those who knew about the dragon's wish-granting ability, or even those who had made such a wish, understood what was going on, and many immediately murmured, "Smith is actually going to make a wish to the dragon." Inside Avengers Tower, Tony stared in astonishment at the pitch-black sky outside. It's important to know that whether it was the Kree invasion or the later Hydra incident, Smith Doyle insisted on not using the Dragon Balls to wish for everyone's resurrection. However, the damage caused by this Ultron incident was actually less than the previous two, simply because Smith Doyle believed that he bore some responsibility for the casualties, and that responsibility, in Tony's view, was rather far-fetched. In reality, Tony had no idea to what extent Smith Doyle had allowed Ultron to get to this point. Steve Rogers stared blankly at the darkening sky, lost in thought. He had assumed that Smith Doyle wouldn't use the Dragon Balls until the Second World Martial Arts Tournament began at the earliest. Then Steve thought of two people, his deceased lover Peggy Carter and the dead Bucky. Under Smith Doyle's reforms, SHIELD has implemented a merit system, allowing high-ranking agents to apply for supersoldier serum injections once a mission is completed to a certain extent. If his merits reach a certain level, will he be able to earn the right to make a wish? He will still participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, though there is little hope for him. Inside the Sky Sword Bureau base in the outer sky, Nick Fury looked at the Earth plunged into darkness from his spaceship. He had already learned that Smith Doyle had solved Ultron. "It seems you've also started using the Dragon Balls. That's a really good sign. Carol, you're getting back much slower than I expected." At this moment, the Eternals stationed in New York looked out at the dark sky. King spoke, "Dragon Balls are really convenient. But they didn't use it during the last Kree invasion, so why did they use it during this Omnic crisis? As far as I know, the casualties this time aren't that high, right? It can't be because of financial losses, can it?" Cersei shook her head and said, "Who can fathom Smith Doyle's thoughts? But with the Dragon Balls, humanity will not face the crisis of extinction. I believe that we will eventually leave Earth and head towards the universe. Humans really don't need us to protect them anymore." The water sprite asked curiously, "Will we go back to Olympia?" Knowing the truth, Icarus remained silent, simply gazing at the sky outside. Ajax said, "Yes, we will all eventually return to our hometown." Odin of Norway looked at the sky and shook his head, saying nothing more. He had come to terms with the Dragon Balls and was now enjoying the time ahead. For him, death was not the end, but merely a transfer from the present universe to Valhalla, the Hall of Heroes in Asgard, where his people were waiting for him. Temple of Heaven. A cold voice came from the dragon's mouth, "Human who summoned me, state your wish, and I can grant you any wish, but I can only grant 3 wishes." Because of Dandy's presence, the first time Shenron is summoned, 3 wishes can still be granted. Dandy looked at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle then spoke, "Shenron, I need to resurrect all the humans who died because of the Ultron incident." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's wish, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes. "Your wish was very simple, and it has been successfully fulfilled." The next second, all the humans who died because of Ultron were resurrected. This included not only the humans who died in Sokovia, but also those killed by Ultron when he was plundering equipment and materials. The dragon's voice rang out again, "Tell me your next 2 wishes. If you have no wishes, then I must take my leave." Thinking of the side effects of the Dandy Dragon, Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "I have no other wishes." The dragon then spoke, "Goodbye." The next second, Shenron's body transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, ready to fly to all corners of the world. At that moment, Dandy reached out, and the Dragon Balls that were about to fly away did not leave, but instead landed on the temple and turned into 7 stones. Smith Doyle then asked, "Dandy, take a look at this wish. How much negative energy has it gathered, and how long will it take to purify it?" Dende immediately examined the negative energy within the Dragon Balls and then spoke. It will take at least 10 years to completely purify it. If the Dragon Balls are used during this period, the accumulation of negative energy will be aggravated. Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle knew that it would be best to avoid using Dende's Dragon Balls in the days to come. Otherwise, if the evil dragon were to unleash its evil 1 to 7-star dragons, he really wouldn't be able to defeat it. Put the Dragon Balls away. Use them carefully, or even avoid using them if possible. Dandy nodded, then asked with some confusion, "Mr. Smith, won't your Dragon Balls absorb negative energy?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "My Dragon Balls don't have this drawback, they don't absorb negative energy." Dandy nodded and then said, "It seems I need to do more research to try and avoid this problem." Smith Doyle didn't hold out much hope for Dandy's idea, but instead of discouraging him, he encouraged him, "Keep going, maybe you can find a way." Sokovia. As the resurrected man appeared out of thin air at the ruins of Sokovia, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then erupted in endless cheers. "Heavens, heavens, you have all been resurrected. It's just incredible. A gift from God. Easter has come to Earth once again." Sharon Carter of SHIELD also received the information at this moment. Since all the SHIELD agents who were killed by Ultron have been resurrected, the compensation approval process that was still in progress should not continue. However, SHIELD still gave certain merit rewards to these agents who were killed and resurrected. However, not every incident offered a chance for resurrection, serving as a warning to all SHIELD agents that they must be strategic in their actions, not act recklessly, and not treat life as a game. After all, you can't guarantee a chance to be resurrected, but it did give many agents a psychological boost. When it's time to fight, you have to fight to the death, and if you're lucky, you might have a chance to be resurrected. However, the choice between these two options depends on the agent's own assessment of the situation. Soon, Tony learned from Jarvis about the resurrection of the sacrificed civilians, which relieved Tony and lessened his guilt. After all, no one died, which is a cause for celebration. All that remains is to rebuild Sokovia into a new city. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. With all the dead resurrected and Tony Stark taking responsibility for the losses and starting construction on the new city, Sokovia is no longer the focus of attention. The hottest news now is the expo hosted by the Capsule Corporation, Los Angeles, Chinese Theater. The entire venue was booked by the Capsule Corporation, which rented it out for a week to host this expo. This expo was not only a platform for Capsule Corporation to launch new products, but also invited many other companies, including Tony Stark Industries, PIM Technologies, Rand Corporation, Bank Industries, Dine Energy, and OXE Group. Today, the Universal Capsule Group, as a massive technology conglomerate and a source of groundbreaking technological products, attracts the attention of countless media outlets with its every move. This time, a large number of reporters gathered outside the expo. Because this year's event is being held in the form of an expo, the requirements for journalists are no longer as strict as in previous years. Anyone can enter the expo by purchasing a ticket, instead of the previous years when only invited guests were allowed to participate. However, with the censorship relaxed, a large number of media outlets have gathered both inside and outside the venue. Meanwhile, the reporters outside the venue were excitedly interviewing the visiting guests. When they saw Tony arrive with Pepper Potts, the reporters outside the venue became even more excited and immediately surrounded him. Tony Stark is indeed a frequent visitor. He always comes to support the Universal Capsule Group's new product launches. Did Stark Industries participate in this expo hosted by Capsule Corporation? Tony then looked at Pepper Potts and said with a smile, "This question will be answered by our CEO." Pepper Potts said, "As a strategic partner of the Capsule Corporation, Stark Industries is participating in this expo with its own products, which will be showcased later." At this time, a reporter asked, "Mr. Stark, I heard that you have invested all of Stark Industries' profits over the years into the construction of the new city of Sokovia. Will this lead to the company's bankruptcy? The stock price has even dropped by 15% as a result." Pepper Potts spoke directly, "Stock price fluctuations are normal. Stark Industries has healthy cash flow, and the construction of Sokovia will not have any impact." Tony also spoke up, "This is a responsibility that a superhero should take on. I cannot let the people of Sokovia lose their homes and properties." However, the reporter was not satisfied and wanted to get some more explosive news. Looking at the increasingly outrageous questions, Tony Stark frowned secretly. Pepper Potts and Happy stood in front of the reporter's questions. Tony Stark is not giving any interviews right now. Thanks to Happy and Pepper Potts' efforts, Tony managed to break free of the reporters' encirclement and enter the venue. The reporters who had already entered the venue did not follow him and instead interviewed other guests. Upon entering the venue, Tony noticed many familiar faces among the attendees, including Air Force Weapons Research and Development Colonel Rhodes, SHIELD, Agent Coulson, SWORD, Agent Hill, Secretary of State Ross, the CIA's Director of Weapons Procurement, the FBI's Director of Weapons Procurement, and even personnel from foreign arms procurement agencies. On stage, a group of giant white robots were performing a dance in an adorable manner. Seeing this, Tony joked, "I still miss the expo I organized back then, where the dancers were all hot girls, not robots. Although Bimax is quite cute too." Coulson, sitting to the side, said with a smile, "I miss it a little too." Pepper Potts glared at Tony, who shrugged, unconcerned he was just telling the truth. "Coulson, this is your director's company. Why are you here gathering intelligence?" Coulson said, "Capsule Corporation is the director's company, but it is not a company of SHIELD. I heard there are new products on the market, so of course I need to come and find out more. Maybe then we can get a new batch of equipment for SHIELD sooner." Accompanying Secretary Ross was his daughter Betty. Upon seeing Tony Stark arrive, Betty came over and, after standing beside him, asked, "Tony, still no news about Banner?" Seeing that it was Banner's girlfriend, Betty, who had asked the question, Tony shook his head and said, "We don't know where Hulk piloted the fighter jet, but we can be sure of one thing, with Hulk around, Banner is definitely not in any danger." Betty said dejectedly, "It's been a whole month, and there's still not a single word about Banner. If I didn't know Hulk's strength, I would have thought he was dead." Tony started to complain. Sacrificing oneself would actually make things simpler, since those who died in the Sokovia incident were all resurrected, weren't they? Betty understood that Tony was telling Banner that everything was alright, and Betty said helplessly, "Maybe he'll just pop up on his own someday." Tony said, "Maybe he's preparing a surprise for you." End of this chapter. Chapter 668 The Expo. Chapter 668 The Expo. Dr. Hank Pym, along with his daughter Hope and student Darren, also arrived at the fair. He glanced at his location and walked over. "Father, I never expected you to come to the expo. I thought you had given up on the company." "Teacher, the world is changing, and we need to embrace it." Hank has been ousted from Pym Technologies by his daughter and students. Although he remains the company's founder and shareholder, he no longer holds any important position. Hank Pym, thinking of Howard Stark whom he had met recently, began to speak. "We need to understand the new world, and Capsule Corporation is a key entity we need to understand." Hank Pym specifically asked Howard about his resurrection. He wasn't doing it for himself, but for his wife who had already been declared dead. Through his investigation over this period, Hank Pym has come to realize that there are indeed people in this world who possess the means to resurrect the dead. Meanwhile, through Howard's hints, Hank Pym learns that to achieve the truth of resurrection, he must win the World Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Capsule Corporation, at which point all problems will be solved. This situation prompted Hank Pym to come to the expo, hoping to get a closer look at the Capsule Corporation. Darren then spoke up, "Teacher, the company needs your support. There's no need to hide that technology anymore. The Capsule Corporation has already developed a shrinking gun that's very similar to our technology." Hank Pym shook his head and said, "Darren, you've misunderstood. I don't have any technical skills. The company is all in your hands. What kind of technology do you need? Don't you already possess it?" Seeing that Hank Pym still wouldn't budge, Darren shook his head and said nothing more. Seeing the miniaturization gun from the Capsule Corporation has given him new insights into his research. He plans to showcase his technology at the expo and attract investment to bring the research to fruition. Hope did not join Darren in being aggressive towards her father at this moment, because she had a conversation with Hank before coming. The person being talked about was none other than the resurrected Howard Stark. At home, Hank Pym played a video of Howard's visit and began by saying, "Daughter, I see hope in bringing your mother Janet back to life." Hope stared at the figure on the monitor and exclaimed in disbelief, "Howard, my God, how is this possible? He's back to life?" Hank Pym nodded and said, "Yes, he has been resurrected. So far, there have been 2 large-scale resurrection events, so it wouldn't be surprising to have one more Howard. Now I want to resurrect your mother, Janet." Hearing Hank Pym mention her mother, Hope was momentarily stunned. Her relationship with her father, Hank Pym, was terrible, and she had even kicked him out of the company. The main reason was that she always felt that her father was hiding something from her regarding her mother's disappearance and death. As for the so-called Ant-Man technology, Hope wasn't particularly obsessed, even though she had actually seen it when she was little. "What do we need to do?" Hank Pym began by saying, to learn about the World Martial Arts Tournament, we can first learn about the organizer, Capsule Corporation. Because of this conversation, Hank Pym and his two companions came to the fair. Tony also saw Dr. Hank Pym at this moment, and was somewhat surprised. Because of his parents' resurrection, Tony is no longer completely ignorant about Hank Pym, and he knows a thing or two about the former superhero Ant-Man. However, it was also known that the other party had taken off the Ant-Man suit because of his wife's sacrifice during the mission and had not put it back on since. This is a scientist even his father approves of. Pepper Potts asked curiously, who's coming? Tony turned around and said with a smile, Dr. Hank Pym. Pepper Potts was surprised. Pym Technology. I heard that he was ousted from his own company as the founder, which caused quite a stir. Tony nodded and said, that was certainly sensational. At that moment, Smith Doyle walked in with Fox and sat down in the empty seat next to Tony. Tony asked in confusion, Buddy, this is such a big event today, aren't you going on stage? Smith Doyle smiled and shook his head. I'll leave it to Bulma. I trust she can handle it. Tony nodded and said, that makes sense, just like when I handed the company over to Little Chili. As Bimax's dance performance ended, Bulma appeared in the center of the stage. As the chief scientist of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's appearance immediately drew cheers. At this moment, the screen behind Bulma was showing footage of LG, the Capsule Corporation. Bulma began to speak. I am very pleased to be hosting my first expo since the founding of the Capsule Corporation. I remember the last time I attended an expo was organized by Mr. Tony Stark. The spotlight shone on Tony Stark, who smiled and waved to the crowd. Bulma continued. The world has changed dramatically over the past few years. It seems that since 2008, the world has entered an extraordinary period. With the emergence of extraordinary individuals, superheroes, supervillains, and aliens, Earth is facing many challenges. Today, in order to help everyone better address the increasingly serious problems, the Universal Capsule Group has decided to hold this expo. On the one hand, it is to better bring the products of the Universal Capsule Group into thousands of households and help more people. On the other hand, we also invited a large number of high-tech companies to promote their products to change and serve life through technology. As Bulma finished speaking, everyone present gave her a warm round of applause. After the applause stopped, Bulma continued, this time, in addition to some product upgrades, we have also brought some new things. Let's talk about product upgrades first. At this moment, the screen behind him displayed the iconic product of the Capsule Corporation, the Combat Power Detector. Combat Power Detector version 3.0. This time, we have divided the Combat Power Detector into a standard version with a combat power detection limit of 5,000, a plus version with a combat power detection limit of 1, and a pro version with a combat power detection limit of 2. These three versions of the Combat Power Detector have been upgraded from their original global communication function to enable intergalactic communication. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have the opportunity to go to Asgard, you will find that you can communicate with Earth without any problems if you wear a Combat Power Detector. Of course, this feature isn't just limited to Asgard, it extends to future products. Tony was a little surprised and said, intergalactic communication, is it really that powerful? Smith Doyle nodded and said, yes, I haven't tested the communication limit yet. However, when we traveled to other planets before, we were able to communicate with Earth without any problems. However, it was on planet Ego that Smith Doyle discovered the Combat Power Detector's communication capabilities were exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, the audience below, besides being curious about communication capabilities, wondered if ordinary people really needed such a powerful combat power detector with a starting combat power of 5,000. It's important to know that the current certification for extraordinary individuals still requires reaching 10 points to be considered an extraordinary individual. Many extraordinary warriors are hovering around 50 points. Is there really any use for testing the upper limit of 5,000 to 20,000 combat power? The average viewer thought it was a bit high, but Tony asked curiously, do you have a special edition? The detection limit of 2 combat power is a bit low, isn't it? Clearly, for Tony, who is fighting on the front lines, the detection limit of 2 combat power is not even enough. Smith Doyle knew the actual situation. The latest combat power detector in Bulma's lab had a detection limit of 20 combat power. As for higher-level combat power detectors, Bulma had not been able to develop them due to material limitations. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, there is no special edition. The one with 2 combat power is the special edition. At this point, ordinary people and the wealthy are more concerned about interstellar communication capabilities. and whether this means that the products released by Capsule Corporation later will involve interstellar travel. However, for personnel in special departments such as SHIELD and SWORD, the focus is on the detection limit, since when facing alien dangers, everyone wants to be able to directly understand the enemy's strength. After Bulma finished introducing the combat power detector, she continued, the second upgrade item is the Big White Robot. Big White Robot version 2.0. This version of Big White Robot adds a defense mode to the original version. Based on previous user suggestions, the Big White Robot has been enhanced with combat capabilities. Please look at the big screen. On the big screen, two giant white robots transformed into fighting masters and began to spar, their back-and-forth battles incredibly exciting to watch. Bulma explained. The Big White Robot has been given a combat module and has incorporated a large number of fighting techniques, including free fighting, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and the National Martial Arts of Tokyo University. This gives the Big White Robot a certain ability to fight back against its ability to protect family members. However, the core code still contains instructions not to harm humans, so the Big White Robot's combat capabilities can only be used against robots and alien life forms that do not resemble humans from Earth. Don't worry, everyone, the Big White Robot will attack humans. Upon hearing Bulma's introduction, the eyes of the wealthy people present lit up. A big white robot with fighting abilities, that's a good thing. Safety has been proven by the Ultron incident, and adding combat capabilities would be a significant improvement. The threat of aliens, with 2 consecutive alien invasions, makes it impossible for anyone to ignore. While humans cannot take action against them, it is possible to fight against aliens. Although the requirement is that the aliens be non-human in appearance, this is not a problem for the wealthy, and their security has been improved. Meanwhile, some people thought of robot combat, since they couldn't fight humans, but they could fight robots. Can we hold a robot fighting competition if we buy 2 Bimax robots? Tony opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Hank Pym didn't care about these 2 products in his opinion, neither was as good as his Pym particles. Actually, Bulma has a vibranium version of Bimax in her lab. It can even use vibranium energy to protect its owner with an energy shield. However, considering the price of vibranium, Bulma has not released it, since it is too expensive to make with vibranium. Aside from billionaires like Tony, very few people can afford it. As for Tony, he doesn't need the vibranium version of Bimax to protect him. The expo is still being broadcast live, and many people who couldn't attend in person are watching the live stream on television and the internet. Many families who own Bimax robots watched the live stream while nestled in their Bimax dolls, and when they saw the introduction of the new Bimax model, they asked, Big White, I don't want to replace you, but I also want you to have new abilities. What should I do? At this moment, Bulma on the TV spoke up. We have 2 solutions for upgrading the Big White Robot. One solution is to bring your existing Big White Robot to a flagship store under the Universal Capsule brand for a module upgrade. For just 1 fee, your existing Big White Robot will gain fighting abilities. The other option is to bring your original Big White Robot to the flagship store of the Capsule Corporation and transfer the data of your original Big White Robot into the new Big White Robot body. In comparison, the new Big White Robot has been upgraded with some materials due to its combat requirements, making it more powerful in combat. The older model was designed primarily for comfort, and its combat power was relatively weaker after upgrading the fighting module. As for how to choose, that's up to the users themselves. Upon hearing Bulma's humane choice, everyone watching on television applauded. Many people exclaimed, "It's been fantastic. That way I still have my own Bimax, and I've even enhanced his abilities." Because Bimax has become a member of the family, many people have given their Bimax different names, and even changed their paint jobs to make them look unique. Bulma's solution was to excite everyone, so that their Bimax robot would still be Bimax. For families with limited means who don't have the extra money to buy another Big White Robot, the option is to upgrade the modules. For those with better means and an emotional attachment to their Big White Robot, the option is to upgrade its body. As for some wealthy people, it doesn't matter, they can just buy a few more new Big White machines. Carlson said with a smile, "What a thoughtful and humane solution." As Tony looked at the giant Bimax robot on the screen, he thought of Ultron, the creation of himself. He wondered how different the world would be if everything went well. End of this chapter. Chapter 669 Update and New Products. Chapter 669 Update and New Products. As expected of the Universal Capsule Group, everything they do is geared towards serving people. Unlike other capitalists, who upgrade the system and make older phones even slower in order to release new models, Bulma didn't hear the praise from the sidelines, but continued her introduction. In addition to these two upgraded products, the next step is to make some improvements to the universal capsule. In the area of universal capsules, the main change is the addition of more products that can be encapsulated. It covers everything from small helicopters to large passenger planes, from motorcycles to sports cars with maglev technology, and from sailboats to speedboats on water. Darren, sitting in the audience, asked curiously, "Teacher, do you think this universal capsule involves shrinkage technology?" The product is shrunk down and put into a capsule, and then restored to its original size when used. After thinking for a moment, Hank Pym said, "It's not impossible, but it could also be other space technologies. However, miniaturization technology can achieve the same result." Darren nodded thoughtfully. In this way, not only could the wasp suit be profitable, but shrinking items could also be a way to make money. After giving a brief introduction to the all-purpose capsule, Bulma continued, "The above are upgrades to 3 products. Next is the new product launched by the Universal Capsule Group. The first new product, a spaceship." 2 spaceships appeared on the screen. One was small and spherical, and according to the display, it could only accommodate 1 person. The other was a large spaceship that could accommodate multiple people. "We have built 2 types of spaceships. One is a single-person spaceship that can only accommodate 1 person, which is perfect for solo space travel to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the universe. Another type is a large spaceship, which can accommodate a dozen or so people to live in. Both types of spaceships use faster-than-light engines, enabling them to travel through space at extremely high speeds. Taking a small, single-person spaceship as an example, it only takes 6 days to travel from Earth to Asgard. Furthermore, the small spacecraft is equipped with a hibernation pod inside. Once in space, the hibernation pod can be activated, and a wake-up service will be provided upon approaching the destination." Upon hearing Bulma's introduction, everyone present gasped in surprise. "It's incredible that they've even built a spaceship." Tony looked at the small spaceship, thought for a moment, and then asked, "I remember you rode one of these things back to Earth. How was it?" Smith smiled and said, "It's very convenient. I can reach my destination after just 1 night's sleep." As Ross gazed at the spaceship, his first thought was about developing the surrounding planets. Whether it was the moon or the other planets in the solar system, they all had abundant resources. With the spaceship's speed, developing other planets would no longer be a dream. The jobs created, the employment generated, and the economic output stimulated will all be powerful tools in his bid for the presidency. Bulma on stage continued, "Mr. Smith Doyle was the first person to use a spacecraft for space travel, and the entire journey was safe. In addition, people who want to travel to Asgard can apply for a visa and then travel to Asgard by spaceship. Because of the high cost of spaceships, which ordinary people cannot afford to buy, a special travel route for large spaceships has been launched. These include plans for lunar space travel, round-trip travel to Asgard, and space travel to the 8 planets of the solar system. Please stay tuned for the specific launch date." The wealthy people present were extremely excited about the spaceship proposed by Bulma, and countries that learned about it through live television broadcasts also decided to place orders immediately. Spaceships that travel faster than light make the solar system no longer distant, just as convenient as traveling abroad before. The resources of other planets in space are something that no country can afford to give up. Before they had the ability to send people up there, countries were constantly devising plans. Now that they have the opportunity, they want to take the initiative. The customer service hotline of the Universal Capsule Group was immediately overwhelmed with calls. Nick Fury of SWORD shook his head when he saw the spaceship. When he was the director of SWORD, he spearheaded the establishment of friendly relations with Asgard. However, Smith Doyle did not release the spaceship at that time. Now that Smith Doyle has taken over, the spaceship has been released. Even traveling to Asgard is no longer just a dream. The unfamiliar term Asgard visa has even appeared. Even Tony said with great interest at this moment, "Asgard, Pepper, we should go check it out sometime." Clearly, a super rich man like Tony also has some interest in space travel and going to Asgard. Many viewers in front of their televisions had a thought in their minds: Earthlings can finally leave Earth. On stage, Bulma's introduction continued. Did everyone think that was the end of it? No, there is another new technology that will be rolled out globally. Some people may know what he is, but most people have never heard of him. Wax bath. The Universal Capsule Group has decided to launch a medical product called Wax Bath. The main function of paraffin baths is to treat non-fatal injuries such as fractures, penetrating wounds, gunshot wounds, and cuts. What would normally take a month or even 100 days to recover can be completed in just one night with a wax bath, allowing patients to resume normal activities. The complete rollout of paraffin baths, no longer limited to the Assassin's Guild and the Assassin Brotherhood, is largely due to two factors: the emergence of Dr. Zhao's Cradle of Life and the Assassin's Guild's more effective treatment chambers. Promoting low-cost paraffin baths globally will not only allow for rapid capital recovery but also better serve the public, freeing people from injuries such as fractures and penetrating wounds. That concludes the presentation of the new products from the Universal Capsule Group. The stage is now open to you all. Over the next month, companies from all over the world will be coming to introduce their products. Thank you. Amidst applause, Bulma stepped off the stage. As the first day of the expo came to a close, Capsule Corporation upgraded 3 products and launched 2 new ones, generating buzz around the world. Whether it's the changes to the big white robot, the combat capability detector that can connect with spaceships, or the wax bath, a treatment product with extremely strong healing properties, all of them immediately became trending topics. As for the Universal Capsule Group, the customer service hotline never stopped, and people kept coming to visit the company. Orders for spacecraft were booked up for 3 years ahead, and production capacity could not keep up with demand. Basically, all the sovereign nations in the world that can afford to buy spaceships will place orders. Those with money will buy multiple ships, and those without money will at least buy one. The exploration of extraterrestrial life became the top priority for the entire planet. At the same time, the United Nations immediately changed a law, which stipulated that whoever lands on and discovers an unfamiliar territory or planet first is no longer considered the owner. However, this still cannot stop countries from exploring planets around the solar system. After all countries know that even if those planets are not suitable for human habitation. In addition to orders from various countries and institutions, some ultra-wealthy individuals have also placed orders to purchase spaceships. Even bank industry has received numerous cooperation requests, not for producing war machines but for producing industrial robots, such as exploration robots and mining robots that can operate on extraterrestrial sites, all for the purpose of developing extraterrestrial resources. News of the expo is generating buzz globally, and news of the Second World Martial Arts Tournament has also come into the public eye. 1 month later, the day after the expo ends, the Second World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. However, this time the venue was moved from the arena in downtown New York City back to the island where the Dragon Ball battles were previously held, and that island was named Martial Arts Island. The main reason is the sheer strength of the competitors, making a New York venue unsuitable. Additionally, the audience capacity of a single venue simply cannot compare to that of a small island. The next day, Expo, Smith Doyle and Bulma sat below, watching the people on stage. The person who came on stage to introduce the product was none other than Darren, the CEO of PIM Technologies. Bulma asked curiously, "Is this company special? It's rare that you're interested in companies other than your own." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Hank Pym is a very talented scientist, especially in his research. Let's take a look together." At this moment, Darren Krause, CEO of PIM Technologies and a student of Hank Pym, came onto the stage, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "I am very grateful to the Universal Capsule Group for hosting the expo, which gave me the opportunity to introduce my products to the world. Welcome both of you. PIM Technologies is committed to changing the world. Although we are still quite far from Capsule Corporation, I believe we will definitely bring surprises to everyone." At this moment, Hank Pym, sitting in the audience, looked at his daughter and jokingly said, "Do you think what he did was right?" Hope glanced at her father and shook her head, "I do not know. But he's the CEO now, and I want to see how far he can take the company. Darren is, after all, your student." Hank Pym looked at Darren on the stage and said, "The all-purpose capsule has inspired him. Hopefully, he won't go astray." Hope said with a smile, "It seems we can only wait and see what happens next." Darren Krause then began to speak on stage. "Before we begin, I'd like to introduce a very special person. The founder of our company, and also my mentor, is Dr. Hank Pym." Upon seeing Hank Pym's photo appear on the big screen, everyone present immediately applauded, while Hank Pym, sitting in the audience, remained silent. Darren Krause smiled and glanced at Hank Pym in the audience, then continued, "When I took over the company from Dr. Pym, I started researching a particle that, by increasing its density and intensity, could alter the distance between atoms. I cannot tell you why such revolutionary research has been kept hidden for so long. But imagine a soldier who is only the size of an insect." As he spoke, Darren Krause pressed the remote control, and a video clip from SHIELD began playing on the giant screen in front of everyone. The video footage showed soldiers on the battlefield being attacked without warning. As the video played, Darren Cross explained, "An ultimate secret weapon." In the video footage, a figure the size of an insect is seen wreaking havoc on the battlefield, with no soldier able to stand against it, and tanks and machine gun bunkers being easily breached. An Ant-Man. As he spoke, Darren Cross pointed at Hank Pym and said, "That's what they called you back then, is that right, Hank?" Watching the video footage, everyone present was astonished. Yet another former superhero? Bulma was somewhat surprised and said, "Isn't this somewhat similar to my shrinking gun?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Yes, they are somewhat similar, but there are differences. This shrinking does not change a person's strength. Imagine your strength concentrated in a fist the size of a pinhead. The penetrability and striking power will be greatly enhanced." On stage, Darren Cross continued, "Before the emergence of the extraordinary and the bright, I always thought this was propaganda, a strange story, or some made-up nonsense to scare the Soviet Union. But today, I know that all of this is true. Everything that seems impossible is actually possible." Hank, can you tell the guests how you answered me every time I asked you that question? Is Ant-Man real? Hank Pym looked at the microphone handed to him by a staff member, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Ant-Man is just a legend." Darren Cross echoed this sentiment. Yes. How could something so incredible be true? However, not everyone believes this is fake. After all, superhuman abilities are constantly emerging, so maybe it is real. But for Howard, who was watching all of this on television, Ant-Man was real. He had experienced the period when Ant-Man existed and also witnessed the day when Hank Pym angrily resigned from SHIELD. Darren Cross continued his introduction. "The legendary stories of extraordinary individuals inspired me. With breakthroughs in research, I have been able to shrink non-living matter." On the screen behind them, experiments were being shown demonstrating Pym Technology's success in shrinking non-biological materials, including chairs, engines, and computers. Darren Cross continued, "I was wondering if it was possible to shrink a person. Can it be achieved? Wow, this is no longer a legend." Darren Cross then pressed the switch, and the video on the screen behind him changed again. "Distinguished guests, it is my honor to present to you the Wasp suit, known as the Terminator of War." Then, in the video, a suit the size of an insect was displayed in front of everyone through a device that resembled a magnifying glass. The moment Hope and Hank Pym saw the Hornet suit, their expressions turned serious. End of this chapter. Chapter 670 Wasp Suit. Chapter 670 Wasp Suit. Looking at the Hornet suit, Smith Doyle wasn't thinking about how powerful it was, but rather about the quantum virus. If he managed to create Ultron from the What If series, and even though he killed his opponent, it would be troublesome if the quantum virus from the What If series were to appear as well. Therefore, when Bulma was treating the ghost, she didn't allow him to study the quantum realm too much. "Hopefully, we won't have another zombie war after Ultron," Darren Cross continued. "The Wasp suit is an all-around weapon that can achieve ultimate combat advantage by changing the wearer's body size." Darren Cross then played a CG animation promoting the Wasp suit. "In this era, we use weapons to defend ourselves, yet we are constantly monitored and sabotaged. With extraordinary power and mechanical enemies appearing from time to time, it's time to return to a simpler era. An era in which we can once again openly and legitimately protect our own interests with the power of freedom, a comprehensive vehicle for maintaining peace, the Wasp suit. It can deal with any geopolitical conflict, completely invisible. Capable of both defense and strategic attack, its practical applications include surveillance, industrial sabotage, and removing obstacles to peace." The video demonstrates the Hornet suit's capabilities in various battlefield positions, showing how it can easily destroy multiple armed helicopters, shrink its body to infiltrate a target's briefcase to destroy hard drive files, or even shrink itself to fly into a moving car to carry out a decapitation strike. However, the video didn't end there. It continued. "A single Wasp suit can provide immeasurable power to protect the user, and in the near future, a legion of Wasp suits will be able to create a global, sustainable society." At the end of the video, a large number of Wasp-suited soldiers rushed to the battlefield, invincible. As the video ended, Darren Cross looked at the crowd below and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not targeting the big white robot. As a family companion, the excellence of the big hero robot is beyond doubt. But people need to have the power to protect themselves, just like guns, which everyone can buy. The Wasp suit is as convenient as a gun. As the research and development costs are recovered, the price of the Wasp suit will decrease with large-scale production. At that time, I believe everyone will be able to easily equip themselves with a considerable number of wasp suits, or even form a legion. Darren's words piqued the interest of everyone present, since not everyone is a superhuman. As for the Super Soldier Serum Manufacturing Company founded by Howard, it currently only supplies a small amount to SHIELD, and none of them have been released to the market. Faced with 2 alien invasions and a mechanical rebellion, the wealthy individuals present were extremely concerned about their safety, causing the price of hiring superhumans to rise again and again. If the Hornet suit is really as described, equipping my security team with such a suit would be a good choice. I just don't know how much it costs. At this point, while some agreed, others disagreed. One of the wealthy men in the audience, Blank, jokingly remarked, "So it's just a piece of clothing." Darren Krause's smile froze instantly, and then he looked at Blank and said, "These aren't ordinary clothes, these are a carrier. What's wrong? Aren't you shocked?" The recent AI crisis meant that ordinary people had very little ability to protect themselves. Even if there are extraordinary individuals and superheroes, their numbers are far from enough to face a crisis. At this time, the wasp suit was created, carrying people's new hopes. Blank began by saying, "It's quite shocking, but I'm also worried. Imagine what would happen if our enemy possessed this technology. Zola, this artificial intelligence, caused the Omnic crisis. What will the wasp suit cause?" Upon hearing the other person's words, Darren Krause shook his head and then said, "We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If handguns cause shootings, does that mean we should give up handguns altogether?" After finishing his sentence, Darren Krause continued, "Any product will be questioned, but we will still persist in our research. I believe the Hornet suit will change the world. Thank you for listening." After Darren finished his explanation, he stepped off the stage and went to Hank Pym's seat. Looking at Hank Pym in front of him, Darren Krause smiled and said, "Teacher, you seem a little shocked." Hank Pym began by saying, "Darren, there's a reason I've kept these secrets hidden." Darren Krause said excitedly, "So you finally admit that we could have done it together. Hank, but you've ruined this opportunity. That's why you're the past, and I'm the future." Hank Pym began by saying, "Don't do that." At this moment, Hill from the Sky Sword Bureau shouted, "Dr. Klaus." Darren Krause glanced at him and walked straight over, leaving Hank Pym behind. Hill addressed Darren Krause, who was approaching, "I wonder when your Hornet suit will be available for trade. Our Sky Sword Bureau is quite interested in it. If you sell to me in the first batch, I'll give you an extra 20% of the price. Once I see the goods, I can pay cash within 2 weeks." Upon hearing the other party's words, Darren Krause immediately agreed. Make a deal. As Hill was leaving, the heads of other organizations also approached Darren Krause. "Darren, I think we can talk about your Hornet suit. You should know that the world has been suffering from war for too long. Whether it's Iron Man Tony Stark, Whiplash Ivan Vanko of Vanko Industries, or even Capsule Corporation, which produces Bimax, none of them sell their suits or war machines to the public. Your Hornet suit fills this market gap." Darren looked at the group of people who had come over to talk and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, let's go to the conference room backstage to talk." Everyone nodded and said, "It is good." Darren Krause smiled upon seeing this. Bulma watched Darren leave with the others, then looked at Smith Doyle and said, "You seem to value this battlesuit quite a bit." Smith Doyle shook his head and then said, "What I care about is not the suit, but the Pym particles. That thing involves the quantum realm, and I'm worried that it could trigger a quantum virus." Bulma said after hearing this, "You mean the ghost thing? You previously advised me to be cautious in my research on quantum energy." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Looks like I'll have to find someone to keep an eye on them. I hope my worries are unfounded. Let's go, it's time for us to leave." Smith Doyle immediately took Bulma and left the expo. Seeing this, Hope's face turned grim. Darren Krause had already left, and she walked up to Hank Pym and whispered, "We must get started, Hank. If Darren really gets into partnerships with so many organizations, then everything will be in danger." Hank Pym sighed. He was already well aware of the greed and danger of these government agencies. This is still beyond what stage his research had reached, considering that you helped him become CEO. Hope lowered her head and whispered, "What happened in the past wasn't just my fault. Don't try to shirk your responsibility. As for the product itself, it cannot be scaled down to the size of a living organism." Then he looked up at Hank Pym and said, "Give me the suit, let me settle this once and for all. As for the world's greatest martial arts tournament, I will also participate." Hank Pym directly refused. "No." Hope said in a serious voice, "I have earned Klaus's absolute trust." Hank Pym looked at his daughter, and having already lost his wife, he absolutely could not let his daughter be in danger. This is too dangerous. Hope looked at Hank Pym and then said, "Then use it to impress the Capsule Corporation and get Smith to step in." I believe that as long as Mr. Smith takes action, there will be absolutely no problem. He's still the director of SHIELD. Upon hearing the words SHIELD, Hank Pym shook his head and said, "There is no way I would hand over the Pym particles to SHIELD, not back then, and certainly not now." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s failure to crack the Pym particles led Hank Pym to discover clues. Why would he willingly walk into the door of someone who wanted to steal his work? Thinking of the people he had recently selected, he began to speak. "I've been observing someone who's a potential candidate. As for your mission, go and contact Smith to confirm whether the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament can really resurrect your mother." Hope looked at Hank Pym in surprise and asked, "Who? Which person did you choose?" Then Hope thought of her mother and said, "I will visit Chief Smith and hope to have the opportunity to meet him." Shield. Smith Doyle pondered for a moment. To whom should he entrust the task of monitoring Pym technology? Ultimately, Smith Doyle set his sights on Coulson's team. While ordinary agents would be unable to handle Darren's eventual transformation into a Hornet warrior, Coulson's team, with its several superhumans, would certainly pose no problem. He immediately assigned Coulson's team the task of monitoring Pym technology and placing Darren on the list of dangerous targets. Inside the Airbus Center, Coulson's team was discussing new technological products that had appeared at the expo when Coulson walked over and said, "New assignments have come up, vacation is over." Skye asked, "Coulson, what's the mission?" Coulson waved the document in his hand and said with a smile, "A relatively simple observation and surveillance task. Darren Krause and Pym Technologies, here is the target information, everyone take a look." Upon hearing that it was just a simple surveillance task, everyone present appeared quite relaxed. The next day, Darren returned to Pym Technologies. Yesterday, many tentative orders were signed, but because he couldn't yet produce the actual product, the Pym particles that could shrink humans, they remained only tentative orders. At this moment, Frank from the research department came up and found Darren, saying, "Darren, the Hornet suit is a dangerous product. We cannot launch this product. Even Stark Industries, Bank Industries, and Capsule Corporation do not make such products. We cannot do this." Darren's face turned ashen when his subordinates came up to persuade him. He looked at Frank, pointed a finger at the man's chest, and said angrily, "Frank, recognize your place. The company has invested a lot of manpower and resources in the Hornet suit project, and we didn't expect you to come up here and sabotage us." Frank immediately retorted, "Darren, your actions will only create disaster. Do you want to sell the Hornet suit everywhere?" Darren shoved Frank aside and said, "Do your own job well, or get out of here." After speaking, Darren returned to his office. Back in his office, Darren became increasingly angry. How dare a lowly, insignificant researcher criticize him? He immediately grabbed his particle gun and left. Frank was urinating in the bathroom when he turned around and saw Darren Krause, which startled him. "I'm sorry you have such deep concerns about the Hornet suit, Frank." Seeing this, Frank walked to the sink and said, "Yes, unfortunately, people can't just do whatever they want." Then, while washing his hands, he said with a smile, "Wouldn't it be wonderful if that were really possible?" Darren Krause chuckled coldly, picked up a piece of toilet paper from the sink, next to a yellow handgun. Frank continued, "But after all, there are still laws." Darren Krause handed Frank the toilet paper and said, "What law? Human laws? The laws of nature transcend the laws of man, and I have transcended the laws of nature." As he spoke, Darren Krause extended his palm. Frank wiped the water off his hands with a tissue, placed it in Darren Krause's hand, and then said, "Darren, it seems you don't understand." However, before he could finish speaking, Darren Krause picked up the yellow pistol next to him, pulled the trigger, and fired the yellow shrinking particles directly at Frank. The next second, Frank shrank instantly, turning into a small piece of minced meat that fell to the ground. Darren Krause casually placed the pistol on the sink, then knelt down and used the tissue Frank had just used to wipe away the mass of flesh, saying, "It seems we still have technical flaws we can't trade with organizations like the Heavenly Sword Bureau like this." After wiping the floor clean, Darren Krause took a tissue to the toilet, threw it in, and said, "Goodbye, Frank." Then I pressed the flush button. P.S. I had some issues with my status a couple of days ago, but I'm resuming normal updates here. End of this chapter. Chapter 671 Super Soldier Ant-Man Suit Super Ant-Man? Chapter 671 Super Soldier plus Ant-Man Suit Super Ant-Man? The other side. Coulson's team was on their way to Pym Technologies, and Coulson was assigning tasks to his team. Skye, you and Donnie Gill are both celebrities who have participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Neither of these is suitable for infiltrating Pym Technologies, especially when the Wasp suit has already made a name for itself at the expo. As long as Darren isn't stupid, he won't give you the chance to get in. Sky and Donegal both nodded. They were both superhumans and already had a certain reputation. If they had infiltrated PIM technology beforehand, it might have been possible. But at this critical moment, unless Darren was stupid, he wouldn't give him the chance. Coulson then looked at Melinda, Fitz, and Simmons in the team, his gaze settling on Fitz, and said, Fitz, you are a mechanical engineer and an electrical engineer. With your knowledge and abilities, you can easily be hired by PIM Technologies. The infiltration mission is assigned to you. Fitz nodded, then spoke, I will apply for a job at PIM Technologies to monitor the movements of PIM Technologies and Darren. Sky then asked, somewhat puzzled, is there anything wrong with PIM Technologies? I didn't find anything unusual in the documents. Coulson then spoke up, so we only monitor and gather intelligence, rather than directly going to their door to make arrests. The WASP suit is good, but it's not anything special to SHIELD. We will not resort to trickery or coercion. If everything goes well, SHIELD may become one of PIM Technologies' clients. But we need to prevent some bad things from happening and avoid such products from being sold to bad people. Some weapons are subject to the embargo list. As for Darren himself, we also need to make sure that he will not become arrogant and go down the path of crime because of the technology and power of the Hornet suit. Sky nodded thoughtfully, and then said, I understand, an investigation and assessment are needed. Coulson nodded and said, Tony Stark faced the same treatment back then. The other side, Darren Krause and Hope were having dinner at the restaurant. Darren Krause looked at Hope and then said, I've been thinking a lot about gratitude lately, and this morning while meditating, an interesting idea suddenly popped into my head. I think it might apply to you as well. Hope asked with a smile, what idea? Darren Krause began by saying, gratitude is also a form of forgiveness. I've been angry with Hank Pym for so many years, and I've dedicated my talent to him. I could have worked anywhere, but I chose a terrible mentor. And you don't even have the right to choose. Seeing Hope's thoughtful expression, Darren Krause continued, he never trusts you. Kicking him out of the company he founded may not be honorable, but he forced us to do it, didn't he? But we shouldn't be angry instead, we should be grateful. It is precisely because of his failures as a teacher and as a father that we are prompted to grow stronger. Hope nodded, looked at Darren Krause, and smiled as she said, you are Darren, a success, and you have won everything. Darren Krause picked up his champagne, took a sip, and then said, but I need your help with something. Hope asked in confusion, what's the matter? Darren Krause began by saying, I heard there's a company that supplies SHIELD with super soldier serum that has no side effects. But the company is controlled by SHIELD. I think you could communicate with SHIELD on behalf of PIM Technologies and the WASP suit, and see if you could persuade them to allow us to purchase or exchange the WASP suit for the super soldier serum. Hope exclaimed in surprise, you actually knew about this. However, there really hasn't been any information revealed about the super soldier serum with no side effects. Darren Krause began by saying, the information was leaked by a client who wanted to cooperate with us. We all know the effects of the super soldier serum. The fact that Captain America, a superhero from the World War II era, is still active in the Avengers shows how powerful this serum is. It not only gives people super strength, but also slows down aging, etc. Can you imagine the power a super soldier would unleash after being equipped with the WASP suit? This will be an absolutely more powerful combination than Ant-Man, and even more powerful than your father Hank Pym. I believe that the two will have a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Hope nodded in agreement after hearing Darren's words, and then asked, but has your research on shrinking particles been successful? Darren clenched his fist and said, the teacher really doesn't want to help us at all. We are still stuck on the problem of not being able to shrink living matter, which means that particle shrinking technology is still not mature enough. We need time, but I believe that in the end we will succeed. Although there is no finished product yet, communicating with a vision for the future is an innate ability of us entrepreneurs. I need you to help me navigate the situation on their side and find out S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attitude toward our product, and even their director, Smith Doyle's attitude. And how many matching shrinking particles and WASP suits can be exchanged for a dose of super soldier serum? Hope looked at Darren Krause and asked, I will go and talk to SHIELD, and I hope Director Smith won't turn me away. The anti-aging properties of the super soldier serum are quite appealing to me. As he spoke, Hope reached out and touched the wrinkles at the corner of her eye. The other side, Scott Lang has begun to implement his theft plan, following Hank Pym's instructions. After experiencing setbacks in his life, he and several assistants decided to return to their old ways. Communication lines have been cut off, and signal collection has been interfered with. No one will be able to make the emergency call tonight. Inspection completed. Scott's partner, Lewis, sat in the car and looked at Scott, saying, "If anything goes wrong, I'll protect you, understand?" Scott pulled on his hood and began to speak, "Don't worry, that kind of thing can't happen." At the same time, he knew in his heart that if something really happened, Lewis wouldn't be able to help much, and wouldn't even be able to raise the money to hire a lawyer or pay bail. Watching Scott get out of the car and leave, Lewis smiled and said to his partner, "I like his cocky attitude." After getting out of the car, Scott looked at the villa's courtyard wall, sprinted and leaped over it with fluid movements. Those who witnessed this exclaimed in admiration, "That's awesome." After Scott entered the yard, he surveyed the surroundings of the house, located the electrical network connected to the room alarm, and disabled the alarm device after some manipulation. The alarm network is broken. Amidst his companion's exclamations of admiration, Scott pried open the window and entered the room. Taking the key from the dining table, Scott opened the door to the basement and, looking at the lock on the main door, said, "There is a fingerprint lock on the door." Lewis exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say? Elsto didn't tell me that. Oh my God, are we doomed?" Scott thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Not necessarily." Scott then got up and went upstairs, rummaged through the drawers, and found three things: superglue, a ring, and transparent tape. He then used tape to extract fingerprints from the doorknob, placed a ring on the fingerprint location, dripped glue onto it, and heated it with a gas stove. Scott quickly created a mold with Hank Pym's fingerprints, took it to the fingerprint lock for verification, and it was quickly recognized, opening the basement door. "It's done." The comrade on lookout outside, noticing that the alarm system on the computer hadn't been triggered, remarked, "He didn't trigger an alarm, he's amazing." Scott opened the basement door and saw the style of the safe, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Is there any mistake?" Lewis asked, "What's wrong?" Scott shook his head and said, "They're not kidding, the safes here are tricky." Lewis asked, "How difficult is it, Scott?" Scott said in a deep voice, "It's Carbondale. Made in 1910, the Titanic was also built with this type of steel." Lewis was surprised after hearing this. "Wow, can you handle this?" Scott explained, "That's right, its effectiveness is greatly reduced when it gets cold. Do you remember that iceberg?" Lewis began by saying, "Of course, it killed Leonardo DiCaprio." A companion added, "It killed everyone." The other one said, "But it didn't kill the old lady, she later threw the heart of the ocean into the sea." Scott ignored what the others were saying, then took out the equipment from his backpack, along with the materials available in the basement, poured water into the lock cylinder, and then froze it with liquid nitrogen. Water expands when it freezes into ice, but metals do not. Then the safe door opened automatically. However, upon entering the safe, Scott found nothing inside except a set of clothes. Lewis asked, "What's inside, banknotes or jewelry?" Scott said disappointedly, "There was nothing there, just a writer's uniform. An old motorcycle suit." Lewis confirmed again, "No money, no jewelry, nothing at all?" Scott said helplessly, "No, all that work for nothing." Upon hearing this result, Lewis spoke, "I'm sorry, Scott. I couldn't let you get even a little bit." With the idea that a thief should never leave empty-handed, Scott stuffed the writer's uniform in the safe into his backpack before leaving, as it might be a limited edition or a signed piece. What Scott didn't know was that Hank Pym was watching all his actions. The ants on the table, carrying cameras, had been recording his every move. The other side. After having dinner with Hope, Darren Krause took her to the laboratory. At this moment, Fitz, a newly hired employee, led a lamb into the testing area. Hope frowned slightly as she looked at the lamb in front of her, then said with a puzzled expression, "I thought our experiment would start with mice." Darren Krause looked at Hope and asked, puzzled, "Is there a difference?" Darren Krause then gave the following order: "Start experimenting with 34C to reduce the size of organic atoms." Hope advised, "Darren, maybe you should consider rats." In Hope's view, there are specially bred experimental mice, and using lambs is still too cruel. However, Darren Krause disagreed and spoke directly, "Shrunk organic tissue is the core of this technology, and I can't present a semi-finished product to the client. Actually, I would prefer to use chimpanzees and monkeys as test subjects." Darren Krause then entered the correct password, and the golden, shrunken particles were immediately injected into the instrument. As the yellow particles were sprayed onto the lamb, it instantly turned into a small piece of minced meat in the next second. Upon seeing this, Hope covered her mouth in surprise. Fitz simply memorized the experiment before him without offering any comments. For him, there wasn't much difference between using rats and sheep. However, he confirmed one piece of information: the wasp suit was still just a concept and had not yet been actually manufactured. Darren Krause lowered his head in disappointment. He had failed again. Experiment 34C failed. Clean the workbench and bring in the 35C test specimen. Darren Krause then looked at Hope and said, "Our research wasn't entirely successful, so I'm leaving Hope's shield in your hands now. We need some more time." Looking at the failed experiment, Hope didn't know whether to be happy or not. He then nodded and said, "I will visit Director Smith Doyle of SHIELD tomorrow." The next day. "The weather is not good today, it's raining heavily outside." Hope drove her red Ferrari toward the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C., to visit SHIELD Director Smith Doyle. The invitations for the appointment had already been submitted beforehand. This visit was not only at Darren's request, but also at the request of his father, Hank, to verify the matter of resurrecting their mother. As she drove along, watching the rain falling outside, the weather today was just as irritable as her mood. Darren wants to combine super soldiers and suits to create an even more powerful Wasp warrior, far surpassing the original Ant-Man. He has already informed his father of this result. Hope still has considerable reservations about her father not choosing her to inherit the suit. In her view, Darren's idea could be applied to herself: injecting the super soldier serum, inheriting the Ant-Man suit, and winning the World Martial Arts Tournament. As for the super soldier serum, Hank pointed out incisively that it was definitely created by the resurrected Howard. However, the father still disagreed with his plan, believing that if Darren Krause succeeded in his research and established partnerships with various institutions around the world, they would ultimately be the ones to fail. Thinking about these things, Hope drove to the outside of the SHIELD Trident building. End of this chapter. Chapter 672, The Wish to Resurrect Mother. Chapter 672, The Wish to Resurrect Mother. Trident building. Smith Doyle, sitting in his office, looked at the ghost woman in front of him and asked, "How are you doing now?" Ava Starr removed her mask, revealing her face, and then spoke, "Sir, according to Advisor Bulma, my body has stabilized after replenishing quantum energy and will no longer dissipate due to the quantum state. However, I still recommend that I use the battle suit when using my abilities, as it helps to stabilize my body when I deactivate the ability." Smith Doyle nodded upon hearing Ava's words. "It's a good thing that the threat of death has been resolved, so that you and your adoptive father, Dr. Elijah Starr, will no longer have to worry about it. Do you have any plans for the future?" Ava shook her head, then spoke again, "I will follow the director's instructions." Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then said, "You have been acting as a covert agent of SHIELD in the past, but that needs to change from now on. You will no longer be a ghost agent hidden in the shadows of SHIELD, but just like any other agent. Their treatment and rank will be the same as those of the superhuman agents within SHIELD, and they will accumulate merits and agent privileges according to the new standards." Ava was pleasantly surprised to hear this, as it was completely different from her past life. She would become a super agent like Natasha, Coulson, or Michael. "Thank you, sir." Smith Doyle nodded. Ava was right. You will be assigned a task next, and the Hand Special Forces will liaise with you. SHIELD has a lot of missions going on lately, so you should be mentally prepared. Ava said earnestly, "Sir, I'm not afraid of being tired." Smith smiled and waved his hand when he heard this. Ava did not linger, thanked Smith Doyle again, and turned to leave the office. At that moment, Barbara knocked on the door and came in, immediately reporting, "Sir, Hope from PIM Technologies is here to visit you." He had an appointment beforehand. Upon hearing that it was Hope, the second Wasp and Hank Pym's daughter, Smith Doyle immediately said, "Take her to the meeting room first." Barbara immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Smith Doyle finished processing the documents in his hand before leaving his office and heading towards the meeting room. An hour had passed since Hope arrived at SHIELD. As the conference room door opened, Smith Doyle walked in. Upon seeing Smith Doyle arrive, Hope immediately stood up to greet him. "Chief Smith." Smith Doyle nodded, then walked to the head of the table and sat down, and began to speak. "My time is quite valuable, so please tell me the purpose of your visit." Seeing Smith Doyle's straightforward statement, Hope didn't dare waste any time and immediately spoke up, "Chief Smith, I have two main reasons for this visit. One of the things was about consulting the World Martial Arts Tournament champion. Mr. Howard once told my father that to get a spot in the Revival Tournament, you need to win the championship. I don't know if this is true or not. My father and I want to resurrect my mother, Janet." Hearing that Hope was asking about this matter, he already knew what was going on. At this point, Hank Pym was unaware that his wife was alive. After seeing Howard resurrected, he set his sights on making a wish, but he was still unaware of the specifics of wishing with the Dragon Balls. The champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament is rewarded with the fulfillment of one of her wishes. Tony Stark once won first place and resurrected his family. Hope exclaimed in surprise, hasn't the World Martial Arts Tournament only been held once? Smith Doyle smiled and said, there were small-scale competitions held before this, but they weren't called the world's #1 martial arts tournament back then. The second edition is about to begin. If you can win the championship, you can use the championship reward to fulfill your wishes. That includes bringing your mother back. Smith Doyle wasn't sure if Janet was already dead and had turned into a zombie, or if she was just trapped in the quantum realm, but making a wish to Shenron could bring her back or revive her. After hearing Smith Doyle's explanation, Hope understood. Although she didn't know how Smith Doyle acquired the ability to resurrect people, the two large-scale resurrections and Howard's resurrection made her believe that he really could resurrect her mother. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. My father Hank and I will definitely prepare with all our might and strive to win the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship. At that moment, Hope knew that she was even more determined to obtain the Super Soldier Serum. Although the Ant-Man suit is powerful, she understands from watching the World Martial Arts Tournament that all participants are extraordinary individuals, none of whom are simple. The Ant-Man suit alone is not enough to guarantee them first place, only the Super Soldier Serum can give them a glimmer of hope. Smith Doyle smiled at Hope's serious expression and didn't say much. He was the one who offered the qualification for the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and anyone who could win the championship could exchange it for a reward from him. Chief Smith, what happened just now was a private consultation. The second matter concerns the Hornet suit. We just learned from S.H.I.E.L.D. as purchasing department that SHIELD intends to purchase a batch of Wasp suits. Darren is also interested in cooperating with SHIELD. I wonder if it would be possible to exchange a certain number of Wasp suits for the Super Soldier Serum. Seeing that Darren was actually interested in the Super Soldier Serum, Smith Doyle didn't directly refuse him, but instead said, is there actually a finished product of PIM Technologies' Wasp suit? It might not be usable right now. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Hope was shocked. You know, only PIM Technologies knew the completion status of the Hornet suit. It was still an unfinished product. Chief Smith is right, the Hornet suit is still in the research and development stage and is not yet a complete product. But after the product is finished, I don't know if I can exchange it for the Super Soldier Serum. Smith Doyle smiled and said after hearing this, so interested in the Super Soldier Serum? Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. The Hornet suit isn't finished yet, but it's not a big problem. You can trade it for PIM particles, but you'll need to go home and convince your father first. Hope exclaimed in shock, How do you know about PIM particles? Smith Doyle smiled and said, Dr. Hank Pym was a former member of SHIELD, and his file as the superhero Ant-Man is still kept by SHIELD. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Hope realized that if Darren could find some video footage, it would be even easier for Smith Doyle, as the director of SHIELD, to learn about Ant-Man's situation. I understand. I will go back and discuss it with my father. If my father agrees, I would appreciate it if you could do me a favor. Smith Doyle was far more interested in PIM particles than in the Super Soldier Serum, so he was naturally willing to exchange them. No problem, go and discuss it with your father first. I have a meeting, so I won't see you off. After speaking, Smith Doyle got up and left the meeting room. The other side. Scott got up in the morning, went to the bathroom to wash his face, looked at the backpack on the floor, and said in confusion, Why did you lock this up? Scott then picked up his backpack and took out the clothes inside. Looking at the clothes and the belt in front of me, I pressed the red button on the belt, and a tube of red, transparent liquid popped out. Scott held it in his hand and examined it for a while, but found nothing. He then put the liquid back in his hand, picked up the helmet, and looked at it again. Incredible. After looking around, Scott couldn't find any signatures on the helmet or clothes, and a search online didn't reveal that it belonged to any famous motorcyclist. Scott was somewhat disappointed with the result. Then I wondered if the motorcycle suit in my hand was a prop from some movie. Driven by curiosity, Scott put it on himself. The size is surprisingly perfect. Scott stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the outfit. As Scott retreated into the bathtub, he looked at himself and thought he looked a bit like a Kamen Rider. At that moment, the door opened, and Louis returned with his companions. Scott, are you okay, man? Upon hearing that Louise had returned and seeing his strange appearance in this outfit, Scott quickly pulled the curtains around the bathtub. Looking at the two buttons in his hand, Scott asked in confusion, Strange, what is this? I pressed it directly, but there was no response after pressing it. Seeing this, Scott pressed another button. The next second, Scott's body began to shrink instantly, becoming the size of an ant, and then he fell from the air to the bottom of the bathtub. Scott, who had gotten up, was shocked by the changes that had taken place before him. At that moment, Hank Pym's voice rang out from inside the suit. "The world must look very different from this perspective, right, Scott?" Scott said in a panic. "What? Who's talking?" Just then, loud footsteps sounded, and Lewis walked into the bathroom and pulled back the bathtub curtain. Scott looked at the enormous Lewis and immediately raised his hands and shouted, "Lewis, Lewis, I'm down here." However, Lewis didn't see Scott, who was only the size of an ant, and instead turned on the water tap in the bathtub, preparing to take a bath. At this moment, Hank Pym's voice rang out again. "True gold fears no fire, Scott. But this time it's water." As the water valve is opened, the water flows down at an angle. All of this seemed like a flood to Scott, and he immediately turned and ran. However, he wasn't very fast, and was immediately overtaken by the current, which then swept him away. Scott floated on the water, and after a thrilling ride through the rapids, he was swept out of the bathtub and crashed to the ground. Scott had just breathed a sigh of relief and gotten up from the ground when Hank Pym's voice rang out again. "It seems your resilience is beyond imagination." Hearing the sound of the belt being unbuckled, Scott looked up and saw Lewis taking off his pants to prepare for a shower. "Oh God, I don't want to see this." In the shrunk perspective, everything in Lewis's world appears enormous. The belt Lewis threw sent Scott flying, and he fell down the bathroom drainpipe. Scott tumbled all the way downstairs, only to find a party going on. He landed directly on the turntable, was spun at high speed, and was finally knocked off by the pointer. Then came the experience, a chaotic dance of demons, with countless shoes leaping high into the air and falling down, which was utterly terrifying in Scott's eyes. Just as Scott was about to escape, he was kicked away by someone and fell down the sewer to the next floor. This time, a woman was sitting and cleaning with a vacuum cleaner. Due to the powerful suction, Scott was sucked in before he could even catch his breath. After experiencing a crazy 360-degree spin, Scott was thrown out, but as soon as he ran under the bed, he saw a huge rat. Seeing that the giant rat seemed interested in him, Scott ran quickly, and then, using the momentum of the mousetrap, he flew out, smashed through the glass, and flew straight downstairs. Bump! Scott landed on the roof of the car downstairs, making a small dent. The driver, who was eating a meat dog inside the car, glanced up at the sound of something falling from the roof. However, at that moment, Scott hurriedly pressed the zoom button on his hand, and the next second Scott returned to his original size. But the noise from the impact on the roof was even greater. The driver, looking at the dented roof of the car, cursed angrily, "What the hell?" At this moment, Scott opened his mask and gasped for breath. Hank Pym, however, said with a smile, "Not bad for the first test." Having received Smith Doyle's promise, Hope immediately drove home. Back home, Hope originally wanted to have a good talk with his father, Hank Pym, about reviving his mother and the strength of the top 16 in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, and what kind of difficulties they would face if they wanted to win the championship and revive his mother. However, when she returned home, she found that no one was home. Not only was no one there, but the safe in the basement was also forcibly broken into. Faced with this result, Hope could hardly tolerate it. Regardless of whether this was related to her father's scheme, she immediately called the police. Meanwhile, Scott, who had been frightened, decided to change back into his clothes under the cover of night after thinking about it for a day. End of this chapter. Chapter 673 Impossible, I absolutely disagree. Chapter 673 Impossible, I absolutely disagree. Night falls. Scott was unaware that Hope had already called the police and that he had voluntarily gone to her. Scott packed the clothes into his backpack, headed towards Hank Pym's house, and then smoothly flipped inside, put the clothes back, and immediately turned and left. However, the moment he climbed over the wall, the police were already lying in ambush. Police headlights shone on Scott, and officers pointed their guns at him, shouting, "Get down. You're under arrest." Scott immediately raised his hands and shouted, "No, I didn't steal anything. I'm just returning what I stole before." However, the moment he finished speaking, Scott realized he had said the wrong thing. What does it mean to return what was stolen before? Isn't that still theft? Frustrated, Scott immediately closed his eyes and then slowly knelt on the ground. Two armed police officers approached, and one of them immediately handcuffed Scott and took him back to the police station. "You almost made me believe that you were going to turn over a new leaf." It was clear that the police officer knew Scott, and that Scott had a criminal record. From his sports car parked on the side of the road, Hope watched as Scott was led away by the police, muttering to himself, "Hank, is this the person you chose?" Police station. Scott's ex-wife's current husband also learned of Scott's rearrest at this time. Outside the detention room, he looked at Scott and said, "You almost made me believe that you were going to turn over a new leaf. They all support you, and this will hurt their feelings." Upon hearing the other person mention his daughter and ex-wife, Scott opened his eyes, which had been closed, and looked at the other person. At that moment, a black police officer walked over and said, "You have visitors in prison." Scott asked in confusion, "Who?" The black police officer looked at Scott and said, "Your lawyer." Scott was even more puzzled upon hearing this news. "My lawyer?" You see, he doesn't have the money to hire a lawyer, and even if Lewis and the others knew about this, they couldn't afford to hire one. With his doubts in mind, Scott followed the police to the visiting room. As soon as Scott entered the visiting room, he heard a familiar voice. The man with gray hair in front of me spoke. "I told you, Scott, I would contact you again." Seeing Scott's somewhat bewildered expression, Hank Pym continued, "I'm starting to think you prefer being in prison." Scott covered his forehead and said, "Are you kidding me?" Hank Pym began by saying, "Sit down." At this moment, a group of ants silently crawled all over the camera lens. After Scott sat down, he immediately apologized. "Sir, I'm so sorry for stealing this outfit. I have absolutely no interest in why you own it." Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, "Maggie's opinion of you is correct." Scott looked at Hank Pym in surprise. Maggie was his ex-wife. Hank Pym did not answer Scott's question, but continued, "No wonder she tried to stop you from seeing Kathy. Once things get tough, you'll turn to crime again." Upon hearing this, Scott lowered his head in shame. At this moment, Hank Pym looked at the man in front of him and said again, "In my opinion, you now have a choice. You can choose to spend the rest of your life in prison or return to your cell and await further instructions." Scott looked at the man in front of him and said, "I don't know." Hank Pym said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to understand. But now you only have these two choices left." "To be honest, me too. Why do you think I let you steal that outfit in the first place?" Scott exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Hank Pym then briefly explained how he set up Scott and his friends to willingly enter his home and commit burglary. After recounting all of this, Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, "Such opportunities don't just come around. So next time you see an opportunity like this, I suggest you think it over carefully." After speaking, Hank Pym got up and left, and the ants blocking the camera also left. Back in his cell, Scott was pondering the man's words. Then he saw several ants, dragging a shrunken Ant-Man suit, enter the cell and come to him. After the suit was put down, an ant pressed a button on it, restoring it to its normal size. Scott was stunned for a moment when he saw the suit in front of him. At this moment, the ants in front of Scott gave him a 10-second countdown. Seeing all this, Scott immediately understood what had happened, picked up the suit on the ground and quickly put it on. Before the countdown ended and the police patrol arrived, he shrunk his body and ran outside. The police officers who saw Scott disappear were instantly stunned and immediately sounded the alarm at the station. At this moment, Hank Pym, who was monitoring everything, smiled and said, "A wise choice. You've finally figured it out. Go through the doorway." Scott ran out of the police station and asked, "Okay, where to now?" Hank Pym began by saying, "Don't rush yet." The next moment, a swarm of ants appeared in front of Scott, startling him so much that he fell to the ground. At that moment, alarm bells rang loudly inside the police station. Scott's ex-wife Maggie's husband asked the police officer next to him, "Where did he go?" "I don't know, he just disappeared like that." Maggie's husband immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order, "Search the next 5 blocks immediately, quick." Seeing the large swarm of ants approaching, Scott shouted in panic, "Back off, back off." Hank Pym explained, "Scott, they are my assistants." At that moment, Scott saw an ant carrying a camera on its back and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, you put a camera on an ant? Fine, why not?" Then he looked around and said, "Where is the car?" Hank Pym calmly stated, "If we don't have cars, we have planes. Coming." Then a flying ant arrived, with a base embedded in its body. "Step on the central joint and then climb up to the chest." Scott exclaimed, "You're joking, how dangerous is this?" Hank Pym interrupted him directly, "Stop wasting time, Scott." Seeing this, Scott had no choice but to obey and climbed into the driver's seat on the flying ant. The flying ant then took off and landed on a police car that was driving away. "Why am I in a police car? Shouldn't I be away from police cars?" Hank Pym explained, "Because they can take you 5 blocks outside the search area." Upon hearing this result, Scott immediately accepted it, saying, "That's it, okay. Now, what's the next step?" Hank Pym began by saying, "Hold on." Scott immediately said, "Oh, that's easy, I've already figured it out. Pulling hard on the reins will push it upwards, just like a horse." Hank Pym quickly said, "You're going to make number 247 lose his balance." Scott, at this point, also missed the point and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, is its name really 247? Hank Pym said. "He has no name. Only the number, Scott. Do you know how many ants there are in total? Maybe this is number 248. No, he is number 247. Scott shouted at this moment. "I'm about to faint." Just then, a motorcycle passed by the police car, and the airflow it created made car number 247 fly up again. At this moment, Scott shouted, "I think I know how to control him now." Hank Pym quickly said, "No, no, no, I'm the one controlling number 247. He doesn't listen to you." Then, number 247, carrying Scott, flew into a tram and landed on a woman's hair. Scott quickly shouted, "May I make a small request?" Hank Pym directly refused, "No." Then number 247 was bounced away by the woman and landed on a man's newspaper, before being bounced away again. The newspaper headline read, "The Sokovia Affair." Scott then experienced the gushing hot air from the underground pipes, and a series of spinning motions made him dizzy. "Wait, what if I throw up in my helmet?" Hank Pym immediately said, "This is my helmet, Scott. I won't let you vomit in it." Scott said weakly, "Can we land first? I feel a little dizzy." Hank Pym began by saying, "Hang in there, Scott." Scott persisted as he spoke, "Okay, I'm just feeling a little. Ugh, I need someone. Wake me up in 5 minutes." After speaking, Scott completely lost consciousness, then fell off number 247 and subsequently plummeted from the sky. Upon seeing this, Hank Pym immediately controlled the ants to catch it and then smoothly transported it back to his villa. Inside the villa, Hope had by then learned all the information about Scott Lang, and the police station had called to inform her that the thief Scott had escaped from the station and that she should be careful. Seeing the empty basement and the vanished Scott, Hope knew this must be another of Hank Pym's plans. Sure enough, not long after, Hank Pym returned, bringing Scott and the ants with him. Looking at Hank Pym who had returned, and Scott who had been thrown onto the bed by ants and had returned to his normal size, Hope spoke seriously, "Hank, there are some things we need to talk about." Seeing his daughter's serious expression, Hank Pym spoke up, "Even now, you still won't call me Dad." Hope spoke directly, "This is your choice. A criminal with a criminal record? Do you think we need him to do this?" Hank Pym said with a smile, "This is the talent I specifically selected. I think he is very suitable." At the same time, Hank Pym decided that no matter what his daughter said, he would not agree to her wearing that suit. He had already lost his lover and could not allow his daughter to suffer any further risks. Hope looked at her father's confident and certain expression, then shook her head and said, "Our problem now is not just Darren and his wasp suit, which is not yet fully developed. But I learned the way to revive my mother from Mr. Smith." Hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym looked at her and frowned slightly. "Any solution? What does Smith Doyle require?" Hope shook her head, then said, "It's not that he had any requests, but that he placed the reward on the championship prize of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tony Stark won the previous tournament and got the chance to make a wish to Smith Doyle, which brought his family back to life." Hank Pym frowned and said, "I remember the last champion wasn't that kid Tony Stark." Hope explained, "They had held events before, but they weren't publicly announced globally and weren't called by this name. So if we want to revive my mother, we have to win the World Martial Arts Tournament." The top 16 from the previous competition alone were already incredibly strong. Each of them was an extraordinary individual. So what we need is not just the Ant-Man suit, but also the super soldier serum. Only by combining the two can we have a chance. Then, looking at Scott, who was lying unconscious on the bed in his Ant-Man suit, he said, "I proposed to Mr. Smith that we exchange Pym particles and the suit for the super soldier serum, and he agreed." Upon hearing such words of selling one's father's land without a care in the world, Hank Pym directly refused. "No, I will absolutely not trade Pym particles. You don't even want this. Moreover, the super soldier serum is nothing compared to Pym particles. You have no idea what its value is." He was so angry when SHIELD tried to replicate his Pym particles that he resigned in a fit of rage. It's even more impossible for him to sell a finished product of Pym particles now. Moreover, selling it to the current director of SHIELD is something Hank Pym could never accept. Hope, observing her father's dramatic reaction, which was not unexpected, then asked, "Can you tell me about my mother?" Upon hearing his daughter's change of tone, Hank Pym's somewhat agitated emotions immediately subsided. He glanced at his daughter with guilt, then said, "Your mother died in an accidental plane crash." Hearing these repeated words, Hope said disappointedly, "Are you going to keep lying to me?" Hank Pym looked at his daughter and then said, "I'm not lying to you, Hope." Hope looked intently at Hank Pym, then spoke, "It was bad enough that you didn't tell me the specifics of what happened, but I can't believe you're still lying to me now. Can you please stop lying to me like this? At this point, Hope's eyes were filled with disappointment. Hank Pym lowered his head and remained silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 674 Hank Pym and 039's confession. Chapter 674 Hank Pym relents. Seeing this, Hope slowly spoke. SHIELD has your entire file. Do I really need to ask outsiders to verify things about my mother? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym abruptly looked up. What did you say? Looking at his father's reaction, Hope said, word by word. I said, SHIELD has intelligence leads related to my mother. Hank Pym looked at his daughter, and finally sighed, saying, well, I remember taking the intelligence from SHIELD with me when I left the company. I didn't expect they still kept the information about me and your mother. Hank Pym then continued. The world is completely different now than it used to be, and there's no need to keep some things from you anymore. Hank Pym then revealed the truth of what happened back then. I used to work for SHIELD as a super soldier, codenamed Ant-Man. Your mother convinced me to let her act with me. They call her the Wasp, she's very talented. Hearing this news, Hope was very surprised, never expecting that her mother was also a superhero. Hank Pym continued. From then on, I regretted agreeing to her proposal every day. That was in 1987, when separatists hijacked a missile silo in Kursk, Soviet Union, and launched an intercontinental ballistic missile at the United States. The only way to get into the internal structure is through solid titanium. I know I can only deactivate the missile by shrinking down to the molecular level, but my regulator is severely damaged. Your mother, however, did not hesitate. She turned off her regulator, entered a subatomic state, and went to deactivate the missile, never to return. Then Hank Pym looked at Hope and said seriously, your mother is a hero. At this moment, tears were streaming down Hope's face. This was the first time she had learned the truth about her mother's disappearance. Over the next 10 years, I will do everything I can to learn about the quantum realm. But I discovered that we actually knew nothing at all. Hope then spoke up, you've always wanted to save her. It's not your fault, it was her choice. Then, crying, he said, but why did you keep it from me for so long? Hank Pym explained, I want to protect you. I lost your mother, and I don't want to lose you too. Hope finally understood the real reason why her father wouldn't let her wear the Ant-Man suit. Hank Pym looked at his daughter and asked, so many years have passed, I don't know if your mother was trapped in that special environment and perished, or... But since Smith can revive Howard, he can also bring your mother back. Upon hearing her father's words, Hope quickly wiped away her tears, her expression becoming agitated. If he can win the World Martial Arts Tournament, he can bring his mother home. Father, we must win the World Martial Arts Tournament this year. Hearing the word father, Hank Pym was somewhat taken aback. Hope had just called me father, did that mean she had forgiven me? Then Hank Pym spoke up, haha, then let's work hard and let the guy I chose win the championship for us. Hope shook her head and said, that's not enough. I brought information on the top 16 members from the previous competition. You know Pym particles very well, so you should be able to understand whether you have any hope of winning. We need super soldier serum. This time, Hank Pym neither refused nor agreed, but instead said, let me take a look at those people's information first. The next day, early morning, after reviewing all the intelligence, Hank Pym rubbed his eyes and then spoke, indeed, the world is changing every moment. Back then, Captain America was such a rare talent, but now he can't even make it into the top 8. Hope, we'll discuss the super soldier serum deal with SHIELD after we've dealt with Darren. After all, the World Martial Arts Tournament doesn't start for another month, so we have plenty of time to determine the price. The super soldier serum isn't even worthy of carrying Pym particles' shoes in my eyes. Hearing that his father had relented and was willing to exchange his suit for the super soldier serum, Hope felt much relieved and immediately said, I'll go check if the guy you chose is awake yet. After speaking, Hope went upstairs. In Hank Pym's villa, Scott woke up in bed, only to find a woman in a black suit standing right in front of him. This sudden turn of events startled Scott, who remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, hello. Hope was fiddling with her phone at the time, glanced at Scott who had woken up, but ignored him. Seeing that the other person did not speak, Scott continued to ask, who are you? Did you stand next to me and watch me sleep the whole time? Hope put away her phone, glanced at Scott, and then said, yes. Scott asked in confusion, why? Hope looked at the other person and said, because you stole some things when you were here last time. Upon hearing this, Scott looked around and immediately recalled his experience from the previous day. Hey, listen up. Scott was about to get down to explain, but before his foot even touched the ground, he immediately pulled it back. The ground was covered with countless black ants, and they were all quite large. Scott stared in shock at the ants under the bed, while Hope laughed and said, bullet ant, subfamily Pteridinae. Being bitten by a giant tropical bullet ant is the most painful injury on the Schmidt Pain Index. They will monitor you while I'm not around. Hope then glanced at Scott and said, Dr. Pym is waiting for you to come downstairs. After speaking, Hope turned and left the room. Scott, however, asked in confusion, who? Hey, whose pajamas are these? Seeing that there was no reply, Scott thought that someone was waiting for him downstairs. Then, looking at the ants on the ground, he began to try to get down. How should I get there? Scott tried sticking out one foot, and the ants under his feet moved away, making room for him to step on. Scott was somewhat shocked by what he saw, but he could accept it. He then tried with his other foot, and sure enough, the ants left. Okay, let's take it one step at a time, Scott said as he walked. If you don't bite me, I won't step on you, okay? And so Scott walked out of the room, step by step. At that moment, a father and daughter were sitting in the restaurant downstairs. They were Hank Pym and Hope. Hope began by saying, you've already watched all the matches of the round of 16 tonight. Do you still have confidence against these powerful superhumans? I understand your desire to deal with Darren Krause yourself. After all, he's a student you personally mentored. But what I can't understand is why you chose him. Hank Pym didn't answer his daughter's question. Instead, he turned to Scott, who had come out, and said, I think you've already met my daughter, Hope. Scott nodded and said, yes, she's quite nice. At this point, Hank Pym continued, my daughter thinks we don't need you. Scott walked over and sat down in an empty seat at the table. Hope began by saying, that's right, we can do it ourselves. Before Hope could finish speaking, Hank interrupted, I went to great lengths to get you to steal my clothes, but Hope set you up instead. Hope said helplessly, who would have thought that a thief would come to return the items himself? I thought you would be arrested somewhere else. Then he looked at his father and said, okay, we can let him try, and then if he fails, I'll take over myself. Hank Pym and his daughter exchanged a glance. Then Hank Pym said to Scott, my daughter is a little anxious, partly because of this mission. Now that you're sitting in front of me, I'll assume you're interested in this mission. Scott asked in confusion, what mission? Hank Pym, holding the teapot, looked at Scott and said, would you like some tea? A little bit, please. Hank Pym poured Scott tea as he spoke. I am truly impressed that you were able to pass through my security system smoothly. The idea of freezing metal is extremely clever. Upon hearing this, Scott asked, have you been spying on me? Hank Pym leaned back and said bluntly, Scott, I've been watching you for a while now. From the moment you robbed the Vesta Group. As he spoke, Hank Pym pulled out a newspaper, with a news article about him printed in one corner. Oh, sorry. It should be said that they stole from the Vesta Group. Vesta's security system is one of the most advanced in the industry. It should be impenetrable, but you managed to get it working. At this point, Hank Pym changed the subject. Would you like some candy? Scott nodded and said, yes, thank you. Just then, two ants started pushing 2 sugar cubes across the table. Seeing that it was ants pushing the sugar cube, Scott quickly refused, never mind, I'd rather not. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ant pushed the sugar cube back. Scott pointed to the ants on the table and asked in surprise, how did you get them to do that? Hank Pym began to explain. Ants can carry objects 50 times their own weight. They build nests, turn over soil, and cooperate closely with each other. I know, but how did you get them to do that? Hank Pym pointed to the device he was wearing in his ear and said, I can stimulate their olfactory nerve center with electromagnetic waves, and I can talk to them. I am everywhere, know everything, and see everything. Hope also seized the opportunity to add insult to injury, but it's still the same, we know nothing. Hank Pym wasn't embarrassed at all by being undermined by his own daughter. At this moment, Hope glanced at the time on her watch, immediately stood up, and said, I'm going to be late for my meeting with Klaus. After speaking, he picked up his briefcase and walked out. Scott raised his hand and asked, Dr. Pym? Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, you don't need to raise your hand to speak, Scott. Scott lowered his raised hand and began to speak, sorry, I just have a question. Who are you? Who is she? What are you trying to do? Can I go back to prison now? Hank Pym stood up and said, follow me. Hank Pym led Scott to a room, entered a password on a window of a grid-like door, and opened a hidden door. 40 years ago, I created a molecular formula that changed the relative distance between atoms. Scott asked with a puzzled look, what? Hank Pym explained, I've mastered the method to change the distance between atoms, and that's the purpose of that garment. That's how it works, but it's very dangerous. Hank Pym then led the two into his underground laboratory. The laboratory contained various instruments, blueprints, and even a sealed ant nest. To Scott's astonishment, Hank Pym picked up the Ant-Man suit from the side, tossed it onto the lab table, and continued, "It used to be extremely dangerous, so I kept it a secret. So I changed course and started my own company." Scott blurted out, "Pym Technology." Hank Pym nodded and said, "Yes. I mentored a young protege, Darren Krause." As he spoke, Hank Pym took out 4 tubes of red reagent from the experimental table beside him. These were Pym particles. Scott began by saying, "Darren Krause, he's very famous." Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, "But before he became famous, he was my assistant. I value him highly, and I might even consider him my own son. He's very smart, but as we got closer, he started to suspect that I was hiding something from him." Hank Pym took the Pym particles to the Ant-Man suit and began replacing them with new ones. Apparently, when Scott left the cell, the suit's Pym particles were almost completely depleted due to a series of actions. He believed the rumors about Pym particles. He became obsessed with replicating my molecular formula. But I didn't help him, so he conspired to betray me and used a vote to oust me from his company. Scott asked, puzzled, "How did he do that?" Hank Pym began by saying, "The chairwoman is my daughter, Hope. She cast the deciding vote." Scott was puzzled at this point, wondering what exactly was going on between Dr. Pym and his daughter. But when she saw that Klaus was about to decipher my molecular formula, she came back to me. After all, my daughter and I don't have any irreconcilable conflicts. It was just a rebellious act by my daughter. End of this chapter. Chapter 675. Do you want to become a hero? Chapter 675. Do you want to be a hero? Hank Pym continued, "This molecular transformation process is very difficult to control, and without the protection of a special helmet, the brain's chemistry will be affected." Darren didn't realize this, and he's not a steady person when it comes to doing things. Clearly, Darren Krause's products only lack a protective cover to function properly. Scott asked, "So what do you need me to do?" Hank Pym looked Scott up and down, then spoke, "Scott, I believe everyone deserves a chance to redeem themselves. Do you believe it?" Scott understood his situation and immediately said seriously, "I believe." Hank Pym then made his promise. "If you can help me, I promise I can help you reunite with your daughter. Are you ready to redeem yourself now?" Scott nodded and said, "100%. The days of breaking into other people's homes and stealing are over. What do you need me to do?" Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, "I was just thinking of letting you break into a place and steal something." The other side. Scott's ex-wife's home. Maggie looked at her husband and asked, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Paxton looked at the text message on his phone from a colleague. Scott Lang's lawyer was Dr. Hank Pym of Pym Technologies. "Yes, I will. I'll bring back some food, okay?" McGee said with a smile. "It is good. Is it good news?" As Paxton got up and dressed, he said, "Well, it's hard to say, it's just a piece of news." Scott's daughter put down her orange juice and said, "Are you looking for my father?" Both McGee and Paxton were taken aback for a moment. After a 2-second silence, Paxton spoke, "Yes, dear. I just want to make sure your dad is safe and sound." Scott's daughter looked at her stepfather and said, "I hope you don't catch him." Then he picked up a spoon and started eating his breakfast. Paxton smiled at the sight, then got dressed and went to work at the police station. The other side. Hope arrived at the company and met with Darren Krause. Upon seeing Hope's arrival, Darren Krause immediately asked, "How did the talks with SHIELD go?" Hope smiled and then said, "We've already reached an agreement with them. Chief Smith is still interested in our Hornet suit. The shrinking gun developed by Capsule Corporation is only similar to ours, but the actual effect is not the same. I have already told them that I will notify them as soon as the product is available. As for what you want to use to exchange for the super soldier serum, we will only start negotiations after they see the actual product and its effects. Darren, you need to be very careful with the product. There can't be any mistakes." Fortunately, Director Smith gave us time, and we will focus on product improvement in the coming days. However, if Dr. Balma of the Capsule Corporation improves the shrink gun, then our product will no longer be the only one. Upon hearing the news Hope brought back, Darren Krause smiled and said, "It's so great to have you in my team. I will seize the time to improve the shrinking particles so that they can shrink organic matter as soon as possible. As for Dr. Balma's shrinking gun, the market is huge, big enough to accommodate Vank Industries and Stark Industries, and naturally it can also accommodate us and Capsule Corporation. And they don't participate in the sale or development of arms at all." After speaking, Darren Krause immediately turned and went into the laboratory. He needed to complete the product improvement as soon as possible so that the product could be delivered. Pym Technology would then become one of the most profitable companies in the world, and in exchange for the super soldier serum, his lifespan would be extended. Seeing Darren Krause enter the laboratory, Hope's smile vanished. Darren Krause continued his experiments in the lab with lambs, but each attempt ended in failure, with large numbers of lambs turning into minced meat and falling onto the work table. Fitz kept bringing new lambs to the control panel, and as a large number of lambs died, the control panel was filled with the scent of their deaths. The experiment continued from morning till evening, but it was still unsuccessful every time. Even the lambs that were brought in later became flustered after arriving at the control table and began to restlessly wait for the experiment. Darren Krause shouted as he watched the lamb jump off the control panel. "Idiot, couldn't you just fix it to the control panel?" Fitz shouted. "Boss, it became flustered as soon as it got on the control panel. It's probably because too many of its kind died here, leaving behind their scent." Darren Krause shouted directly. "Then why don't you put it in a transparent container and put it on the work table, so it won't run around and you won't smell it?" Upon receiving Darren Krause's order, Fitz immediately took the lambs out to prepare. Darren Krause turned to Hope and said, "They're a bunch of idiots." Hope responded with a smile but didn't say anything more. Soon Fitz pushed in a lamb covered with a glass dome, then placed it on the work table. With the glass dome blocking the smell, the lamb was no longer flustered, and it was also unable to run around because of the glass dome. Darren Krause, who had failed for a day, was getting impatient. Instead of waiting for his subordinates to slowly record the experimental data and dosage issues related to the glass cover, he went straight over, pulled the equipment to the experimental table, and entered the password on the tablet to start the experiment. However, the next second, as the shrinking particles were fired, this time the test subject did not turn into mincemeat, but was successfully shrunk along with the glass cover. Seeing the experiment succeed, everyone looked shocked, and Hope in the stands also noticed it all. She knew that Darren Krause was about to solve the final problem with the PIM particle. Darren Krause picked up the shrunken glass dome, looked at the lamb inside that had shrunk along with it, flicked it with a tissue, and the lamb collapsed on the spot. Fitz inwardly exclaimed, "Is this a success? This is truly unbelievable. It seems we should report this information to Commander Coulson immediately." Seeing the experiment succeed, Darren Krause smiled and immediately gave the order, "Analyze the reasons for the success of this experiment immediately. Identify the variables between this experiment and previous failed experiments." After identifying the problem, I conducted multiple experiments to ensure that this success was not an accident. The operators immediately reported yes. Hope did not stay to watch Darren Krause summarize the reasons for the experiment's success. She already knew the result. The most urgent task now is to bring the intelligence back from here. They don't have much time to waste. The other side. Hank Pym was still explaining to Scott the seriousness of the situation. This is not the first time these people have tried to control revolutionary weapons. If Darren just wants to use it himself as a superhero, I wouldn't care even if he replicated my PIM particles. But he wants to sell the replica PIM particles with the suit to the whole world, which is a very dangerous act. There are too many evil people in there who want to overthrow the world, and we can't let Darren do that. Now, if we don't break in, steal the Hornet suit, and destroy all the data, Darren Krause will cause chaos in the world. Scott glanced at the photo on the screen, then said seriously to Hank Pym, "I think we should call the Avengers first." Upon hearing this, Hank Pym stood up abruptly from his chair in anger and said, "I've spent half my life protecting this technology because I don't want it to fall into Stark's hands. Now I certainly won't just give it away. This isn't the flashy technology of Iron Man's armor. This is technology that can fundamentally change reality. Besides, the Avengers are probably busy throwing cities down from the sky. Do they really think Zola caused such a big commotion?" Upon hearing Dr. Pym's refusal, Scott approached and said, "Okay." Hank Pym, hands on his hips, looked at Scott and said somewhat angrily, "These are our own enemies, and Darren Krause is my protege. We need to take care of him with our own strength." Upon hearing Hank Pym's words, Scott disagreed, believing that as long as the problem could be solved, there was no need to seek him out. "And what about your ant army?" Hank Pym began by saying, "Scott, they're just ants. Although they can do a lot, they still need a leader, someone who can infiltrate heavily defended places." Scott then realized what was happening. Dr. Pym hopes that this problem can be solved by themselves, rather than by the Avengers or SHIELD. Then he said, "Hank, I'm a thief, and while I'm pretty good at it, this is just too outrageous." Upon hearing Scott's words, Hope, who had just returned, immediately spoke up, "He's right, Hank, you know that. You've seen the video, you know exactly what Klaus is capable of. I was against using him before, and now we have even less time." As he spoke, Hope spread out the blueprints of the plan on the table and looked at Hank Pym, saying, "Also, Klaus has solved the problem of shrinking organic matter, which means he will soon be able to sell the product." Hearing this, Hank Pym knew they didn't have much time left, but he still insisted, "Scott, you need to work twice as hard from now on." Seeing that her father was still insisting on using Scott, Hope spoke up directly, I'll put on the clothes. I know that place inside and out, I understand Klaus's thinking, and I know this mission better than anyone else. Hank Pym directly refused, you need to stay by Klaus's side, otherwise this plan can't be carried out. Hope emphasized, we don't have time to waste. Hank Pym looked at his daughter and said earnestly, Hope, you know why I don't want you to wear this dress? Hearing her father's words and recalling what he had told her mother, she knew that her father couldn't accept her being at any risk. Hope understood then that even if it meant losing everything, her father would ensure her safety. Hope took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions, and then spoke, okay. I'll follow your instructions. If he's truly beyond redemption, then let me don my armor and go into battle. If you're still not comfortable with this, why don't I take the stuff to Chief Smith first and exchange it for the super soldier serum before putting on the suit? I'll definitely be able to crush Darren then. Hank Pym began by saying, we'll discuss the super soldier serum issue after we deal with Darren. That's not the focus right now. Or do you believe that relying solely on Pym particles is insufficient to solve Darren's problem? Hope sighed and said, listen to you. Seeing his daughter compromise, Hank Pym breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, after telling his daughter the truth about her mother, the two got along much better. Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, Scott, you are the one I chose. You are a criminal, a person with a criminal record. Your daughter is still young, and you still have the opportunity to maintain a heroic image in her heart. This is your chance, one of the few opportunities to win your daughter's admiration and become her superhero. This is not about saving our world, nor is it about stopping my research from being leaked. It's to save you, to save your world. Upon hearing this, Scott could no longer utter the words of giving up. His daughter was his Achilles heel. Who would want to be a criminal if given the chance to be a superhero in their daughter's eyes? Especially now that his daughter is still young, he cannot care. But when his daughter grows up, knows more and becomes more mature, will she really be willing to accept that her father is a thief who has served 3 years in prison? Thinking of the disappointed look in his future daughter's eyes, Scott began to speak, I must say, everything you said makes perfect sense. Hank Pym looked at Scott and said, Scott, I need you to become Ant-Man. Scott stood up from his chair and said directly, then let's start now. Hank Pym glanced at the time. It was already late at night. He then spoke, rest for one night and start tomorrow morning. Adapting to the Ant-Man suit is no easy task. However, Scott also learned from the conversation that the suit he was about to use could easily be exchanged for the super soldier serum, turning an ordinary person into a superhuman like Captain America. End of this chapter. Chapter 676 Ant-Man delivers to your door. Chapter 676 Ant-Man delivers to your door. Happy Kixie Festival. The next day, early in the morning, Scott changed into his Ant-Man suit and started warming up in front of the door. Hank Pym began by saying, in the right hands, any suit of armor can have a symbiotic relationship. The suit has energy, and the person controls that energy. You have to be skilled, agile, and most importantly, fast enough. Shrinking and enlarging should both be done instantly, so you can adjust the size and adapt to different situations. Hope looked at Scott in front of her. She wasn't very optimistic about the successor her father had chosen, but she could only accept her father's arrangement for now. After Hank Pym finished speaking, Hope closed the door between them and Scott. Hank Pym began by saying, try going through the keyhole, Scott. Start with a normal-sized run-up, shrink your size to pass through, and then grow back to your original size when you emerge. Upon receiving the order, Scott immediately began to do as Dr. Pym instructed, closing his mask and then taking a running start to shrink his body. Bump. Ah. Hearing Scott's screams, Hope looked at Hank Pym and said, look at his stupid appearance. Hank Pym smiled, just crash a few more times and it'll be fine. Scott continued his attempts. Bump. Scream. Bump. Scream. Scott kept failing like this, and Hope looked up at the ceiling, while Dr. Hank Pym looked somewhat helpless. Hope looked at Hank Pym and said, useless. Although Hope has accepted her father's choice of Scott, she still looks down on him. Through continuous trial and error, Scott finally succeeded in performing the maneuver of shrinking his body during a running start, passing through the lock, and then instantly enlarging it. Haha, I finally succeeded. Hank Pym glanced at Scott, then spoke, you still have a lot to learn. Hope, Scott's fighting is in your hands. Hope glanced at Scott, then spoke, take off your battle suit and come with me. Inside the gym, Hope told Scott, when you shrink, your energy is compressed, so your 90 kilograms of personal strength will be concentrated in a fist that is 1/100th of an inch in size, and you will be like a bullet. If you punch too hard, you'll kill someone. The punch was too light, like a caress. In other words, you need to know how to throw a punch. At this moment, Hank Pym spoke up. If the enhancement of Pym particles is so powerful for ordinary people, can you imagine how terrifying the power would be if a superhuman concentrated their power into a shrunken body? Honestly, the combination of the superhuman and the Ant-Man suit creates a terrifying power. If it falls into the hands of evil people, the destructive power it causes will be no less than that of a mechanical rebellion. Both of them nodded upon hearing Hank Pym's words. Strong then said to Hope, I spent 3 years in prison, of course I know how to throw a punch. Hope raised her hands and said, then come on. Scott punched Hope in the palm. Hope stated directly, that's awful. Scott countered, you think you can teach me how to throw a punch? Bring it on. As he spoke, Scott raised his hand, using it as a punching bag. Then Hope delivered a swift punch to Scott's face. Scott stumbled and fell to the ground, and Hope laughed and said, just throw the punch like that. Upon seeing this, Hank Pym laughed and said, she had been looking forward to this moment. Scott got up and said weakly, of course. Hank Pym explained, Hope practiced martial arts during difficult times. Hope smiled, but instead of explaining what constituted a difficult time, she said to Scott, all right, Your Highness, let's continue our training. Hearing Hope's teasing, Scott wasn't angry but instead asked, are you still going to fight like this? Hope nodded and said, the best training in combat is getting hit. Scott's training continues, hand-to-hand combat, piloting the suit, and shrinking and enlarging Pym particles. Under intense training, Scott quickly mastered all the abilities of the Ant-Man suit, and his growth was remarkably rapid. This situation also demonstrates that Hank Pym has a knack for selecting personnel. As training progressed, Scott continued to improve. That day, Hank Pym pushed open the door to the training room and walked in, watching Scott holding equipment and doing something with the suit. Seeing Dr. Pym's questioning look, Scott immediately explained, I find this regulator cumbersome. Hank Pym immediately said seriously, don't touch the regulator. If the regulator breaks down, you will enter a subatomic state. Scott asked, what do you mean? Hank Pym walked over and said, it means you will enter the quantum realm. Scott, still confused, asked, what do you mean? Hank Pym said seriously, you will enter another world where the concepts of time and space on Earth are meaningless. You will be trapped there, and everything you know and everything you love will be gone forever. Hank Pym is not exaggerating at all. The quantum realm is a very dangerous place. If Scott gets stuck inside because of messing with the regulator, it will be a huge problem. To this day, Hank Pym still doesn't know whether his wife is dead or alive. Countless years have passed without any progress, and he can only pin his hopes on becoming the world's greatest martial arts champion to revive her, let alone rescue Scott. Scott, finally realizing what was happening, immediately spoke up, cool, okay, if it's not broken, there's no need to fix it. Then Hank Pym spoke up, come with me, you need to learn something new. After bringing Scott into the lab, Hank Pym began to speak, you know the suit very well, but you don't know your combat partner well enough. Ant, loyal, brave, and your partner in this mission. Hank Pym then led everyone into the yard, found an ant hole, and said to Scott, you need to go in and understand them. Scott quickly shrunk his body and ran into the ant hole underground. Hope explained from the side. The longhorned Huangshan ant is commonly known as the mad ant. It is as fast as lightning and can conduct electricity. This makes them very useful for burning out the enemy's electronic components. Scott looked at the long-legged yellow ant in front of him, squatted down and said, oh, you're not that arrogant after all. Then, Scott was pounced on by the mad ant, and while holding and stroking the mad ant, he said, hi, cutie. However, the next second, a large number of frenzied ants and bees came out of the anthill and completely overwhelmed Scott. What? This sudden scene startled Scott, who screamed repeatedly before growing larger and bursting out of the ground. With half his body above ground, Scott removed his hood, looked at the 3 people in front of him, and began to explain. That moment was terrifying. After getting to know the longhorned Huangshan ant, Scott also saw bullet ants, small wood ants, and fire ants from the subfamily Cytomorphinae in the yard. Some of these ants are responsible for transportation, while others are responsible for building roads and bridges in dangerous situations. It can be said that Hank Pym has come up with quite a few creative ideas about ants. Time passed little by little during training. After being frightened time and time again, Scott got to know all the ants. At the same time, his combat training with Hope did not slacken in the slightest. From being no match for him at the beginning, he can now fight back. It can be said that he has made rapid progress. During this time, Hank Pym also trained Scott in darts, mainly 2 types of darts with the ability to enlarge and shrink. Watching Scott magnify a toy to the size of a person, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if he used Pym particles to magnify rare metals, like gold? Hank Pym would laugh out loud if he heard Scott's idea. A single drop of PIM particles is worth more than magnified gold, unless it's an extremely rare metal, such as vibranium or adamantium, which are rare metals worth over $10 per gram. At this point, they were unaware that PIM particles could not only amplify objects, but also objects like energy cores, giving them devastating power. Scott's training came to an end, and Hank Pym called everyone over to explain the operation plan. Hope brought the architectural blueprints for Pym Technologies' future laboratory. Scott looked at the blueprints and said, "It seems that the laboratory will have its own power supply system in the future." Hope added, "And there are guards around the clock. We need you to distract him and then turn off the security system." In addition, the wasp suit's pod was sealed off completely, with the only passage being a pipe, which I estimate to be about 5 millimeters in diameter. Upon hearing this, Scott spoke up, "Why is my stomach churning?" Hope continued, "The pipe is protected by a laser grating, and we can only turn it off for 15 seconds. Hank Pym then said, "You need the intelligent ants to burn down the server, retrieve the wasp suit, and then escape the vault before the backup power kicks in. This is our plan. If this operation fails, Hope will clean up the mess. You don't need to worry about your life. Just give it your all and try to succeed as much as possible to become your daughter's superhero. I promise you, I will take care of everything, including letting you see your daughter and providing for your care." Scott nodded, "I'll do my best." With no worries about the future, Scott felt much more relaxed. After explaining the plan, Hank Pym began to speak, "Now you need to learn something else, and that is how to command these ants." As they were talking, Hank Pym handed the sensor that controlled the ants to Scott, asking him to try using the ants to move the sugar cubes. However, even after putting on the equipment, Scott tried many times but still couldn't control the ants. Left with no other option, Scott placed the sensor on the table and then said, "They don't listen to me." Hope then said sarcastically, "You have to be committed, you have to be wholehearted. Don't take shortcuts, don't cheat." Hank Pym sighed, then spoke, "Don't add fuel to the fire at this critical juncture, it won't do any good, Hope." Hope began by saying, "We don't have time to indulge him anymore. Let me show you how to control ants." Hope picked up the sensor from the table and put it on her ear. The next second, a large number of ants crawled onto the table, picked up the sugar cubes on the table, and threw them one by one into the teacup. Then ants quickly crawled all over the chandelier on the ceiling, and the room lights dimmed instantly. Scott was shocked by Hope's performance. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so skilled. Hope handed the sensor to Scott and then said, "Let me tell you a trick. Focus your mind and don't let your head be filled with too many thoughts. These little guys can't process so many of your thoughts. Think about your daughter, think about how much you want to see her, use that mindset to focus, and I believe you can do it too." Following Hope's suggestion, Scott put the sensor back on and began to concentrate. Several ants then crawled up and successfully retrieved a sugar cube from the sugar box, dropping it into the teacup. Hope laughed, "Great, all done." With Scott's successful maneuvering, he then entered into intensive training again, working in tandem with the ants, piloting the wood ants to fly and transfer, and attaching miniature bombs and equipment to the ants. Scott's training soon reached its final stage. The final stage of training will focus on covert intrusion. Hank Pym produced a set of equipment blueprints and then began to speak, "We need to find the prototype of this signal decoy, a device I invented when I worked at SHIELD. Hope added from the side, "We need to use it against Klaus, the communications jammer installed in the vault of the future lab." Hank Pym took out a set of photos and then said, "That thing is just collecting dust in Howard Stark's warehouse. In upstate New York, it should be a piece of cake." The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at the Avengers headquarters in upstate New York. As soon as Smith Doyle entered the base, he saw Betty with red eyes. "Chief Smith, is there really still no information about Banner? So much time has passed." Looking at Betty in front of him, Smith Doyle hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Hulk has gone out for a walk and should not be on Earth at the moment." Betty asked in confusion, "Not on Earth?" Smith Doyle nodded and then spoke, "The Quinjet that Hulk was riding in took off from Earth." End of this chapter. Chapter 677, The Ultimate Dangerous Quantum Realm. Chapter 677, The Ultimate Danger, the Quantum Realm. Betty asked worriedly, "Will Banner be alright?" Smith Doyle thought about Hank's life with the Grandmaster. Hulk seemed very happy and even had a son. He immediately shook his head and said, "Banner will be fine. You should know Hulk's abilities." Betty asked hesitantly, "Then will he come back? Or should I go find him? I can ask my father to buy a spaceship." Smith Doyle said, "Betty, you don't need to worry about his safety. Banner will return to Earth. As for taking a spaceship to find Banner, I don't recommend you do that. You don't even know where he went." Betty asked with a determined look in her eyes, "Then what can I do?" Smith Doyle said seriously, "Wait patiently for him to return on Earth." Betty said with red eyes. It is good. The other side. Soon Scott led his army of ants and flew to the area above Howard Stark's former warehouse in upstate New York. Hope looked at her father sitting beside her and said, "You really shouldn't go and check on him. I don't think he's reliable on his own." Hank Pym immediately spoke up, "That's a warehouse that's been idle for who knows how many years. Scott shouldn't have any problems with it." Seeing his father say this, Hope could only nod and say, "Hopefully nothing unexpected happens." Hank Pym, watching the footage from the camera, spoke to Scott, saying, "You are already over the target area. Move, quick, Scott." At this moment, through the gap in the plane, Scott commanded the army of flying ants, saying, "First squad, move out. Second squad, move out. Third squad, move out." Squads of flying ants disembarked from the plane, and at that moment Scott found his personal vehicle, climbed on, and said, "All right, Anthony, don't throw me off this time." Scott gave this ant a name. Feeling the flying ants rising from the plane, Scott excitedly shouted, "From dropping sugar cubes to this is absolutely a qualitative leap." Hank Pym then spoke up to remind him, "Calm." As they drew closer, and once he could clearly see the building below, Scott shouted, "Guys, we look like we're in a bit of trouble." "Hank, didn't you mean the old warehouse? This isn't it. You bastard." Below is none other than the Avengers headquarters and training center. Hank Pym looked at the video transmitted from the camera on the ant, then glanced at the photo in his hand, and immediately shouted, "Retreat. Retreat immediately." Hope also said, "Scott, retreat immediately." However, Scott refused. "No, it's okay. It looks like no one is guarding it. Anthony, take me to the roof." Seeing Scott's obstinacy, Hank Pym spoke up, "He's going to sacrifice his battle suit." Hope countered, "He's going to risk his life." Scott quickly landed on the roof of the building and reported, "I'm already on the roof of the target building." Hope, watching the transmitted video footage, noticed a figure flying across the sky and immediately warned, "Someone's coming, Scott." At that moment, Ivan Vanko flew over in his whiplash suit and landed on the roof. Smith Doyle asked, "How's it going on your end, Ivan?" Scott looked at the figure in front of him and said, "It's a whip." Ivan Vanko looked around and then spoke, "There was an intrusion alert, but I didn't see anything." However, the next second, Ivan Vanko's built-in combat capability detector scanned Scott's figure. "Wait a moment." At this moment, Hank Pym shouted, "Retreat, Scott, retreat immediately." Scott began by saying, "It's okay, he can't see me." Ivan Vanko, however, spoke up, "I can see you, little bug." Upon hearing Whip's words, Scott murmured, "He can see me." Scott then returned to his original size and appeared before Ivan Vanko. Scott then opened his mask and greeted them, "Hello, I'm Scott." Seeing Scott's reaction, the three people in the monitoring room were stunned for a moment. Hope said helplessly, "Did he just introduce himself?" Hope frowned slightly and said, "He exposed the intelligence." Hank Pym also closed his eyes and nodded. Hope covered her head and said, "Hopefully we won't get into bigger trouble. Things will get complicated if the Avengers come to arrest us." At this moment, Ivan Vanko looked at the man in front of him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Scott began by saying, "First of all, I am a big fan of yours." Ivan Vanko said expressionlessly, "Thanks, so who exactly are you?" Scott explained, "I am Ant-Man." Ivan Vanko said with a smile, "Ant-Man?" Scott countered with, "What, haven't you heard of me?" "Okay, of course you haven't heard of me." Ivan Vanko's expression turned serious again, and he asked, "Are you going to tell me what you're planning to do?" Scott told Ivan Vanko the purpose of his trip directly, pointing to the warehouse below as he spoke, "I want to borrow some high-tech gadgets for a few days, and I'll return them when I'm done. I need to use it to save the world, you know." Scott thought that the Avengers were all heroes, all trying to save the world, and that if they heard his words, they would help him, right? Probably so? However, Ivan Vanko spoke up, "Yes, I know it all too well." He then reported using a wristband with a walkie-talkie function on his arm, "The intruder has been located and is being apprehended." After speaking, he reached out and grabbed at Scott. Scott reacted quickly, immediately closing his mask and shrinking his body. "Sorry." At that moment, Ivan Vanko immediately looked down, and the shrunken Scott punched Ivan Vanko in the chin. Ivan Vanko was sent flying, and immediately used his whiplash armor to hover in the air, the jet of air blowing Scott off the roof. Upon witnessing this, Hank Pym immediately questioned, "What the hell are you doing?" Ivan Vanko, who was flying in the air at the time, used the scanning and aiming function of the combat capability detector to immediately lock onto Scott, who was hiding in the grass, and reported, "The intruder is an adult male with scaling capabilities." After Ivan Vanko pinpointed Scott's location, he landed from the air and stomped on him. Scott then deftly dodged the attack and jumped onto Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko immediately drew his plasma whip and attacked. Snapped. However, Scott simply jumped onto his opponent, rendering Ivan Vanko's whip attack completely ineffective. Scott knocked the plasma whip out of Ivan Vanko's hand, simultaneously attacking Ivan Vanko himself, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, really." Ivan Vanko was also annoyed by the attacks, and punched Scott away, while simultaneously throwing a punch at Scott on the ground. Enough. Taking advantage of the moment Scott magnified his attack, Ivan Vanko seized the opportunity and used the combat power detector's lock-on ability to knock Scott down. Once Scott returned to his normal size, he was no match for Ivan Vanko and was quickly overwhelmed. Ivan Vanko grabbed Scott and launched him into the air, preparing to punch him unconscious. Scott immediately shrunk his body again, crawling directly into Ivan Vanko's whiplash suit and arriving near the core reactor. Looking at the wires connecting to the reactor, he simply unplugged one of them. Snapped. As the energy short-circuit, the whiplash suit fell directly from midair. Ivan Vanko reacted quickly, immediately activating his parachute program and avoiding being thrown like Rhodes from the other universe. Scott jumped off Ivan Vanko and shouted, "Anthony, give me a hand." Scott jumped onto Anthony, and the flying ants carried him directly into the warehouse. However, just as Scott was about to fly into the warehouse, a gust of air blew Scott and the ant away together. Indeed, when Smith Doyle saw Ivan Vanko being tricked by Scott because of intelligence issues, he directly stepped in to intercept him. Hank Pym and Hope, who had been sitting in the monitoring room, suddenly lost sight of Scott due to the loss of signal. Hank Pym began by asking, "I can't see you anymore, Scott." At this moment, Smith Doyle pressed Scott down with 2 fingers and said, "Don't move, Scott." Scott exclaimed, "You know me." However, Scott also discovered that even with his body shrunk, his strength was still no match for Smith Doyle. "Enlarge it yourself and restore it to its original state." Seeing this, Scott had no choice but to obey and return to his original size after Smith Doyle released his grip. "Mr. Smith, I was just helping Dr. Hank Pym retrieve his own things, I didn't steal them." Smith Doyle smiled when he heard this, as he was just about to meet with the other party. The other side. Having obtained the items with Smith Doyle's permission, Scott successfully returned to Hank Pym's house, but he wasn't the only one who returned. Looking at Scott who had returned, Hank Pym loudly questioned him, "Your actions are irresponsible and extremely dangerous. You've messed everything up." At this moment, Scott took the device that Hank Pym had asked him to retrieve from his pocket and placed it on the table. Hope and Hank were both stunned when they saw what Scott had taken out. Hope said with a smile, "You got it." Scott nodded, indicating that he was right. Hank Pym took the device in his hand, then glanced at Scott and said, "Here you go." Scott looked at Hank Pym and said, "Actually, I came back more than once." Hope and Hank were both taken aback for a moment, and then asked, "Who else did you bring back?" At this moment, Smith Doyle stepped forward and said, "Hope, I thought you were showing me your suit." Upon seeing the person who appeared, Hope smiled awkwardly. "Haha, that's right. I originally planned to shoot a video to introduce the suit to you." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "But this isn't the Wasp suit, it's Ant-Man's, isn't it?" Then he looked at Hank Pym beside him and said, "Dr. Hank, we've finally met. But if you want something, why don't you just call Howard? Going directly to the warehouse to get it is not a good habit." Hank Pym looked at this god among men, glared at Scott, and then greeted him, "Chief Smith, I didn't expect this matter to alarm you." "I am sorry." Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. After all, you were the one who researched this equipment." After listening to Scott's account, I handed the items over to him. "I hope this will be helpful to you." Hank Pym picked up the device, activated the instrument in his hand, and then spoke, "This is something I researched back then, and it's still usable today. I was pretty awesome back in the day, wasn't I?" Smith Doyle smiled. Among the scientists on Earth, Hank Pym, who was able to invent the Pym particle, was definitely among the top in the universe. There are also useful inventions. However, I think we need to talk about your plans. Hank Pym fiddled with the device in his hand and said, "I developed the Pym particles, and Darren has already copied them and wants to sell them all over the world. I disagree with that. I need to destroy his files." Hope looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Of course, this will not affect our transaction." Smith Doyle heard this and said, "Actually, I could have obtained the Pym particles without going through you or Darren, but I didn't do it. On the other hand, Pym particles are indeed very powerful, but they are not of much help to me. In my eyes, they are also very dangerous." Hank Pym asked, puzzled, "Where else can you get this besides us?" Smith Doyle smiled. Howard knew very well that wishing could not only revive people, but also obtain Pym particles. However, it was a waste of talent, since Hank Pym could mass-produce these things, and they were not unique. Hope asked curiously, "What kind of danger are you referring to?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "The danger I am referring to isn't the mass-produced wasp suits, but the danger that the Pym particles ultimately point to, the quantum realm." Hank Pym's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.